Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might just go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Thursday evening. Okay, got the hat and the glasses on, ready to start this stream. So much to talk about. But first, some shoutouts. Sweet Chewy, Moanoa, Brandy Terpstra, 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, close fourth. Megley, also here. Skinny Stock. P-Cat. Arvin Trevino. Edward Thornton. Fishbone. Morden and Keycap. Robert. Jane on X4Q. All here. Stoicite, also here. Well. How long has it been since we've seen each other? A whole day. At least more than a day. It's been like a day and a half. Oh, a whole day and a half. What have you all done without me? So many things we could talk about tonight, but we are only going to talk about the primary elections. That's right, they are coming in. They're coming in hot. July ending. August starting. Well, we got a hell of a lot of elections to talk about. Oh boy, first week. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia. And that's just the first Tuesday. Got Tennessee Thursday. Hawaii Saturday. Hold on. Hawaii Saturday. Then the Tuesday after that, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin. Then the next week, Alaska and the great state of Florida, with its 28 House seats. Wyoming with its 1 district at large. And that's August. I mean, we got a ton of elections. And we're trying to talk about all of them here tonight. Oh, maybe you think to yourself, StreamLord, that sounds crazy. There must be over 100 elections. And you would be right. So I guess we better get started.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people. Well, let's start first with the numbers. Very best in America. The great Harry Emden.
Holy Toledo.
CNN, 10 hours ago.
Younger voters are fed up and they want change. That is one of the takeaways from the new CNN polling just out this morning. And there's also something that Harry Enton has been tracking all year. And he is here with us right now.
Hey, I am here.
And excited. Woo. How big is this shift?
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about an absolutely huge shift, a 180. Young voters are fed up, and they're taking their anger out on President Trump. We'll start off there. Take a look here. Voters under the age of 50 on Trump. In the fall of 2024, Kamala Harris led in our polling by just 3 points. Look at where Donald Trump is. He was within 3 points of Kamala Harris. Now his net approval rating on the year and the average of CNN polling, look at that, minus 41 points. That is a shift of 38 points away from the President of the United States. He is falling through the floor. If you look at the trend line among voters over the age of 50 or 50 and older, the shift that we've seen amongst them against President Trump is less.
By the way, I know Harry is the very best on the numbers. We all agree. However, today, Harry's not quite on in the ball. This is 44 points, not 38. Plus 3 to negative 40. The plus is what is confusing, right? With the negative plus That's actually 44 points. Move. I mean, that. Wow.
Half that. In fact, it's under a 15-point shift. So the reason why President Trump is so unpopular at this point is the shift among younger voters, those under the age of 50, your Gen Z, your millennials. They gave President Trump a little bit of a try in 2024. No longer. He is down there, right there underneath the ocean floor.
How does that translate to when you're looking at Congress?
Yeah, okay. So obviously President Trump is not on the ballot this year. But if you're a Republican in Congress and you think you're going to escape the unpopularity that President Trump has amongst younger voters, you got another thing coming. Because just take a look at these shifts. Okay, in the fall of 2024, the choice for House margin, Democrats were leading amongst those under the age of 50 by 4 points. Look at that lead now, though. Look at that lead now. It's more than 4 times that, a double-digit shift. Their lead is now 17 points. Look at those 50 and older. Look at that. Republicans led by 8. They now lead by 6.
Wow.
Basically the same. The reason why Democrats have been able to jump out to this lead in Congress, the reason...
That's a 15-point shift. And the fact is, if you go back, you start picking apart. We're not gonna do that. We don't have time for that today. But if you were to go back to 2024 and look at every single House race that happened in the midterms then, right? And just start doing the math on, okay, if you just shift the electorate 15 points in the direction of Democrats, right? That's going to be some untold number. It must be dozens and dozens and dozens of seats. I don't know exactly how. It was probably more than 50 seats.
They are likely to take back the U.S. House of Representatives. It's not older voters. The key game that has shifted here, the key play that has shifted here is younger voters. Those under the age of 50 are taking out their anger, it seems to me, that they have against President Trump. They're going to take it out against Republicans in Congress this fall. This is a titanic type of shift away from the Republican Party and to the Democratic Party.
Okay. A tidal shift. A blue wave, if you will.
I'm staying in the race.
I've been saying this. I've been saying it over and over again. The arguments are going to be incredibly easy to make against incumbent Republicans and against the Republicans coming into the race that have already taken out incumbent Republicans in the primaries, right? Follow me here. The incumbent Republicans have literally done everything Donald Trump has asked them and more. So you can tie them to every single one of Trump's horrible policies. And every one of the incumbent Republicans that has been ousted so far, I think in almost every single election where a Republican incumbent has lost, it's been a Trump-supported primary challenge to a Republican who like deigned to do like one thing, like one or two things that Donald Trump didn't like, and so immediately, if not sooner, primary challenge. You know, and these people, they're no rocket scientists. In fact, it should be fairly easy to make these sorts of arguments in the general. When you have intellectual wonderkins like this on the other side.
Trump is the greatest president?
Absolutely. I mean,
You
look
think
what
he's the greatest president of all time?
I think absolutely he's the greatest president. I mean, look at he's brought all these wars to an end, 8 wars in there, and he's protecting our country from being nuked.
What were the 8 wars he stopped?
I don't know them all offhand, but he stopped them over. Yeah.
Do you know? Can you name a couple?
Tell him, Gail.
What were the wars that he stopped?
Other countries.
Other countries.
Yeah,
He's like, maybe you know, and she just says, looks down at the ground and goes, other countries. Hell no, other countries. Oh my god. Special kind of stupid.
Well, yeah, what were the wars that he stopped?
Ago. Other countries, talk to him, I'll think of them.
Yeah, just
Oh,
one,
give me
one
a
war that he
second. I
stopped?
know there's other countries. I just can't think of any.
I can't think of him right now.
Very
He
difficult.
says it. He says it.
But he is.
But we can't name one.
No.
Can't name one. All right. Thank you.
Do you see what I mean when I say this? It's just, it shouldn't be that hard of, like when it comes to the midterms here, once the primaries are the hard part, the midterms are going to be a breeze. This is what they're up against right now. This is the level of genius, sort of policy-brained individuals that we've got to work with here, so. Yeah, I would say I'm not all that worried.
Trump was here in Detroit for WrestleMania 23, Battle of the Billionaires. Trump versus Vince McMahon, Bobby Lashley versus Umaga, hair versus hair match.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Do you,
I don't follow boxing or wrestling or too many sports.
do you know who won?
No.
Trump. Bobby Lashley won.
Oh, okay.
And Stone Cold was the guest referee.
Okay, awesome. Well, good for them.
And then after the match, Trump and Stone Cold and Bobby Lashley, they shaved Vince McMahon's head.
Okay. Alrighty,
Now Trump's president.
that's good. Well, what's wrong with that?
That's the series of events.
That's the series of events. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to watch the spectacle that happened at the White House. The privately funded, the billionaire-funded spectacle at the White House. It was paywalled by Paramount.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I do feel we've been repressed. Oh, just a teeny tiny bit. You ask me. Unfairly prevented from witnessing something that happened on basically our property. It's our house. It's the people's house. It's the only house I own. I don't get to watch what's happening on my house's lawn.
Come on!
This should not stand. It has stood, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't have stood. Although it just doesn't rise to the fact is, it's just, God, it's just so unimportant to me. Stupid private gladiatorial event, but same time, I should be allowed to, right? On principle, I should have been given the opportunity. When you think about it, it's kind of fucked.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Okay, now, we don't have too many outstanding candidates in the state of Kansas. We're going to go by alphabetical order by day, like in chronological order. So Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, etc. We're going to try and make our way through August. Like I said, we got like 100 elections to do. From Alaska's 1 House election to Florida's 28 House elections. We got Senate elections. We got governor's elections to talk about. How do I want to do this? Actually, I think I'm going to duplicate this tab so I can have 2 of these up all the time. Otherwise, this is just going to this is going to piss me off. This will definitely bug me very soon. Okay, Zoom. Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to open up 3 different windows, or 3 different tabs. Oh, I should have done this. This would be way easier to do it if I just fucking did this on fucking Chrome. I'm swearing. It's not necessary.
Rogue Gerb just subscribed for 4 months.
Rogue Gerb with the resub. 5 beautiful months. 4 beautiful months. 4 beautiful months. I appreciate you. I'm just going to open up a whole new window. Sorry, everybody. Trying to do multiple things here. It's going to, later it'll become apparent why I've done what I've done. Okay, sorry. I'm using 2 different browsers. I shouldn't be doing that. It's just going to make my life way more difficult, really, when you think about it. Is this open? No? Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so Kansas. You got 4 House seats in the state. You got 4 races there to talk about. However, one of them is actually 2. I take it back. We have 5 races to talk about with Kansas. 3 of the 4 House seats with primaries, and then the Senate and governor's race as well. Now, there's no real shining candidates here. As you all know, galactically, for these Earth elections, these primaries, I've been trying to give recommendations and endorsements. Some people don't necessarily hit all of my preferred policy prescriptions, but I've tried to determine the best candidates in each race. Every single primary that I had the time to go through. Here's Lauren. It's her website. We're not going to go through, because she doesn't have the best policies. We're not going to go all the way through her stuff. But she's got a road to prosperity. You can look through that. This is a red district. Kansas is first. Currently represented by Tracy Mann, a Republican. Lauren is up against a guy by the name of Colin McRoberts. Neither of them are incredible, but I do think Lauren Reinhold is the best of these options. Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in over here so you can hopefully make it easier to see. Okay, that's the first district. Okay, let me make my freaking adjustments. Actually, I need 2 of these. I just realized I need like 2 of these so that I can like go back in. All right, second district. No race there. Don Coover is the Democrat running unchallenged in the second district. Be running in the general. Kansas is third. Sarah Prue. I will let her get us started off with this quick clip.
Do what you say, and I got responses about purity tests. ICE is not a purity test. That is lawlessness. That is a public safety issue. There are plenty of good reasons to stand against the subtle.
That is lawlessness, says Sarah Prue. Yes, couldn't agree more, Sarah. Couldn't agree more. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to pull up all the wiki and Ballotpedia stuff. For Kansas's third, her clip is too short for me to get it all up quick enough. Okay, here's shit. What the fuck? Oh, right. That's the problem. Maybe that's... I hate myself. I should do all this. I should have this. You know what? I think I'm going to somehow... I'm going to try and switch over everything to one browser because I'm realizing this is on a different browser. That's not helping. I spoiled myself. I guess that's better than soiling yourself. Here's Sarah Prue's website. She's got a fairly good policy prescription. Not everything that I would have liked to see here, which is why she gets a little asterisk next to her name. And actually, I think Ryan's supposed to have one too. Whatever. Medicare for all, though. That's a good one. Living wage, strengthening unions, universal child care, climate action in Kansas, green jobs, justice reform, housing for people. Civil rights are human rights. Responsible AI government, governance, immigration, our strength, not our enemy. Foreign policy. So, actually, I think she just added this. I don't remember this being here last time I looked at it. Actually, maybe she doesn't need to take it back. Maybe she shouldn't have an asterisk next to her name. The last time I checked her website, there was no foreign policy information there. I'm taking that down. That's a full endorsement. That's all the stuff we need. I thought she didn't have a foreign policy prescription on her website. I was like, dude, you gotta have one. If you're gonna be in Congress, you gotta have one. But she does have one. I'm the dummy. I'm the idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I am the idiot. Everybody's saying it. I got an Excel spreadsheet? Yeah. I've got an Excel spreadsheet. I've got every single election worked out over here. I'm putting in the work. God damn it. Oh, the galactic efforts, they're being put in. Okay. Don't even play. All right, next up. Kansas's fourth and final House district. Ryan Gilbert. Let him get us started off here as well. It's from 2 months ago. Ryan Gilbert for Congress. On YouTube. Oh, shit.
What a beautiful day for this event, isn't it? Couldn't ask for better. My name's Ryan Gilbert, and I'm going to be the one that replaces Ron Estes. So, I'm 37 years old, and I was born in Wichita, Kansas. I bounced around through foster care for a couple of years and landed in Burlington, Kansas. It's a small, little rural community, farming community of less than 5,000 people. I worked my way up in that little town and became an operator at the only nuclear power plant that we have in Kansas. And then after 5 years of doing that, I transferred my skills. That they no longer get to control every one of our moves, and billionaires can't buy for every second of
Okay. Well, this is in Kansas's 4th district, including Wichita. Population of 745,000. Ron Estes, Republican incumbent. Ryan Gilbert here is up against 2 other Dems, technically 3, because Cole Epley is still on the ballot, even though he is withdrawn. So technically, Ryan could lose votes to him. But here is his website, gilbertforcongress.com. Living wage, human rights, gender-affirming care, reproductive rights. Everyone deserves the dignity and autonomy saved from an overreaching federal government. Tax the rich. Wait, did I solve? Wait, hold on. I gotta take this down now. The volume is super low on the... I had to jack up the gain and the volume on this. Sorry for everyone's ears. He wants to expand Medicaid and get us to Medicare for all, tax the rich, legalize marijuana, rent freeze, renewable energy. You can go through the whole thing. He wants some great stuff, really, really good policies here. No PAC money, abolish ICE. Hopefully he can win here in Kansas's 4th. Okay, now we still have more races in Kansas. Like I mentioned, a Senate and governor's race is happening in the state as well. For Senate, Christy Davis. Oh, God, I forgot about this one. Christy Davis is looking to get the votes of Kansans. Here's a clip from KQ2 2 days ago.
For Kansas's U.S. Senate seat is heating up as the primary election draws closer.
Our own Tamaya Bracey spoke with one of those candidates about her priorities if she's elected.
Christy Davis is a fifth-generation Kansan who wants to fight for what Kansas needs. Christy Davis is a Democratic candidate running in the Kansas U.S. Senate race. She has worked in local, state, and federal government during her political career. She decided to run for U.S. Senate because she believes Kansans deserve a senator who works hard and meet their needs.
Actually listens to hear what the needs are and works to address those. Kansans also deserve a U.S. senator who abides by the Constitution. We need somebody who will hold the executive branch to account and represent Kansans.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, Christy Davis is no Democratic socialist. In fact, Christy's got a triple asterisk next to her name. I started adding extra asterisks for when I felt even less thrilled about candidates. Christy Davis, unfortunately, not the most thrilling of candidates on our list here today, but she is the best in the race, in my opinion. Her policy set does not go far enough. Talks about affordability, bunch of triangulation and platitudes. Somehow better. Explain to me how a bunch of triangulation and platitudes are better than all of these candidates. I went through all of them, or at least I tried. I factored in everything possible, and of any candidate with any any shot at winning this right now, because I've been looking at the polls too. It is slim pickings right now. Huge field, like 10 people running. But she will undoubtedly be better than a Republican Roger Marshall, incumbent senator from Kansas, is running, almost certain to win his primary. Whether or not Christy can beat him, I don't know. But she's the best of the candidates running in that race, from what I can tell right now. All right, let's go on to a state where I have some candidates that I'm slightly more excited about. Michigan. Yeah, Michigan's got some good candidates. That is for sure. Let's start in Michigan's 1st district with Kyle Blomquist. Oh, wait. Wait. I got ahead of myself. I almost forgot. There's one more person that
I'm Ethan Corson.
Excuse me,
As your
Ethan.
senator, I've always put Kansas families first. From fighting.
You shut up. Okay, I forgot. We got one more guy. One more election here. Ethan Corson, who is running for governor in Kansas. Now, I actually don't know exactly when he announced his campaign, but this was a video from a year ago for Kansas State Senate District 7, the state government, which I believe he won and is now running for governor.
I'm Ethan Corson. As your senator, I've always put Kansas families first. From fighting for quality education and affordable health care to supporting small businesses and creating jobs.
I'm dedicated to building a stronger, more prosperous Kansas. I've cut taxes, brought new jobs to our area, and defended our freedoms against dangerous extremism. With your support, we can continue our progress.
Yeah. Oh! This one is similar. In no way am I thrilled about the policy set of Mr. Corson here. However, you got a choice. You got a choice to make in Kansas. And out of 3 choices, I don't know how, but Ethan's campaign is the best. Cindy Holscher, Kurt Skoog, Ethan Corson, they're the 3 candidates running for governor of Kansas. Here's his website, Ethan for Kansas. And he at least has endorsements from Planned Parenthood and from seemingly every union in Kansas. And I thought, okay. I looked at everybody else. He's got End Citizens United PAC. I'm for it. Like, he doesn't excite me. But he is, in fact, from what I can tell, based upon issues and endorsements, the best candidate available in the Kansas gubernatorial race. Okay? That's just look, don't shoot the messenger. But this guy's he's the best. He's the best. You should see everybody else. You got a full-on DCCC endorsed candidate in the race, okay? It's for governor. Like, there's this kind of high stakes to some degree. So, you know, it's fighting for a better Kansas, affordability, expanding opportunity, healthcare. You'll notice it doesn't say Medicare for all, although he is going to be governor, so can't exactly pass legislation in Congress for that. But suffice to say, Corson's your best bet in Kansas. By the way, I was about to announce the beginning of the Galactic content goal, and instead I'm going to announce the end. Going to announce the end of the Galactic deficit goal. Which we've just completed thanks to a very generous dono. 100 bones. $100. Mew Mew. Keep up the great news content. From an anonymous donor, AT. Thank you, AT. Incredible generosity. Boy, oh boy, does that help out. Big, big time helps. Couldn't have done it without you, Space Fams. Took us all month to complete the galactic deficit, but we finally did it.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Thanks to Space Fams like you. Could pay the bills like 2 days from now. Alright, everybody, and that also means we're not gonna have a galactic content goal for tonight. Not that you should hold back on donos. You can't just let one person fund the whole stream. So, you know, if you got an extra $1 or two, send it, StreamLord's way. Really help out. We gotta get ahead of things still. I still haven't factored in how I'm gonna pay for my taxes that I still haven't paid for, that I had to file a goddamn extension for. So that's a whole thing. I was hoping to figure out after getting remonetized. I was hoping that would happen like months ago. That still hasn't happened, and now we're waiting for me to get my act together to be able to record a video to plead to YouTube, some random YouTube reviewer. But thanks to all of your beautiful generosity, we got it all covered. At least for now. Alright, Space Sam's back. All the content. So much to think about. So much to talk about. So many races to discuss. Alright, next state. Michigan.
I want the Michigan fist.
Yes, it's Michigan time, baby. All right, people, we got points to put up on the board. So, buckle up, Space Fams. Let's start in Michigan's 1st district. Kyle Blumquist. Now, Kyle, I think, is actually probably, I don't know, one of the contenders for being one of the better candidates of the night.
Hermit_horologist just subscribed for 11 months.
Hermit Horologist with a resub on Twitch. 11 beautiful months. Thank you. Anyways, Kyle, here in Michigan's 1st, endorsed by Citizens Against APAC, Progressive Caucus, Turn Left, Unrig Washington, Indivisible, Courage Together, the People's Coalition, No One Left Behind, Traverse Indivisible, and who are these guys? The Democratic Socialists of America?
The communists.
Let's see what's up with this Kyle Blumquist guy. Head in the Office pod on YouTube 5 months
hey folks,
ago.
Today you'll be listening to a special bonus
I forgot.
episode of Head in the Office where we sat down with
settle
Kyle
down,
Blumquist, a candidate for Congress in Michigan's 1st congressional district, a district that's pretty far north and is pretty red.
Sir, I need to settle it down. Take it down a notch. Take it down a notch with your Seth MacFarlane ass face and voice. All right. Head in the Office. That's the name of this show.
joined by Kyle Blomquist, candidate for Congress in Michigan's 1st congressional district. That's way up north for our non-Michiganders. Kyle, thanks for coming on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Well, the first question I have to ask, and I say this as a lifelong Michigander, of course, this is not meant to be derisive, but the further up north you go is like you're going further down south. In America, in terms of like Confederate flags, conservatism up in the northern part of Michigan, and you've got a pretty progressive platform, Medicare for all, universal child care and parental leave, abolishing ICE and so on. So if I were to embody the mentality of a Democratic consultant, how the hell are you going to make that work?
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And that's usually a lot of people's reaction, right? Is how are you going to run on that platform there? And the reality is that me personally, I couldn't run on any other platform.
Yeah.
These are the things that I believe. And I'm hopeful that people understand that there's a deep sincerity to all the things that I'm saying, and that ultimately that's the foundation here, right?
Yes, indeed. Kyle seems very sincere about all of this shit, and all these policies, but you know what I can't get over? Am I wrong? Is this guy not look and sound like Seth MacFarlane? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I the guy? Am I the asshole? Hold on. Where did he go? Where did this kid go? Am I wrong about this guy both looking and sounding like Seth MacFarlane? No, am I? What? Hold on.
Support for Medicare for all and how.
No, am I? No, not. Doesn't sound and look like Seth MacFarlane. Am I wrong? Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for this or what?
To tell my neighbors in northern Michigan that their lives can be better and that I mean to make them better, right?
Yeah.
And too often I think that in rural America, Democrats will moderate to obscurity. They will choose a position that is somewhere between them and the GOP, and to the point where they kind of meld together, and then they're completely trying to win that race based on negative partisanship. They're trying to say my opponent is this, that, and the other thing because they are a Republican.
Yeah.
And I say this, as I don't care whether you voted Republican in the last election. What I care about is whether or not you have quality health care, or whether you have affordable housing, or whether you have living wages. And when I speak to people who would conventionally be seen as conservatives, most of them are conservatives just because they have beliefs. They have a belief system. I don't want to pretend that they don't, right? But I think that so much of it is this expectation for less. Right. And so it becomes all about individual responsibility. It becomes this bootstraps mentality, which helps us up in the Upper Peninsula in northern Michigan, because it's deeply rural, because we feel like we're isolated from the levers of power in Lansing or in DC. But I think that's also self-defeating. And so I hope that my neighbors recognize me not as a Democrat, because I've never really identified myself as a Democrat, even though I'm running for the Democratic nomination. But instead, they recognize me as the same guy that works, that shops at the same stores as them, goes to the same churches as them, goes to the same bars as them, and that we have a hell of a lot more in common than we have apart.
All right. Just gonna pull this over here now. Finally got all this together. This is Michigan's 1st congressional district that Kyle is running for here. These are his endorsements, as you can see. Like I said, DSA of Northwestern Michigan. It's got a great policy platform here. Medicare for all, no corporate or PAC money, housing first, prosperity and work, dignity and retirement. Child care and parental leave, strong public education, tuition-free higher education, democratic reform. I mean, this guy, we could go through the whole thing, but he's got it all. He has got it all. And it's a red district represented by Jack Bergman. who will most likely win his race, I think. Although I haven't been following that very closely. Kyle's got two other people he's going up against right now. Callie Barr, Wayne Stiles. So if you're in Michigan's first, up there, this is the, what do you call it, this portion of Michigan? The north and northwestern portions of Michigan. It's a huge area. It's a huge area. And I think it's like 40 plus counties or something like that. So he needs help. He needs help covering all this area. And technically, you still got like 6 days left, a little less than a week to get the word out.
Like, for those that don't know, Michigan's first district is just this enormous chunk of land. It is the entire Upper Peninsula, and I think like a third of the Lower Peninsula. It's crazy.
It's like 44% of Michigan.
Insane. It's just a math problem. Like, you can't get all over all the time.
Yeah, it's 36 counties.
Yeah.
Like, most people have to deal with like a county.
Like Rashida Tlaib's district is like a sliver of Dearborn in Detroit.
Exactly.
15-minute drive.
Yeah.
But Michigan's first is crazy big.
It's crazy big. It's crazy. You know, it's somewhat diverse in terms of just like the amount of how much isolation contributes to that. But ultimately, I think that we all have the same problems, and whether you're in Felch or you're in Florida, you have those problems. We need to start addressing those problems.
Of course.
And I hope people, more than anything, they don't see me as a Democrat, because I don't see myself as a Democrat. I don't see them as Republicans. I see them as an ally in the American working class.
Yeah.
And that we are the 90% in this country, and we need to start acting like it. We need to start throwing our weight around. And I hope that people at least understand the sincerity of which I'm approaching this.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Kyle Blumquist, thanks for coming on.
It's been great to have you.
There you go. That was the head of the office pod, a leftist pod. I think a Michigan-based pod. Speaking with Kyle Blumquist, a galactically endorsed candidate for Michigan's first district. All right, now on to the second district of Michigan. Ben Ambrose. Here speaking with 9 and 10 news. 11 hours ago. Why 9 and 10? Why not just 9 or 10? Why 9 and 10? It's confusing to me. But I'm not in charge over there.
First off, thanks for being here. I appreciate your time. And was hoping you could just tell me a bit about your background and experience, kind of why you're running for Congress here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. I appreciate being here very much. The reason that, I guess starting with my background, 6 days after I graduated from high school, I went off to the Marine Corps. And, there wasn't a whole lot of opportunities for me after high school. So I went off to the Marine Corps, where I spent the next nearly 2 decades in the United States Marine Corps Infantry on multiple combat deployments, Iraq, Afghanistan, humanitarian missions to Haiti, as well as Marine Expeditionary Unit deployments. But service was just in my blood. And integrity, commitment, and trust were the biggest aspects that really stuck out to my character, that made me want to be the best that I could be and give back to the people as much as I could. So when DOJ made the cuts that they were making, and I testified in front of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, I had decided then and there that it was time for me to actually step up and start making a difference. I always believed that if you had the ability to make a difference in the world, then you had the responsibility to make a difference in the world, and anything else was cowardice.
If you have the ability to make a difference in the world, then you have a responsibility to make in the world. And anything else is cowardice.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Well, that is according to Ben Ambrose, who, as I mentioned, is running here in Michigan's 2nd District. Here's his website, ambroseforcongress.com. Michigan's 2nd Congressional District, represented by John Molinar, Republican, unopposed. So whoever wins here, between Ben Ambrose, Jamie Hill, and Clyde Welford, we're going to take on John. Priorities: make life more fair, more affordable, strengthen schools, champion Medicare for all. Fight for those who fought for us. Veterans assistance stuff there. Protect the natural environment and keep communities safe. It's not the perfect policy platform. That's why Ben gets a little asterisk. But of the candidates here, I think he's got the things. He's got the things that we're looking for, or at least needed to get the recommendation. All right, we're making real progress here. Now Michigan's 3rd. Got Himley. What is Himley? What is Himley? That's not a word. That is not a name. Hillary Scholten, who is a Democrat incumbent. Not great, but she's running unchallenged, so we're not going to talk about that race. However, wait, did I fix this yet? Did I fucking fix this yet? Oh god, my computer is losing its shit. Where did I put it? Sorry, hold on. There was one video and we're already there. I was trying to get ahead of this. Just one video. God, I got 150 clips to go through here. That should give you a sense of how many candidates we have to talk about tonight. Look, nobody ever said democracy is easy. Okay, never forget that, Space Fams. And sometimes old pal Streamlord's organizational skills. Don't meet the moment. And I'm trying my best. But I'm not perfect. I can admit that. I'm not so proud that I can't admit such a thing. All right, Michigan's 4th, Diop Harris. Oh shit, I got these in the wrong order. This is gonna fuck me up. All right, I'm gonna have to do this. And then back one, is that gonna work? Or is it, did I fuck it up? No. One more time. Here we go. Diop Harris. Posted 3 friggin' hours ago. Diop, we're on the same wavelength right now. It's election time.
After working on Capitol Hill under Senator Sherrod Brown, I came home to Southwest Michigan to run for Congress and represent you in the 4th Congressional District. I've driven more than 40,000 miles across our 6 counties to listen to your stories this past year. Your voice has shaped the vision I'll take back with me to DC. As your congressman, I'll do 3 things. Help you when the federal government gets in your way, fight to bring our tax dollars back home, and never take corporate PAC money. These priorities set the foundation to fight every day for the issues that matter most to you, from universal health care, rising utility costs, education, housing, and the future of AI.
Universal healthcare, rising utilities, education, and the future of AI. Now, Diop here has outlasted at least two other Democratic primary challengers. It's now just him and a guy by the name of Sean McCann in the Democratic primary here. One of whom will wind up facing off against Bill Huizenga or Philip Tanis, the Republicans. Now, Bill Huizenga is the incumbent Republican here in Michigan's 4th. Whoops, I did not do this. But you look here, Michigan's 4th is way down here. Kalamazoo, Holland, and Benton Harbor. A little bit of Grand Rapids, Wyoming as well. Here's Diop's website. Endorsed by Track APAC, the People's Coalition, Unrig Washington, Progressive Caucus. Where's his platform? Fuck. There it is. People over profits, restored freedom and dignity, and rebuild Southwest Michigan. Yeah, and you can get more deep into his platform if you're interested and are in the 4th. If you are in the 4th district there in Michigan. All right, that's it on Diop Harris. We're going to skip the 5th and the 6th districts. Christian Vukasevich is the Democrat running unopposed to beat incumbent Republican, the 5th there. I can't remember his name. But Debbie Dingell is the incumbent Democrat in the 6th district. She's running unopposed as well. That one's a little unfortunate. Yeah, no primary in the 6th, but in the 7th district, we do have a primary challenge afoot. Primary race is happening. And my preferred candidate for this race is a guy by the name of William Lawrence. Oh, wait, before we do that, I just want to do this. Because if you don't think Diop's got the chops, well, he was here at this.
All right. How's everybody doing?
So Diop here was at a town hall meeting, an online town hall. Progressive Future. I forget. I can't remember. That might be the name of the organization that did this. But you'll notice because we've actually talked about some of these candidates before. You'll notice a guy by the name of Kyle Blomquist. Oh, there he is, right there. And then there's two other candidates we're going to be talking about in Michigan, Aisha Faruqi and Donovan McKinney, also here. So as you can see, at least Diop is associating himself with galactically approved candidates. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose, but we're not going to watch this town hall. It's a little chaotic, but I just figured we would take a look. Actually, maybe we'll listen to just a quick clip of this while I get my shit together for the next district.
But wow, we've got a huge crowd tonight. This is awesome. Well, you guys may not know about me. My name is Amir Carter. I run comms for Diop Harris for Congress, but we are joined with an incredible cast of people. We wanted to put this together to basically kind of showcase that there's more to Michigan than the Senate race and some of the other popular races that are happening right now. We've got a huge cast of progressive candidates right now, all hailing from multiple districts. We've got Kyle Blomquist from Michigan's 1st. We've got Diop Harris from Michigan's 4th. We got Aisha from Michigan's 11th and Donovan from Michigan's 13th, all here to introduce themselves to all of you. This is for everyone to get acclimated with these incredible, amazing candidates. And it's going to be moderated by Brandon Schneider of Working Families Party. And so I'm going to take it off to him so he can introduce himself, and then the candidates will introduce them.
Okay, that was enough time for me to get my shit together over here. Okay. Now, let's go to William Lawrence. This was his, I think this was his campaign launch video from 8 months ago. William Lawrence for Congress. Mid-Michigan forever.
Welcome to Mid-Michigan, the center of the universe. When I was living out east, I put this tattoo on my hand to remind myself where home was. And when I moved back here 8 years ago, folks said this was a pretty affordable place to live. I don't hear anyone saying that anymore. Instead, folks are wondering if they're gonna have to fight a civil war against their neighbors. My mission is to prevent that by uniting us around what we share and taking the fight to the billionaires who are dividing us so they can profit from the chaos. I'm William Lawrence, and I'm running for United States Congress. This is a seat that Democrats have to win, to flip the U.S. House in 2026. Our Congressman, Tom Barrett, he doesn't show up, he doesn't answer the phone, and he does not care about us. People around the district tell me we want someone who shows up, who listens, and who really fights. So, of course, Democratic power brokers are pushing two candidates who've never even lived here. Out of touch, elite politics is what brought us Trump and Barrett in the first place. We'll never beat them that way. We beat them by listening to our neighbors and fighting for their needs. Universal health care that covers us regardless of our job. The right to form a union so we and our coworkers can have each other's backs. Truly affordable housing where we can build a lasting home with our families. And child and senior care so we can support our families in life's most vulnerable and precious moments. Whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or just sick of it all, I will fight for you to have these fundamentals that provide for a beautiful life. And I know how to win. I founded the Sunrise Movement, which won the largest green jobs investment in United States history. I founded the Michigan Rent is Too Damn High Coalition, which has won protections for renters statewide. And with your support, I'm gonna win this election and be a representative that Mid-Michigan can always count on. Mid-Michigan forever, community first, fight the billionaires, let's win together.
Mid-Michigan forever, let's win together, says William Lawrence, who's running here in Lansing, Michigan, 7th. Mid-Michigan. Although, if you asked me, that's South Michigan, but I'm not a Michigander, so I don't really, I don't know. But here's Tom Barrett, the incumbent Republican. He's running unopposed in the primary, and it's William Lawrence, Matt Masdam, and Bridget Brink. A three-way race here. As you can see, William, endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Unbought, Michigan-made, proven leader. Yeah! It's also got a Rashida Tlaib endorsement, Ro Khanna, Track APAC, Sierra Club, SEIU, Sunrise Movement, of course, since he's apparently the founder of the Sunrise Movement. Makes perfect sense. But yeah, he's got all sorts of great endorsements, really good policy platform. He's got the full Galactic endorsement over here. And hopefully he wins in Michigan's 7th. All right, we got one more clip from William. Yeah, CBS Detroit. Local news 9 days ago.
The race is on for Michigan's 7th congressional district, which covers Clinton, Ingham, Livingston, and Shiawassee counties, as well as parts of Eaton, Genesee, and Oakland counties. Today, we're speaking with one of the candidates, Democrat William Lawrence. He's the co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, which is a climate activism organization. He's on the ballot against Democrats Bridget Brink and Matt Mosdem. You can see them here on screen. The winner on August 4th will go on to face incumbent Republican Tom Barrett there on the left. William Lawrence joins us now in studio. Thanks for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
Wonderful. So we just saw you running against two other Democrats in this
face. Did you see his face? Am I the only one that like they don't even put his name? Didn't even put his face up here on the infographic. He's just like, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
Wonderful. So we just saw you running against two other Democrats in this race and against a Republican incumbent. What do you think sets you apart from the other Democrats here?
Well, I'm the only one who has lived in the district previously. I was raised in East Lansing, live in the Lansing area, got deep roots in the 7th District. And I'm the only candidate who is focused hard on stopping these stupid wars around the world so that we can bring our money and resources home and invest in housing we can all afford, healthcare we can count on throughout our lives, and Social Security so that we can all retire.
You have a background as an activist. Can you talk about how that's prepared you to be an advocate for your district in Washington?
Sure. Well, as a young person, I was definitely concerned about the state of the world and feeling that we need better leadership in the political arena. So I've made my career working to create good jobs and lower the cost of housing for people in Michigan. I've been able to pass laws in DC, the largest investment in green jobs and infrastructure in United States history. I helped to pass, that was called the Inflation Reduction Act. And more recently, I've been able to pass bills at the state capitol in Lansing to protect tenants from eviction and lower the cost of housing by building more affordable housing. So
Yeah, William here has actually quite a record. Even though I don't get the sense many of you have heard of him, but he's got a fairly proven track record of activism and of actual results in government. And hopefully he wins this race in the 7th in Lansing, Michigan. Now on to Michigan's 10th. We got to skip the 8th and the 9th. Fortunately, no primaries in either district. Michigan's 8th represented by Kristen McDonald, incumbent Democrat, no challenger. And in the 9th district, you got a guy by the name of Ray Pooley running as a Democrat, unchallenged. Going to the general, but he's running against a Republican incumbent there. Now in the 10th district, you got a guy by the name of Tim Gremmel, who's got the Galactic recommend. Here's a clip from Tim from a month ago. Wait. Actually, let's go to Tim. Yeah.
Who delivered health care to 700,000 Michiganders? Tim Gremmel and Gretchen Whitmer. As Michigan's House Democratic leader, Gremmel worked with Whitmer, stood up to Republicans, expanded Medicaid, and raised the minimum wage. Now who can Macomb County count on to take on Trump? That's Tim Gremmel, too. In court, he took on big corporations and won. The fighter Macomb County needs is made in Michigan.
I'm Tim Gremmel, and I approve this message.
Okay, now before we listen to this clip, let's take a look at Tim's website here. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong link. There we go. Also, just want to say thank you to Cthulhu for the donation to next month's deficit. Yeah, technically, technically every dollar donated now is going to help in reducing next month's deficit, which hasn't been calculated yet. But yes, we have finally, after the entire month, completed the financing of the galactic deficit. That's been a little stressful. But that's done. And thank you. 25 bones. Really appreciate that. Here's Tim's website. Standing up for Michigan families. Tim Gremmel, I don't know how you say it. Okay. But he is endorsed by every single union, AFSCME, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, steam fitters, firefighters, pipe fitters, Amalgamated Transit Union, machinists, waterproofers, like literally local IBEW, every union you can think of, he's he's basically backed by them. Let's hear what Tim had to say here on CBS Detroit 3 weeks ago.
Well, we are just a few weeks away from Michigan's primary election, and several candidates are in the running to represent Michigan's 10th congressional district. That includes former Pontiac Mayor Tim Gremmel. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thanks for having me, Shayna. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, so let's just start with the basics. Why are you running? Why Congress, and why now?
Yeah. Well, we need proven fighters to go to Washington, D.C., stand up against Trump, restore checks and balances on the executive branch, and fight and deliver for everyday people and working families. That's been my track record my whole adult life. As a union-side labor lawyer and civil rights attorney, I took on billionaires and their right-wing allies and delivered for working families and everyday folks. And as the State House Democratic leader, I worked with Gretchen Whitmer to expand affordable health insurance to 700,000 uninsured Michiganders, to increase the minimum wage and index it to inflation for the first time ever in Michigan's history, and hold utilities accountable by increasing the renewable energy requirements in the state. And I'm ready to go to Washington and continue to fight and deliver for the people of the 10th district, just as I have in the past.
Unfortunately, Tim's website doesn't have policies. And so I've struggled to get exact details, which is why he's just a recommendation and not a full galactic endorsement. Although labor lawyer, civil rights leader, working with state government, he was elected to state government. I think he was the mayor of one of the towns in Michigan at one point. But John James is the Republican incumbent here, but has dropped out of the race apparently. And now it's four Republicans fighting for that, while Tim goes up against Eric Jung and Christina Hines. 3 other Democrats have already dropped out of the race. In fact, I think a new one has already dropped out since I last looked at this. Pretty sure last time I looked at this, there was 4 candidates. So Tim continues to hold on here. I haven't looked at the polls for this one. This is in Rochester, Michigan, Sterling Heights, Utica, Rochester Hills, East Point, Grosse Pointe, Harrison Charter Township. And if you're in any of those areas, go vote for Tim on Tuesday. All right, people. Well, democracy is continuing to happen beneath our feet. All right. Next up, a woman that we were just talking about very briefly, Aisha Faruqi, running for Congress in Michigan's 11th district. Here's her campaign announcement video from 10 months ago.
After moving to Michigan, my parents worked hard to achieve the American dream. While my mom studied, my dad worked for the automotive supply industry. We didn't have much, but we had a community that showed up for us. Teachers who paid for school supplies out of their own pocket. Neighbors who opened their homes to watch my sister and me after school. The small family business owners that employed my dad loved us like their own. I knew I wanted to help people, just like so many had helped me, so I became an attorney. I stood up for survivors of domestic violence, fought against corrupt landlords, kept our community safe as a prosecutor. And I was appointed by Governor Whitmer to help protect our children from abuse and neglect. I've seen how broken the system is, who it leaves behind. Right now, too many Michigan families are struggling to get by, with the American dream all but lost. The cost of living is sky high. Healthcare is hanging by a thread. And retirement seems out of reach, with Medicare and Social Security under attack. My name is Aisha Faruqi, and I'm running for Congress because we deserve better. We need a government that fights for the middle class, that makes it affordable to raise a family and retire with dignity, that doesn't punish people for getting sick, that makes sure every child in every zip code gets a fair shot. This is our fight, and I'm willing to take it all the way to Washington.
There you go, there's Aisha Faruqi. Now, she is in a four-way race. Sorry, I gotta do this because her website is not loading properly right now. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Here's Aisha. In Michigan's 11th. She's in a four-way race against Jeremy Moss, John Paul Torres, and Don Uford. 3 Dems have already dropped out of this primary race. And this is in fact, the former district of Haley Stevens, who is running, of course, to be the senator of Michigan, located here in Rochester, right? Rochester, Michigan. Central Oakland County. Here's her website, Aisha for Congress. She got some great endorsements. Ro Khanna, No Dem Left Behind, Citizens Against AIPAC, and Michigan Democratic Progressive Caucus. Ow, why does my heart hurt? That's no good. Anyway, she's got a really good policy platform. Gotta take it easy, Space Fams. All right, this was another CBS Detroit clip. We're gonna have a bunch of these. Actually, this might be the last one, but we've had a bunch of these, seeing as we're in Michigan. This was from 2 weeks ago.
With Haley Stevens running for Senate, Michigan's 11th congressional district is now wide open. The Democratic candidates in the race are former Wayne County prosecutor Aisha Faruqi, State Senator Jeremy Moss, Waterford School District Board Member John Paul Torres, and engineer Don Ufford. Joining us now live in studio is Aisha Faruqi. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
So you have such an interesting background, family that immigrated here from Pakistan.
Yes.
You were educated in the Detroit public school system, and you have this impressive career.
Yeah.
Can you talk about your journey and also what inspired you to have this run for Congress?
Absolutely. So family moved to the U.S. in 1993 after my mom earned a scholarship to study at the University of Detroit Mercy. And while my mom studied, my dad worked for a small family business serving the automotive supply industry. My sister and I attended Detroit public schools. During one semester, we didn't have textbooks. And my teacher, Mr. White, made copies of the lesson plans, paying out of his own pocket. And I remember even as a young child thinking, here we are in the land of opportunity. and we cannot afford textbooks. And after 5 years, my family moved to Farmington Hills, graduated from Farmington High School, go Falcons, and really was able to see the socioeconomic disparities between the two cities and thought if I'm ever in a position to give back, I will. And became an attorney because I wanted to amplify the voices of the marginalized. Stood up for survivors of domestic violence, fought against corrupt landlords. As a prosecutor, kept our community safe while making sure young people got the second chances they deserved. There were two things that really inspired me to run for this seat. One was the affordability crisis. I have worked as a legal aid attorney. I have had clients who have told me they're working multiple jobs just to feed their children, but they're going to bed hungry. This is a sad reality for a lot of parents, especially single mothers.
Yeah. We got a fucked up we got a fucked up system. Takes care of the wrong people. But Aisha wants to take care of America and Michigan. Medicare for all. Wants better education for everyone. Restore the Department of Education. Abolish ICE. And a lot of other great policies in here, including taxing the billionaires and ending the funding for Israel's genocide. Okay. Got a couple more races here to look at. In Michigan, actually, we got like 4. We got 4 more races. And this is actually where, in my opinion, things start getting more interesting. Like, not that Aisha isn't interesting, but the things really start heating up in terms of the amount of effort being spent to try and avoid having our galactically preferred candidates from getting into the general election. But Aisha's also facing a fair amount of spending against her, so vote for Aisha Faruqi in Michigan's 11th if you happen to live there. Now we got to go to Michigan's 12th, where incumbent Democrat Rashida Tlaib is facing challengers in a primary race. Yeah. Shocking the Democratic Party isn't coalescing around Rashida. Huh. Weird.
DTE bills keep going up, but the power keeps going out.
Power outages still impacting thousands in Metro Detroit.
While our Michigan families get squeezed, DTE makes record profits. In Congress, I'm taking on DTE and the big corporations because you deserve better.
Okay, let's get into this.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Okay, before we listen to Rashida Tlaib yell at Russell Vogt, who we all know deserves to be yelled at. You, for one, are shocked. Are you shocked, Aggro? Are you shocked, though? When you're saying you're shocked, and yet I don't get the sense that you're actually shocked. I feel like maybe you're not shocked, and you're lying. What would you say? Would you say that I'm reading into that, right? Anyways, you got 2 people running against Rashida Tlaib here in Michigan's 12th district. Chanel Jackson and Byron Nolan. Now the 12th district. It's here. I'm sorry. Is in Dearborn and Detroit. Michigan. All right, while we listen to Rashida yell at Russell, I'm going to pull up some other stats.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Director Vogt, is it true or false that your agency has dismissed and terminated more than 40 lawsuits and settlements against predatory companies?
These were not predatory companies.
Yeah. Are you friends with Capital One?
With Capital One, no, I don't know.
Walmart?
Nope.
Zelle?
Nope.
You reversed even settlements against Toyota, Navy Federal, Bank of America.
Would you like to know why?
Oh, sure. Because it looks like the past directors, you're getting so defensive. You're not friends with them. I wanted to make sure it wasn't personal. You're not friends with them, right? It's a direct question. Who do you work for, Director?
President of the United States.
No. You work for the people of the United States. You do not work for the president. You have legislation and laws that we pass as elected body members here. You do not work for the president. Wrong. You take an oath to the people of this country, and we pass laws that you are supposed to enforce. You do not work for the president. So that's probably why
I think the founding fathers would have a different view, Congresswoman.
Oh, I am so glad this is on record. You should be fired because you work for the people, not the president. None of us work for the president.
The president won an election.
I understand.
They put him in office.
I actually don't contest that like you all do. Now, is it true these cases and others dropped lawsuits could have returned hundreds of millions of dollars to consumers?
They could have also set terrible regulatory initiative and enforcement
I'd like to
decisions.
enter into the record, Director Vogt, a memo, Chairman, from the Protect Borrowers, the Consumer Federation of America, and Americans for Financial Reform Education Fund, because I want the American people to see all the lawsuits you filed.
Without objection,
You didn't file. You actually decided not to pursue those lawsuits. And Mr. Chair, it's important for the American people to know this. Is it true or false before 2005, CFPB only dropped one enforcement action and never terminated a settlement?
I actually don't know. What's the
answer? You don't know because you think that you work for the president. You actually don't see what the agency was created for. Why do you think the agency was created? Because of the president?
Damn, Rashida Tlaib cooking over here. Russell Vogt just getting fucking hammered. Sorry, stupid. You don't work for the president. You work for America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah. So I would like to draw everyone's attention here to this little Politico article. Wait, this is the wrong one. Shit. Hold on. Where is it? No, where is it? I guess we can read this one. But there is another one that I saw earlier. I can't find it now. Fucking hell. You know, she is great, though. All right, well, we'll read this one real quick. But a few years back, a donor illegally offered $20 million to unseat Rashida Tlaib, called a Democratic state senator by the name of Hill Harper to offer him $20 million in campaign contributions if he agreed to drop out of his state senate race and instead run a race against Rashida Tlaib. And, you know, Rashida is getting shit done. She's fairly popular in her district. And the fact that you got people trying to unseat her right here, that you don't have the DCCC, DNC getting behind her, backing her, giving her money to hold on to her seat like they would do with any other Democrat. They're working against her. They are fucking working against her. Hold on. Sorry, I'm fielding so many things over here right now. But anyway, I could have sworn I had an article. Maybe I'm mistaken. I could have sworn I saw that somebody was spending big money in this race to unseat Rashida. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, that's not it. No, I guess I'm wrong about that. Okay. But suffice to say, I'm a little pissed that she is even having to face a primary challenge right now. But she does have little wings, little galactic wings on her spreadsheet cell, seeing as she's an incumbent, which is nice to have incumbents, actual galactic endorsements on here. All right, let's go to Michigan's 13th district, where Donovan McKinney is running. Yes, I know we've talked about some of these races, including Donovan before, but we're doing them again, okay? We're doing them again. We're taking democracy seriously. Talking about all of the August races here tonight. So you better be ready for that. Okay, pals, peoples, all of you space fams. All right, this is Donovan's announcement from last year.
People across this country, and even the world, know Detroit, or they think they do. They know our music, our sports, our struggle. But what people always forget is none of this is possible without our people. This district is one of the poorest places in America, but the mighty 13th knows hard work better than anyone. It's the people who clock in generation after generation, shift after shift, that get forgotten first. Somewhere along the way, we got convinced we should settle for less from the people we.
What just happened? Oh my god. What in the fuck? What in the fuck just happened? YouTube just crashed. Come on. Come on! Is my internet down or something? What the hell is going on here? No, my internet's fine. Why is YouTube down all of a sudden? What Vote is saying, it sounds a little bit like treason to you. Everything Vote says is close. I mean, that's just good. That's just a good sense of things. What the hell is going on here? What in the heck? What in the heck is happening right now? Oh. My browser's just giving up on life. I have no idea what the problem is. My browser's just completely given. Oh, thank you. There we go. Now we're gonna do it. Great. Fantastic. That's fantastic.
Country, and even the world, know Detroit, or they think they do. They know our music, our sports, our struggle. But what people always forget is none of this is possible without our people. This district is one of the poorest places in America, but the mighty 13th knows hard work better than anyone. It's the people who clock in generation after generation, shift after shift, that get forgotten first. Somewhere along the way, we got convinced we should settle for less from the people we elect to represent us. I'm running for Congress because we deserve better. We deserve a Democratic Party that leads the fight against the billionaires robbing us blind, that stands up to corporate PACs. Our country and our children can afford nothing less. People like our Congressman, Sheree Tanadar, are the problem. A multi-millionaire who spent millions to buy a seat in Congress, who has more in common with Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Yeah, and a guy who it's got some of the weirdest fucking, just like visually jarring, like fashion choices. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a wig. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure dude wears a wig and has microbladed eyebrows. There's pictures of him with no eyebrows at one point, and then one day all of a sudden he has eyebrows. Those things are fake. Those are fake ass eyebrows. Dude with fake eyebrows, fake hair, can't just be himself. Like, just, he's got to be out here. And on top of that, yeah, multi-millionaire. And on top of that, he just keeps taking corporate money all the time. And he's honestly never, I don't think there's ever been anything Sheree Tanadar has ever done or said that I've watched on this channel to compliment.
WSNT_me gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me with the gifted subs on Twitch. 5 beautiful subs. Wasn't me. I think it was you gifting to Messy Jesse. Wicked Money. Aggro. Plain Balaclava. And Animation. So incredibly generous. Could only be you. Was it me?
Than people like us. I was born next to smokestacks. We moved 13 times as a kid. Sometimes it was an apartment, sometimes it was a family member's house, sometimes it was even our own car. But wherever it was, my mom and grandma made sure it felt like home. I spent my life trying to give back to help. This is our future, and the choice is ours. I'm Donovan McKinney, and I'm running for Congress to take back this seat for us, always with the people.
Yes, indeed. And Donovan here is once again looking to unseat Democrat Sheree Tanadar here, incumbent Dem. Two-way race now. Last time we checked on this, there were a few more candidates in here. Donovan has been fading all of the competition. Hype train. Hype train, let's go. Hype level 2. Level 2 hype train. Already, can we get to level 3? That is now the question at hand. Wake up by saying, Donovan has faded all the competition. 6 other challengers who have now dropped out of the race. It's just him. Sheree Tanadar. He needs your vote. Here in Michigan's 13th. I clicked the wrong thing here. In Detroit. Southeastern Detroit, whatever you call this region. And here's Donovan's website. Always with the people. Endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Rashida Tlaib, and Stephen Horsford. Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Summer Lee, and Latifah Simon. I mean, what a winning... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, there's more. Abdul El Sayed, Dr. Adam Hamawi, Malat Kiros, Chris Robb. Shall I go on? Shall I continue going through all of the people here endorsing this guy? I mean, it's all the stars. But of course, then you got all of the PACs and organizations. SEIU Michigan, AFSCME Michigan, Justice Democrats, UAW, Michigan AFL-CIO, Metro Detroit, Democrat Socialists of America, Sunrise Movement. I mean, look at them all. Everybody endorses this guy. Everybody endorses Donovan, okay? Just write that down. And if you're in Michigan's 13th, vote for this guy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So hot right now.
So hot. So very hot right now. Well, that was the last House race. But that's where things heat up even more. Next up, Michigan's open Senate seat. Primary of epic proportions going on here. A debate happening earlier this week.
Look, I told you at the outset that my opponent was going to make this race about me and her. But this is about you. This is about whether or not you deserve a politics of the people, by the people, and for the people, or of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. In an effort to talk about civility, I just took another attack. And I just want you to ask yourself, what is it that you deserve from your politics now? Do you deserve a politician more focused on their opponent because they want to be in a seat? Or do you deserve a politics where we're all asking, how do we actually serve you best? Because that's what I'm focused on here in this debate and been focused on for this entire 15-month campaign that we've been running on.
You didn't call me an ogre.
No, again, for the record, it was Mr. Fetterman that was apparently called an ogre in the call, not you. However,
you did not call me an ogre. I am not an ogre, okay? I'm a non-ogre, normal voice having person. I don't know why everybody is giving me shit.
Yeah. What was I about to say? I was about to say something just now. I can't remember now. I feel like I was about to thank a chatter for something or point out a message, a chat or something. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, it's killing me. There's so many beautiful... Oh, that's what it was. God damn it. Yeah, there we go. I was going to mention that we had a minute and some odd seconds left for the hype train to get to level 3. And I blanked. On the thing I was supposed to say. Couldn't remember what it was. And unfortunately, hype train is now over. Completed at level 2. 50%. Still, though, not bad. When you think about it, not bad. 50% level 2. I'll take it. We're still very early on in the stream right now. 2 hours in. Okay, back to Michigan. We need more Michigan fist.
I want the Michigan fist!
I do want to get to some audience questions as well. It's time to take questions from our studio audience. We want to remind you that we are to just scan the QR code on your screen.
What the fuck? They're being honest. They're being honest. What is happening? Oh my God! I've never seen anything like this. The bar is so fucking unbelievably low for local media. These guys are.
Well, Hassan having a breakdown. Watching local media fact check candidates live. In the debate between Michigan Senate candidates Abdul El Sayed and Haley Stevens. Local media pole vaulting over the incredibly low bar. Doing actual live fact checks. Actually, he didn't call you an ogre. Nope, he didn't call you an ogre. That's true. But you do have a stupid voice. I'm saying it. Now, yesterday, a couple days after the debate, this one's so sweet. Oh God. 6th district representative, or 12th district? Which district? I think it's 6th. Debbie Dingell of Michigan. A woman who's going unchallenged. Like I was saying before, I'm disappointed by that. She's not my favorite Democrat. In fact, she's on the bottom tier of Democrats, which takes some effort, I think. And Debbie had this to say on Face the Nation yesterday. Regarding Michigan Senate primary results. Here's the takeout with
Welcome
Major
back to
Garrett.
Takeout. A quick check of your calendar. Less than 1 week away from the very closely watched, some might say obsessively watched, Democratic Senate primary in Michigan between Haley Stevens and Abdul El Sayed. Joining us now to discuss this and a lot more Michigan stuff, Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Congresswoman, always great to have you on the show. I know you're not endorsing in the Senate Democratic primary. That's your right. But can the party, do you think, whatever the outcome, come back together and keep this seat in Democratic hands because it's being handed off by Gary Peters, who's not seeking re-election?
Good afternoon. It's always good to see you. I like it better when we're talking restaurants, but this is what I'm going to say to you, Garrett. We have no choice. We have to come together. And the energy that you are seeing in this primary is people that know that we have got to stand up to what we have seen happen in Washington since President Trump became president. So I'm not going to say that the day after the election isn't going to have intense emotional feelings, but we are all going to have to come together to keep this Senate seat Democratic.
Wow.
You know Dearborn a lot better than I.
Wow, wow, wow. So this is from a little over a day ago. Debbie Dingell, a Dino Dem, out here saying, whatever happens, we're going to have to come together and get behind whoever wins in the primary. I wonder why she'd be out here saying something like that. Oh, maybe because the writing is finally on the wall. We've been watching the polls in this. Abdul El Sayed has continued to go up and up and up in the polls in the aggregate. And as of 13 hours ago, the latest poll, a whopping 15-point lead for Abdul El Sayed. WLNS 6 News.
6 News is your local election headquarters, and this morning we have results from an exclusive poll that sheds new light on the Democratic race for Michigan's U.S. Senate seat. The poll by Emerson College shows Abdul El Sayed with a 15-point lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens, 54 to 39%, while only 6% were undecided.
Yeah. I'm not sure which side I want to put it on more. I don't know which one I like more. I don't know if I like looking at Haley Stevens at 39% more, or if I like looking at Abdul El Sayed at 54%. They're both really fun to look at. You know, you gotta pick. I'm going with that. Look at this. Look at the deviation in the latest polls. Ooh, no, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, there was a slight convergence on the numbers after Mallory McMorrow had dropped out. You know, in the days following, Haley had picked up some ground, gained some ground in the race. And she has lost it, and she has lost it big. This might be the biggest gap between them on the aggregate since this all began. Look at it. It's over 10 points. It's over 11-point gap. 11.3% gap on the aggregate of polls. Not one poll. This is the 50+1 aggregate graph that's tracking all of the polls at once, right? More and more people are making up their mind, as you can see. And and finding out that McMorrow is out of this thing, right? McMorrow is now down to 3.9%. For a while, people still thought McMorrow was in the race, even though she wasn't. But look at this. It's done. It's over. Every single poll now, and the last 6 polls on 50+1 have El Sayed up between 10 and 16 points. I hate to get ahead of myself here, but he's got this in the bag. I think he might have this in the bag. Abdul making an appearance on Fox 47 News, I think a local Michigan station. Fox 47 doing a full candidate profile. Posted 7 hours ago.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Ava Moshet. I'm sitting here today with Abdul El Sayed. He's a candidate to become the next senator, U.S. Senate, running against Haley Stevens in this race. Thank you so much for sitting down with me for today.
Ava, I'm honored to be here.
Okay, now, as you can see, I do have a list of questions. These are the same questions I'm asking to everybody in this respective race. That's just for consistency and fairness. So we'll dive into your perspectives on some policy issues. But first, can you just introduce yourself to our viewers? Tell us why you're running for U.S. Senate.
Yeah, I never intended to run for office. I'm a doctor by training. I went to medical school to learn how to heal and realized that our healthcare system was too often part of the problem. So I went into public health. I rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We thought outside the box about what public health can do. We put glasses on kids' faces for free, took on big corporate polluters, eliminated medical debt, put Narcan in vending machines for free. And I'm never going to forget sitting in my office the day that the administration froze federal funds. It's also the day that Senator Peters decided to announce that he was retiring. And I had to ask myself, where's the fight for the public's health now? If I were to be elected, I'd be the first ever public health official elected to the U.S. Senate, first Democratic doctor since 1969. And so I'm running to do 3 things. I want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. We've been to 110 different cities, 475 public events. And no matter where I go,
3 monies from Abdul El Sayed.
Democratic doctor since 1969. And so I'm running to do 3 things. I want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
Get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. Heck yeah. Abdul El Sayed. Man, I wasn't sure if he'd be able to do it, but now we're freaking 5 days out from the election. He's up 15 points in practically every single poll now coming out. Haley Stevens is rapidly dwindling in the polls. And it's quite clear. You got establishment Dems like Debbie Dingell coming out and saying we're going to have no choice but to get behind the Michigan Senate primary winner. They see the writing on the wall, and they're coming to accept it. Fox 47's like, maybe we should do a sit-down interview with Abdul El Sayed all of a sudden. Everybody is coming to accept that you cannot beat the ideas that Abdul El Sayed represents, the ones that we here have been supporting across all of these different races, with money. Oh, and they've been trying so hard. Oh my God. $60 million spent for Haley Stevens. I wonder how many kids we could have fed with that, or how many races in the midterms the Democrats could have funded with that. Seems deeply irresponsible to fight so hard against, messaging that clearly resonates with the voters so much. You can feel the arc of history bending slowly but surely towards justice.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Been to 110 different cities, 475 public events. And no matter where I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford a second bag of groceries or pay your rent or ever believe you could own a home. And we're working to take that challenge on. We are so grateful for the 10,000 volunteers who are knocking nearly $10,000 a day. And we are really, really grateful for the support that we've earned up and down the state.
Thank you for that introduction. Okay, now talking about your past and current experiences, like you already have a little bit, can you tell us why you're running for U.S. Senate rather than, say, a state-level office?
Yeah, well, look, we're in a position right now where the Trump administration is wreaking havoc on some of the most important things that people need every day. I mean, we're dodging lettuce and dodging air quality. That feels a lot more like spending summers in Egypt where my family immigrated.
It's true. We're all dodging lettuce. The other day, I thought about buying a sandwich for myself and was like, wait, can't have lettuce. Can't have lettuce. What's the point of a sandwich without lettuce? I just went home and ate my tears.
From that it does spending summers in the United States of America. And that has everything to do with the gutting of our basic public health infrastructure. I was in my office the day they froze federal funds, and I think we could use a public health senator right about now, given all that RFK Jr. and Donald Trump are up to. But it's also because I think our public policy at the federal level has lost sight of what really matters for voters. It's not about where the Democratic Party is or what some wannabe kingmakers think in Washington, D.C. It's about whether or not we can afford the basic things in our life. And I think we need a senator who's going to go up and fight for working people, who's going to fight to guarantee us health care, who's going to make sure that our government is working for us rather than for the big corporations and the special interests who too often dominate our politics.
The thing that I think I realized that they are so worried about with him is that I don't think there's any question. I don't think you can feasibly question in any way the commitment of Abdul El Sayed to Palestinian human rights. He literally went as a doctor to Palestine, right? Like, he's fairly committed. And you can't, I think they've known from the very beginning there was no wiggle room on that at all. He's running for Senate. It's a huge race, and they're like, we're just aiming all of the money cannons at this fucking race, $60 million. And yet they didn't hit the target. Or they did, and it didn't do anything. However you want to see it. All right, a little bit more from Abdul. But we can't just talk about this one race. We got so many other races, and honestly, a fuck ton of really good candidates. I am really excited to bring you the list of candidates that I have for these races upcoming. Oh, I'm trying to look through them. Missouri's got some good ones. That's for sure. Washington, I think, has got a couple of good ones in there. But even so, the red states, shockingly, had some very good candidates. I was surprised. You know, Tennessee's got a few good ones in there. You got Minnesota, of course. Florida, though. A bunch of good candidates there to talk about today. And actually, I've gotten through my whole list, aside from the Senate and governor's races, for the September races. I'm feeling good. Like, I didn't get as much work done as I would have liked to this July, probably because I've still been so stressed out. Since we just never got remonetized, I was really hoping we go into July, late July here, and we'd have it all solved. In my mind, that's what was going to happen. As you all know, that's not what's come to fruition yet. Still have to make this stupid video plea to YouTube. Do a little video begging to get the remonetization back. Argue for myself. Honestly, that's the thing I'm worst at, is advocating for myself. It annoys me. I don't know what it is, but it is annoying to me, and I don't like doing it. Something about it feels vaguely narcissistic, but also like a waste of time, because I inherently know that what I've done is not wrong. You know what I mean? Like, there's multiple factors in here that piss me off, like that I have to spend the time to defend myself. That's bothersome. There's don't get me started. I got me started, but still, don't get me started.
A lot of jobs, and that's the direction we need to go.
Okay. Immigration now. Federal immigration enforcement has become a major flashpoint in Michigan. What is your position on the future of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and how do you believe federal immigration authorities should coordinate with local Michigan law enforcement?
Well, so long as you have an agency that is rogue and does not follow the Constitution, there should be no coordination. I believe we need to abolish ICE. We can have a safe, secure southern border. We can even enforce immigration policy, but not at the cost of the Constitution itself. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. I went to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I saw for myself what was happening. They were laying siege to a city on the northern border, telling us that this is somehow about the border. It's not. This is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. We can do a lot better than ICE. I think we need to abolish ICE, start from scratch, enforce our immigration policies in a way that is targeted and tactical without laying siege to whole communities or showing up to a preschool or a school or shooting people in the front of the face or the back of the head, while also securing our southern border.
This is my last question for you, Abdul. We know that Michigan is a critical swing state. When it comes to highly polarized national issues, like some of the ones we just discussed here, how do you intend to represent all Michiganders, regardless of their political affiliation?
Same way that I've done the entire campaign. I actually go places and talk to folk. Been to 110 cities, 475 public events. I will crisscross the state, listen to people and understand. And the policies that we are promoting are not red or blue. They're not Democrat or Republican. They're common sense solutions to big problems that people face. If you are paying too much at the grocery aisle, maybe we can stop these companies from colluding on you for prices. If you are worried about your wages or losing your job and getting it automated or offshored, maybe we actually owe you the right to a union. If you don't have health care, maybe we can guarantee you health care. Not that hard, right? And so I just think you have to get past the special interests that have bought and sold politicians for far too long to actually return a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, so that we can put money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
Oh yeah. And of course, Abdul is endorsed. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I'm fine. Endorsed by everyone. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Chris Van Hollen, Ed Markey, Tina Smith, AOC, Ro Khanna, Rashida Tlaib, Pramila Jayapal, Summer Lee, Maxwell Frost, Ilhan Omar, Delia Ramirez, Ana Lilia Mejia, Bonnie Watson, Adelita Grijalva, Ayanna Bresley, Latifah Steinman, Greg Kazar, Jamal Bowman, Brad Lander, Chris Robb, Adam Hamawi, all the best, all the brightest. All the brightest, most beautiful Max Left Faces, Sunrise Movement, and Citizens United, all of these groups. We already know what's happening here. Abdul, it's almost certainly going to win. If you're in Michigan, you're probably planning to vote for him, the Democratic primary. The polls are telling me that. I'm excited about it. Just don't forget to vote if you haven't already. I think the early voting is. I think you can still early vote right now. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. Check Google. Check with your local voting offices. I think it's possible. I know they're going to end it at some point. Maybe I think it might be this weekend that it ends. I can't remember. Oh. It's the All-Star team. Exactly. It's the goddamn All-Stars. Wait, that's just the wrong order. Whatever. Okay, one more race left in Michigan before we leave for Missouri. We gotta talk about the governor's race real quickly. And the galactically preferred candidate for this race is a woman by the name of Jocelyn Benson. Now, apparently, Jocelyn is also a Michigan election official, or was. 6 months ago, she went on to Face the Nation, talk about the threats against election officials coming from the Trump administration.
Welcome back to The Takeout. According to reporting from the Wall Street Journal, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is leading the Trump administration's efforts to look into the 2020 presidential election. We should note, no credible evidence has been presented in court or elsewhere that anything improper with that election occurred. Gabbard took part in the FBI's raid at the Fulton County Elections Operations Center earlier this week. And earlier today, I spoke with Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson on that and other Trump administration actions related to elections.
She's Secretary of State.
A lot of news in your space this week. Not in Michigan, but Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah.
And you're here for the National Association of Secretaries of State. As I understand it, later today, the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, all due to talk to Secretaries of State across the country. Try to evaluate those two things for me, if you can.
Okay. Actually, I'll let her respond. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, I mean, it really reinforces what we've seen unfolding since the 2020 election, which is that we continue to be in the middle of a battle over the future of our democracy, over the future of our rights and freedoms. And it's a battle that's increasingly, it's made it increasingly clear as things unfold in Minnesota as well, how critical state officials are to standing up to lies, to threats, to the misuse and abuse of authority at the federal level, and do so to stand up in furtherance of the truth of the law and to protect the voices, the votes, the safety of the residents and citizens in our respective cities and states. So I'm proud to have always been that official who will do that, but now more than ever, we need all states officials, regardless of your political background, regardless of your party affiliation, to just stand up to the threats, the lies, all designed, ultimately, I think, not just to dismantle democracy and all that we talk about in this battle, but to make us feel small, like a...
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's Jocelyn Benson speaking very strongly on the threats being levied by the Trump administration against elections officials. As an elections official, as Secretary of State of Michigan, using her position to speak to other elections officials across the country. Remind them not to let the president intimidate them. Now, Jocelyn here is in a two-way race in the Democratic primary for governor. Started off with 6 different candidates, been whittled down to 2, her and a guy by the name of Chris Swanson. I think she's the best candidate out of the 2 of them. Neither of them are perfect. They are statewide. They are state officials, let's not forget, not federal officials. They won't be going to Congress. They'll be, in the case of this race, dealing with Michigan and only Michigan. Some of her endorsements here. Let's see. You can see she's got a shitload of workers' unions, right? Like labor unions. SEIU, UAW, AFL-CIO, LIUNA, UFCW, Teamsters, multiple chapters of the Teamsters here, like five of them. Nurses union, steelworkers union, bunch of state, national organizations as well. And suffice to say, I think she's the best candidate out of the 2. So vote Jocelyn for governor in Michigan if you happen to be in the state. That's my opinion, at least. She's got the galactic recommend. Now, let's talk about that campaign of hers. This time, CBS Detroit. Local news from 6 hours ago. Jocelyn talking about her gubernatorial run.
Welcome back to CBS News. Detroit at 4 for the first time since 2018. Michigan voters will select a new governor as Governor Gretchen Whitmer has reached her term limits. Michigan's gubernatorial primary has 2 Democratic candidates, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. And there are also 2 candidates over on the Republican side, Congressman John James and businessman.
You see what I mean here? We don't have to go through both policy pages. You can kind of just look at their pictures and go, yeah, I think she's the right pick. Granted, I did go through their policy pages. I do think she's the right pick. But, I mean, she's got a normal picture, and you got this guy frowning at you in a fucking police chief uniform. It's pretty easy. It's like, yeah, she seems friendlier.
Harry Johnson. The winner of each party's primary will face one another in November. We want to note both Mike Cox and Eric Nesbitt have dropped from the race, but their names are still on the ballot. Our election coverage continues today for you as we are joined by Democratic primary candidate, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Thanks for your time this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
How are you feeling just being in crunch time? We're 5 days out.
Well, first of all, I'm really excited because over 1 million people have already voted in our primary.
Wow, over 1 million people have already voted as of earlier today in Michigan. Holy cow. Still got 5 days until the election. Must be that's a lot of early votes. Good God. There's always more hype trains. Ah, good point, Omega. Always more hype trains. Never forget. Always more hype trains. Oh, wait, I'm just realizing that's her talking. I'm an idiot. I'm like looking at her straight in the face, and I don't realize it's her. Look, listen, I'm trying my best.
They're paying attention. They want to be a part of choosing the next leaders of the state and defining our future, which is as important to me as well, not just as a candidate for governor, but also as a mom of a 10-year-old little boy, and knowing that everything we do over the next decade will define his future and it will define his childhood. And so for me, this moment is not, it's brilliant. It's been an honor to be seeking the Democratic Party's nomination for governor with a vision of how we can reduce costs, grow our economy, protect people and our rights and freedoms, while also preparing Michigan to be the best place in the nation for our loved ones to call home.
Well, there you go. A perfect soundbite. Jocelyn Benson running for governor in Michigan. She's got the GNN recommend for Tuesday. Or if you can still get in there and early vote, you got to look it up. I still don't know. And we're moving on from Michigan, so I don't have time. Also, by the way, 2.5 hours into the stream, if you haven't already, hit that follow button, and while you're at it, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Bell icon, like button. All really helps out, and if you are enjoying the stream, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Your contributions are what allow me to continue doing the stream. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, or something like that. And literally every dollar helps out. Seeing as we continue to grow, we're at like 3,500 followers and or subscribers across YouTube and Twitch. If each person contributed like 50 cents a day, not a day, a month, not a day. If people contributed like 50 cents a month, that would be basically what is needed to keep the Galactic News Network funded. Think about that. Spare change in your junk drawer, in your car's drink holder, in your couch pocket. That's all it takes. It's just a team effort. It's really all it is. Just remembering to give that 50 cents. Maybe just round to $1. Probably just easier. I'm just saying, you know? I'm just saying. All right. Missouri. Let's do it. Now we got a reverse of previous. We got a second episode in a battle for Missouri's 1st district, currently represented by one Wesley Bell, a dude who received millions from AIPAC, J Street, other pro-Israel donors to unseat Cori Bush in the, I think, the last primary here. But Cori Bush, suffice to say, she's not giving up.
Never give up, never surrender.
And she's waging a primary challenge against Wesley now, here in 2026. Fox 2, St. Louis, 23 hours ago on the story.
Fox 2 is your local election headquarters, and Fox 2's Andy Banker is tracking down the candidates in the top races in the August 4th Missouri primaries, just 6 days away. One of the most heated races is the Democratic race for Congress from St. Louis. Here's Andy with Congressman Wesley Bell and his opponent, former Congresswoman Cori Bush.
It's Bush versus Bell, the rematch. This race begins where their first clash left off, the 2024 primary, which Bell won comfortably, but not sizably.
Our, once again, past and future Congresswoman Cori Bush.
As promised, Bush, the former two-term Congresswoman, has run a spirited challenge to reclaim the seat, hitting Bell on the slow-paced federal response to the deadly May 16, 2025 tornado that ravaged St. Louis.
When we needed him to actually deliver for disaster recovery funding, when we needed him to stand up against Trump's deportation regime, when we needed him to call for the end of wars and genocide overseas. Instead, we feel the absence of a person in D.C. actually representing us.
We've gotten over $200 million and counting allocated to the St. Louis region thus far. Now, it's not enough, but we're
trying. Okay, Wesley. Thank you. Now, whoopsies. How did this happen? Why do I have this one open here, but this one open over this doesn't make any sense. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Be better. Space Vamps. Now, of course, the winner of this race will almost certainly be going in this deep blue district in Missouri. Wesley is the incumbent here in St. Louis. On this side of the river, if you will. 5-way race. I get the sense this is all to create noise, to make it harder for Cori to take over. I don't know. It's conspiratorial thinking, but that's just how I'm thinking about this particular race. I don't think I'm crazy for thinking it. Not even close. I don't think I even need the hat for this fucking theory. I think it's very likely. Point is Cori deserves this. She never deserved to lose in the first place, and hopefully we can get enough people out there between now and election day to make sure that she gets elected and back in office. The office that she never deserved to lose. We're not even going to go over a goddamn policy platform. It's Cori Bush. Fuck this Wesley guy. He snuck in on a fucking multi-million-dollar fucking raft. A piece of dookie, if you will.
Toilet. 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 Toilets at Flushing.
Go fuck yourself, Wesley. All right. One more clip before we move on to Missouri 2nd. The majority reply. With Emma Vigilant.
We are back, and we are joined now by Cori Bush, former U.S. representative and candidate for Congress in Missouri's 1st Congressional District. Cori, welcome to the show. It's great to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course. So, you know, we just had Jamal Bowman on the show last week, and he was about to get on a plane to head to see you to support your candidacy. And we spoke about your race a little bit because obviously before Thomas Massey was ousted by this deluge of AIPAC money in his primary, your race and Bowman's race were the two most expensive congressional primaries in history. And that was in large part due to AIPAC spending around $9 million in your race. And in total at the time in 2024, there was over 15.
It is crazy to think just how much more desperate these forces are in this primary election cycle than they were back 2 years ago against, was it 2 or 4 years, however many years ago it was, I think it was 2 against Cori Bush. It's crazy. It's crazy. That is fucking crazy, dude. They spent $9 million on hers, although it's a House seat, so I guess technically slightly less power there. But like 50, 60 million on Abdul right now, 10 million on her the last time around. I don't know how much Wesley's raised this go. I should look that up.
$1 in outside spending. If you could just reflect on the 2024 race and why you chose to kind of just immediately jump back in the fray and have this rematch with the Israel lobby.
2024 was tough. It was tough on so many levels because, after introducing the Ceasefire Now resolution with my dear sister, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, people who were our friends, our allies, people who we have been in solidarity with for a long time, a lot of them turned on us, didn't want to talk to us. We even heard from the White House, that we were disgraceful or that our effort was disgraceful and repugnant. And so people just disconnected. And so we felt that on the ground as well. And so the ads just made it even worse. It was, people were believing the ads. People were confused by the ads, especially when you put $15 million into a Midwest media market and you flood the airwaves with it. And it's misinformation, disinformation, lies, distortions that never once mentioned the real agenda. So it was tough. It was tough. It was the toughest race I had ever been through, and probably the toughest one that I had ever seen anybody else that I know go through. But I will say this, it built me up. And it made me ready for this fight that we're in right now. The one thing it did not do was silence me. It didn't shut me up. It didn't push me into a corner. It didn't make me change my positions. All it did was push me even further into my beliefs. And because what I understand is that this egregious push to get me out of the way really impacted my community, really impacted St. Louis. So someone who knows how to go after the federal dollars for the community, that's willing to sleep on the steps of the Capitol to make sure that that families have homes, someone who is, who will speak out against atrocities and human rights violations, that does not have to poll for moral clarity, somebody that leads from the front and does not have to ask for permission. St. Louis.
Exactly. And that's who Cori Bush is. I think someone is actively suppressing the search engine, the Google search results for Wesley Bell's Open Secrets profile summary. This is wild. Oh my God, I had to find it through the AI. They're totally doing it. Oh my God, they're totally fucking doing it, dude. Oh my God, somebody is spending money suppressing the candidate profile for Wesley Bell on Open Secrets. Holy shit. They don't want us to know where all of the money is coming from for his current race. Suffice to say, I don't even need to see. But that is fascinating. That's not accidental. That is not accidental. Individual Open Secrets donors pop up too with Wesley Bell, but not his profile. not the candidate profile that summarizes all of the different. Oh, wow. That is nefarious. That is nefarious, dude. Yeah. I hate the world that we live in where money grants access and power and the ability to do shit like that. Oh, just chuck some money at the SEO and force up in the search results a bunch of other shit and force this down. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, it's deeply annoying to me. And I dropped my feet. Oh shit, my multi-cushion system is all fucked up. There we go. This is why I need this is why I have a new mic stand. I have to sit on multiple cushions because I can't get the perfect angle and height for, like, I have a drum stand for my microphone rather than a regular podcaster mic setup, propped up on a stack of books and the portable 1,000-watt lithium ion battery. Like, that is my mic stand. I should put a picture of it on the Patreon or something for the most dedicated space fams. It's a disaster. It's a fucking disaster. Cushion collapse imminent. Honestly, part of the problem is that the trash Amazon seating implement that I use, the cushion is busted. So I have to put my own cushions on top of it to make up for the lack of actual functional cushion left. It's a real shit show. This is why I've added a microphone to the throne. And seeing as we've completed the galactic deficit, now a great time for people to peruse the throne, a great place to buy me different items. All sorts of cool stuff. Stuff that helps me in different ways. Drinks, like the tea that I drink all the time. Snacks. And much, much more. Link in my YouTube bio and Twitch bio. Both bios. Alright, I don't know why I'm talking about that. Oh, right, because my fucking cushion situation was collapsing. Alright, moving it along to Missouri's 2nd District, where the galactically recommended candidate Joan Von Dross is in a 3-way race to be the person to try to unseat incumbent Republican Ann Wagner, who's currently got her own 5-way race to contend with. Let's start here. Von Dross for Congress 5 months ago.
And one of the things that's important to remember is that this is a bold campaign. This is a first-time candidate. And in order to do that, then we are going to have to all gather together. Everyone's going to have to think, what role do you want to play to turn things around?
And Leslie is a teacher. She's a planner. You don't go into a classroom without a plan. And she always has a plan for what is going to happen next and what she's going to do. So I trust that she could be the kind of representative and dear friend that she has been all these years. But I think she could do the job that Ann Wagner couldn't do in a million years. And I don't think many of our representatives are doing that.
I feel like it's my town. I've been here my whole life. So I'm a little possessive about the region, and I want to represent it, and I want to represent you. As your representative, it isn't my story that matters, it's your story. It's how these policies are impacting your life, your neighbors, the people you love, the future of this country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Okay, Missouri 2nd Congressional District, here on the west side of St. Louis, very rural for most of the district. 85% white, 5% Asian, 3% black, 3% Hispanic, and 4% 2 or more races. Oh boy. Anyway, Joan Von Dross here, up against two dudes, Timothy Belash and Frederick Wellman. Here's her page, VonDrossForCongress.us. Start with the endorsements. Mostly local people endorsing her, it would seem. No big unions or anything like that I could find. But here is the issues here. Build economic opportunity for all. Take back all of the tariffs. Return schools to educational excellence. Increase access to affordable quality health care. Develop a comprehensive bipartisan plan to move the country towards Medicare for all.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Strengthen our representative democracy. Create a safe and equitable food supply. Expand SNAP benefits. Restore the FDA. Honestly, she's got a very in-depth policy platform. You can go through all of it. Each set of policies has subsets and other things you can go through. We're not going to do that. Unfortunately, she does not have, what I could tell, any real foreign policy prescriptions on here. That led me to give her the Galactic recommend rather than the full endorse. But I still think she's quite good. I think like, on the domestic front, I think she's really, really good. Like other things maybe I would have liked to see in there, yeah. But compared to, especially compared to her competition, these two old white dudes, Timothy and Fred suck. They certainly suck a lot more than Joan does. So I think she deserves your vote in Missouri's 2nd District if you happen to live there. Okay, one more clip from Joan from 4 days ago.
Insurance companies put profits first. Joan Von Dross puts you first. As a 2-time cancer survivor, Joan knows every family deserves quality, affordable health care. That's why she's fighting for Medicare for all, so every American can get the care they need when they need it, without insurance companies standing in the way. As your representative in Congress, Joan will always put Missouri families before insurance companies.
I'm Joan Von Dross, and I approve this message. Every American deserves quality, affordable health care.
There you go. Joan Von Dross, running for Congress. Missouri's 2nd District. I think she deserves your vote. I think she'll be the best representation that you can get out of this particular democratic process in 2026. All right, on to Missouri's 3rd District. Now, this one's quite rural. Basically wrapping around the district that Jones fighting to take over. It's like a weird horseshoe shape, as you can see here. A little tiny piece, I think, of what might be St. Louis, although I don't know the region well enough to say for sure, but mostly just the middle of nowhere. This is the 2nd District, right? Right here, this is Joan, where Joan's trying to win. This is where Tommy Holstein is looking for your vote. Here he is now. From yesterday.
The average donation to my campaign is $40. Not 40,000, not even 400. $40. Hi, my name is Tommy Holstein. I'm running for Congress in Missouri's 3rd Congressional District. I'm running to pass Medicare for all, invest in public education, take on big tech, AI, and data centers, and get corruption out of our politics. If any of that sounds good to you, we're running a purely grassroots campaign. We don't accept any corporate PAC money. There are no billionaires waiting for a favor. Crypto is not going to tell us to launch a meme coin or anything. I believe something kind of crazy. I think that our reps should represent us.
What? What you drum about?
What you talking about, Tommy? That's crazy talk. You're saying crazy things to me right now. Well, here's Tommy's website. Vote. I'm sorry, HolsteinForMO.org. And this is sorry, I should go to this. This is the front of his page. Policies. Policy priorities. He's got 4 pillars. The Holstein 4 pillars to success. 1, an economy that works for all of us. 2, better schools and more educational opportunities. 3, a lower cost of living. And 4, a fair deal on AI data centers and big tech. Yes, indeed. He's also got... wants Medicare for all. He wants to vote no on Amendment 4 in Missouri and Amendment 5. If you know about it, you know about it in Missouri. Okay. Now, we're not going to leave Missouri yet. Let's go to Kansas City, Missouri. Who better to help us with the galactically endorsed candidate for Missouri's 4th, Kansas City? Who would be the best? Somebody help me in the chat. Remind me, who would be a good podcast? Kansas City. There's got to be somebody out there. Ah! That's right. A Casa del Vanguard. The Vanguardians. Silly. Billy. The Van Boys.
Gavin, you're back. We've got Hartzell Gray joining us, candidate for Missouri's 4th Congressional District. We're going to talk about gerrymandering. We're going to talk about how great Kansas City is and why everybody should come and check it out. And it's going to be a good time. Do you have anything to add before we get Hartzell in here?
Super excited to chat with Hartzell. As you guys know, we don't do a ton of
interviews these days with candidates, politicians. We did that a lot in the past, but we decided to make an exception for Hartzell Gray, who's running here in the Kansas City area. He's endorsed by the local DSA, the KC DSA. He's endorsed by the KC Sunrise Movement. He's endorsed by Ro Khanna and Nina Turner. And all of that is pretty exciting. It's not often that we get to interview a local candidate running as a serious progressive, a serious socialist.
Yes, indeed. Okay. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this Casa del Vanguard clip. Get some some of these takes from Hartzell. Okay, why is my browser being an idiot?
Hearing from our folks. I'm not saying nothing. We all know that we deserve the best. And so we should all be free and fed. And so when I am talking to our folks, and we talk about an urban and rural divide, I don't believe that's a real thing. Now, absolutely, we got to be intentional with our folks because everyone deserves to have that attention and to be told they are pretty. But to say that we are in different sorts of boxes and bubbles is just not true. It's counterproductive. And our campaign is love and liberation. Now, we ain't passive. We dissent on the offensive, not on the defensive. But when I talk about universal health care, when I talk about a guaranteed job that pays a union protected living wage, at least $25 an hour, when I talk about guaranteed social housing, when I talk about divesting and defunding from the war machine, when I talk about taxing the rich and taxing billionaires out of existence, and then the back end of that is redistributing that wealth, which we should not be afraid to say, that to me is also dissent, right? And it is dissent, but not on the back foot. And all of these things we can have. I am talking to folks in all parts of the districts that are saying tax the rich. I got soccer dads, I got wine moms, I got grandma and auntie, I got the neighbor next door who are saying this shit ain't right. And we need to, like I said, fulfill on the promises of the American promise. Let me get Star Spangled Awesome real quick, but it's not because of the stars and stripes. It is because of the radical American promise. I consider myself a son of a Black radical tradition. I was born into this struggle, but that Black radical tradition is not limited to my cousins. It is a working class coalition, which is what the Black radical tradition has always been. It's radical tradition. In fact, if we go even to the Declaration of Independence, which Black folks, which slaves in bondage did look to, which folks like Frederick Douglass looked to. We got the 4th of July coming up. What to the slave is the 4th of July. Frederick Douglass went in. I mean, everybody was catching strays. But he finished that speech by saying, I end where I begin, which was on hope, right? He went from saying, do you bring me here to mock me, to say, wait a minute, I started this thing on hope because we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We got life. Here we are. It's not a religious thing. It's, it's an awakening. We got a bunch of woke folks. What are we going to do?
Woke folks. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to look at this race a little bit. Here's Missouri's 4th congressional district. As you can see, it's on the west side of Missouri. On the other side of the state, this district, southeast of Kansas City, currently represented by one Republican, Mark Alford. Now, this is a very red district, although it has voted for some people. Here's one. In 2018, they voted Galloway, I think, to be comptroller or something like that. No, auditor. But Hartzell's got his work cut out for him. 7-way race. Mark here up against, he will almost certainly win there, but Hartzell's got his work cut out for him. 6 other people he's going up against. Here is his website. As was mentioned, endorsed by Kansas City DSA, Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, Progressive Democrats of America, Citizens Against AIPAC, Kansas City Sunrise, Progressive Victory, Recuas Unidos, and yeah, Young Progressive Democrats of America. He's got the bona fides, if you will, the bona fides. Thank you, Vanguard Boys, Silly, Billy, Zach, Gav. If you're listening, I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Okay. I'm going to work on getting us ready for Missouri's 6th district here. We're skipping the 5th district. Incumbent Democrat Emmanuel Cleaver running without a challenger, going straight to the general. But here's one more clip from Hartzell Gray.
So we chose...
Right. Got these right? Yep, I think so.
We get all the sandwich stuff for the kids' lunch. They don't like turkey anymore.
Yeah, I know.
What about the bananas?
Yeah, I got them too. But, honey,
What?
you're gonna have to put those eggs back.
They don't like eggs anymore?
No, they like eggs, but we have to set that $7 aside for killing Palestinians.
What? I mean, don't we give
Uh-oh,
Israel
what
$4
now?
billion a year anyways?
Yeah, and now we're giving them another $26 billion. Do you know how much that is per American taxpayer?
No.
It's like $85 per person. Apparently, it's costing us a lot of money to drop bombs on Gaza.
It's terrible. Yeah. Don't they get universal health care too?
Yeah, they do. We're paying for that too, probably. Might as well put the bananas back.
Why the f do we have to pay for all of this?
Don't cuss at me.
AIPAC tried to buy him off. But Hartzell Gray will never put the interests of any foreign government over our own.
That's a great ad. That's a top tier ad right there. In fact, I feel like he's just like, honestly, this isn't just a good ad for Hartzell Gray. I feel like you end this clip like it's 1 minute and 10 seconds. You just cut it off right here and you just add in someone else's name in the crew, because this thing applies to basically this is a piece of performance art right here. Jesus Christ. Wow. It's impressive. Really, really impressive stuff. All right, there you go. Hartzell Gray running in Missouri's 4th. Get your votes in, Missouri. Kansas City. Get them in now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, to Missouri's 6th district. Josh Smead. My galactically preferred recommended. It's got the galactic recommend, folks. Who do I think the Dems should run in 28?
Government shutdown. We're kind of coming up on the longest ever. Right now it's a...
We're not talking 2028 tonight. We're doing 2026. We'll talk about 2028 November 4th. When's the election again? In like 3 months. Like no, like two months in a week. And I'll start talking about 2028. Okay? I don't give a shit about 28. And 28 doesn't exist right now, okay? 2028? It's like 2 years from now. What do you want me to think about that? Yeah.
Longest ever. Both of the longest shutdowns of all time now have happened under this president. Go figure, because they're really just incapable of governing. The House is on recess right now too, so that means they're not doing anything. The rest of us, you and me, we're working. We still have to work. These guys are not doing anything. There's no committee hearings. There's no actions happening. There's no subpoenas happening. There's basically, our government is not currently functioning. Meanwhile, they've managed to spend an additional $1 trillion on the national debt in the last 2 months. I don't even know how that's possible, especially considering the government's been closed a good bit of that time.
Okay. Hold on. All right, here is Josh's website. Actually, I should go to this one first. I don't know why I'm doing this out of order. It just makes more sense to approach it from this direction, in my opinion. All right, here is the district. Missouri 6th. It's the top. This is the top portion of Missouri there. Represented by Sam Graves, a Republican dickbag. Josh here, running in the three-way race. Hit between him, Scott Pondelick, and Matthew Levine. It's got a fairly good platform. It's not as great as I might like, but it's also a very, very red district in a red state of Missouri. He wants to strengthen Medicaid and respect LGBTQ rights and unions, workers' rights, labor, and stuff like that. Abortion, pro-abortion. And also, pro-renewable energy.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Hey everybody, Josh Mead here. So I'm actually in the northwest corner of the state right now, Nottoway County. And as you can see behind me, there are hundreds of wind turbines in this portion of the state. In Missouri, here in the northwest corner, we generate about 10% of the electricity used by the state right up here with these hundreds of turbines. So, and interestingly enough too, in 2008, Rockport was the first city in America that was run entirely on wind power. There's a lot of misconceptions too about wind. For example, people tend to say that it's bad for the environment. People say that you know, it makes a funny noise, that it
killing the
impacts people's
birds.
quality of life living nearby. We just talked with a homeowner near here. He barely notices it. A lot of the misconceptions, I think, are fake news about, you know, how turbines work. Last time I checked, a turbine has not exploded in the Gulf of Mexico.
Last time, yeah, I don't think that, yeah, I think he's right. Even if it did, I don't think it'd be nearly as dangerous as having an oil tanker blow up. Fake news. Fake news, windmills are safe.
A turbine has not crashed into the coast of Alaska and caused, you know, massive environmental issues. Wind turbines have no emissions whatsoever. You can recycle the blades and the materials and use them for construction, concrete additives, things like that. And frankly, right now, we need to lower utility costs. We're too dependent on fossil fuels. We're too dependent on coal. And things like this can be expanded and grown. We just need support from the government. We need support from Congress to be able to diversify our energy production.
There you go, Josh Mead, the galactically recommended candidate in District 6, Missouri. Looking to diversify Missouri's energy production. Some more windmills. Seems smart, and I think he is the best pick out of the three individuals running in this race. Now, we're skipping Missouri 7th. There you have Missy Hesketh, who's running unchallenged in the Democratic primary. There were other people running, I think, if I recall correctly, but dropped out. So now she's going to the general to face Republican challenger Dickbag McRacist Head. I don't remember who was running there. Now, yes, Missouri's 8th district, you got a two-way race in the Democratic primary between two dudes. Frank Barnett's and the galactically recommended candidate Chris Reichard. Here's KY3 News, Springfield, Missouri. 7 days ago, on this August primary in House District 8.
Welcome back. Missouri's primary election day now 2 weeks away. Before you cast your ballot, we're giving you a chance to hear some of the things from the candidates. Today we're taking a closer look at the 8th Congressional District. District 8 covers southern and southeast Missouri, all the way from Cape Girardeau to Rolla and then over to central Missouri. Earlier, we spoke with one of the Republicans. Now the Democrats facing off in this race are Frank Barnett and Chris Reichard. Our question today
is it Reichard? Whatever it is, Reichard. This is the guy galactically approved for this primary race. This is the unapproved Dickbag. Dickbag? Good. Bad? Yay. Okay, here is Chris's website here. Chris Reichard for U.S. Representative of Missouri 8. Stand with the workers, honor the veterans, end the endless wars. Get big money out of politics and defend our rights. He's got an endorsement from his dad, which is great. Whoever that is. Support working families. Back pro-labor bills like the PRO Act. Address trade, tariffs, and cuts from DOGE. Secure affordable health care access, whether it's Medicare for all or Medicaid support in the fight to keep rural facilities open. Don't let labels like progressive divide us. Progressive issues are working class issues. Stronger unions, lower family costs, and politicians who put people first. Oopsies. Okay. Now, to the candidate. Where is he? Where's Mr. Reichard? Yes, here he is.
Yeah, how I would like to address the price of groceries and gas is to first, we need to end the conflict with Iran and get our trade and tariff restored to what it was prior to this administration, because it is hurting people's pockets. And we are the poorest district in the state. It is not helping anybody out.
I think that one of the main areas there and the reasons that we've seen the increases that we have has become a lot of the reasons behind that is the tariff situation that we have and the willy-nilly implications of that, how they addressed them, how the administration proposed those. And there's really, that in itself has increased the costs across the board. Everyone should understand that the tariffs are paid by them. So whenever you go to the grocery store or whenever.
Okay, we don't need to hear from Frank. Okay, sorry, I got distracted trying to do multiple things over here. I am multitasking like a fiend right now. Every time, I don't know if you've figured it out, but every single time that I switch between one video and the next, Like while I'm watching one video, I'm actively getting ready for the next. And like opening up everybody's pages and the district information, the race information, all of this stuff. And hopefully I'm keeping it fairly seamless, but it's difficult. It's difficult to keep it at the right pace right now. All right, let's move on to the next race. The next state, in fact. I don't even have a video for the next guy, unfortunately. Kind of a bummer. Washington's first district. And I'm behind. I should have been moving faster than this on this one. Should have been prepared for this. The transition between Missouri and Washington. Washington's first. Sammy, good to see you. Oh man, I hope everything's good in France right now with you. No lurking, you must be. You're allowed to lurk, it's fine. Don't let M tell you that you can't lurk. You're allowed to lurk. I prefer it over you just leaving. Lurking is the acceptable middle ground between actually chatting. Okay. Let's start here. Washington's first congressional district. Oh, big time blue district out here in the Pacific Northwest, currently represented by Dino Dem Susan Del Bean. Big time contested race right now in Washington. Oh, almost forgot. Washington does jungle primaries. They do nonpartisan primaries. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all on the same ballot this Tuesday. And for Washington, I will try my best if I can recall, but beyond first place, do not quote me on any of this. I'm going to just do my best to remember who was second and third type of thing, but I didn't have the energy to try and quantify each race because it's Washington has these nonpartisan ranked choice voting primaries, which I think are great, but having to come up with extra candidates for you all, I'm sorry, but that's a little much. One candidate per is all I can guarantee. Hunter Gordon, as you see here, is my preferred candidate in this 7-way race. Here's his website. electhunter.com. Make billionaires illegal.
Illegal.
Rebuild the middle class. Pass universal health care. Make living affordable. Abolish ICE. End support for genocide. And break up the tech monopolies. Guy's got the full galactic endorse over here. Although I wish he had a better social media profile. But he's proudly endorsed. Whoopsies. Go back. Don't be a dick. You can't hear? Everybody should be able to hear. Although there's no other sound but me talking right now. As you can see, endorsed by a bunch of great groups: Progressive Voters Network, APAC, Progressive Victory. Sorry, not APAC. Not APAC, Track APAC. Not APAC. He's not endorsed by Citizens Against APAC Corruption, aka Track APAC. Citizens Impeachment. You get the idea. That would have been awkward. That would have been awkward. APAC backed. That would be been a real departure from everybody else I've endorsed up to this point. Unfortunately, I don't even have a video for Hunter. I don't know if it's me or if it's Hunter's social media presence, but really lacking. I struggled to find a YouTube channel for the guy, or any sort of social media presence. Okay, stop. Why am I doing this? Stop doing that shit. Sorry, I'm skipping around right now. Okay, yes, Washington's 2nd congressional district is up next. We have a race in every single district in Washington. This on this in this state is pretty crazy. Serious democracy happening. Not a single person going unchallenged, including incumbents. Oh, so much democracy. It hurts. All right, Washington's 2nd galactically endorsed candidate, Devin Hermanson. From last year. Devin's going to tell us why you should vote him into Congress. Hopefully. If I can get this video to play.
Come on!
No, don't do that. I swear to God, I'm going to slap you.
Okay, the data centers.
No, you don't. Wrong fuck. There you go. Oh, everything's fine.
Devin Hermanson has an energy and a hope. He looks at the world with awe and as an opportunity for great change.
I'm betting on a revolution of compassion and justice. There are people instead of corporations and the wealthy.
He has the energy to make change happen.
But more importantly, what I learned from him is hope. He's always been somebody who's been hopeful and inclusive.
Hope is contagious. It absolutely is.
He has the most integrity of anybody I know. And he cares about people regardless if you're in his family or if you're a stranger.
To me, it's because nobody else has been saying this in the way that it needs to be said. Also, the bottom line is to fight for friggin' democracy right now.
We have Democrats, including the incumbent in this race, who don't seem to understand the fight.
Devin is a real wake-up call to so many of us. It's like, wow, this is who we need right now in Congress.
My name is Devin Hermanson. I'm running
Immediately, if not sooner.
Vote. Thank you for being heroes of hope. I'm running for Congress.
Okay, well, that's Devin Hermanson running for Washington's 2nd congressional district, which is up here in Northwest Washington. Way up here. Which I guess includes what? Bellingham and, like, Bellevue? Bellingham, Snohomish, the King-Snohomish County line. Very rural region up here. But it is represented by a Democrat, incumbent Rick Larson, up against 4 different people. Devin, in my opinion, the best of the 4 in this race. Here's his webpage. Yeah. Issues. Why does he have a picture of the Statue of Liberty up here, dude? You're in Washington, sir. I should just let you know that. Protect democracy. Tackle court reform. Medicare for all. Make the rich pay their fair share. Green New Deal. Whoopsies. Green New Deal. Women's rights and abortion. It's a passionate activist for women's rights, apparently. No support for the genocidal war criminals. And all funding for Israel. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not
It
sooner.
says that right there. Okay, it doesn't say immediately, if not sooner, but it does say immediately. Real close. Real close. So as you can see, these are the reasons why Devin here is getting the full galactic endorse with a policy platform like that. By the way, he also wants to start doing pilot universal basic income programs. Yeah. Right. Want to put money in your pocket, America. He wants to put some money in your pocket, America. If you haven't been convinced yet, here's one more clip from Devin. Also from a year ago. Talking about how voting for moderates is in fact dangerous.
Hey everybody, this is Devin, and it's election day. And I want to talk about an email I got from a guy who said that he really wanted to vote for me, but he felt like it was safer to vote for the moderate, which is Rick Larson in this election. And it's just not true. It's not safer. In fact, it's the opposite. And here's a good example of why. This tweet was sent out by Hillary Clinton a while ago, and it shows the projections of CO2 levels on what a new Biden administration would have looked like. Of course, that's not happening now. Or a new Trump administration. I think the point of this was that Joe Biden, his policies on climate would save us. But as you can see, it's not even close. This third line is the story. This line is where we need to be to preserve our planet. Yes, let's say that again. This is where we need to be to preserve our planet. It's hard to even say that. The ramifications of that sentence are so immense.
If I'm heading towards a brick wall in a car at 90 miles an hour, and you tell me you can fix it, so I only hit that wall at 70 miles an hour, I'm having a hard time celebrating that as a big win.
Dude, I'm burning you down. That's the path that moderate Democrats have us on. Joe Biden wanted to do much more on the environment, but he was held back by moderate Democrats in the Senate. Same thing could happen in the House. The point is that while we have corporate-funded politicians in office, like Rick Larson, who has been almost entirely funded by corporations and the wealthy his entire career, we're not going to get the significant change we need. And when you're in crisis, you don't need moderate solutions. The crisis calls for bold action. That's what progressives are pushing. That's what I'm ready to do in office. I'm asking you to send me and other progressives like me to Congress so we can fight for you and get this work done.
Yeah, love that kind of talk. Immediately, if not sooner, Devin. Let's make it happen. All right, Space Fams. We're making some progress through the states here. How many states down are we? 1, 2, 3 states down. Third district in our fourth state of the night. Oh my God. How long is this going to take me? Am I going to be... I don't know if I've thought this through. I'm just doing the math right now. Have I thought this through? 1, 2, 3. This many. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Oh. Oh no. This is gonna be a long stream. Oh, it's gonna be a long stream, Space Fams. Wow, CyberGig. This guy fucking sucks. Wow. I'm sorry to hear your disapproval. I recommend you go look at the other candidates if you think that guy sucks. Oh, buckle up for Rick Larson, Thomas Scheel, and Edwin Feeler. Those guys are deeply terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Unless you mean me. Do you mean I suck? Are you talking about me? You saying that I suck? Or both of us suck? Everybody sucks? Who sucks? It's a very general comment. You're really not directing the sucking at anybody. It's confusing. I think it's confusing everybody. Really. I think everyone's confused. A little specificity would be nice. When you think about it. Well, apparently your Earth ballots are out in Washington. According to the next galactically preferred candidate in Washington's 3rd Congressional District, Brett Henrick. Here he is 7 hours ago with an update on the election.
Hey everybody, Brent Henrich running for Congress here in the 3rd. Ballots are out. Make sure you open them, get them filled out. Don't forget to sign them. Get them returned. Ballots need to be back Tuesday, August 4th by 8 p.m. in the red box, or need to be postmarked if you put them in the blue box. So make sure you mail them early.
Get those ballots in, folks. You got till Tuesday for the red boxes. Honestly, you're gambling at this point. Putting it in the mail. But there are drop boxes. It's a good public service announcement here from Brent. I think I've been calling him Brett. It's Brent. Brent Henrich. Henrich? What did he say? Brett Henrich. Here's his website. It's not the most thrilling website I've ever seen, but it is a website. Oh, before we do this, I forgot. We should do what I've been doing this whole time. I just keep screwing up. All right, Washington's 3rd Congressional District. Here's Wikipedia with the map. This is Mary Gluesenkamp Perez's district on the southern border of the state. Right here along Portland, along the border of Portland, of Oregon. Represented by one Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. Ah, oh, she's terrible. She really is bad. As you can see, super crazy freaking field here. You got like 10 people running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. You got 9 people running for this district. 3 Republicans, 1 from the Cascade Party, 1 from the Independent Party, and 4 Democrats. Once again, remember, it's jungle primaries here. Citizens Against APAC Corruption, though, endorse Brent Henrich. So do College Dems for Washington. Citizens Impeachment. Progressive Victory. And a bunch of other peeps. And on the issues, wants universal health care, accountable government and oversight, investment in education and child care, and taxing the rich to make them pay their fair share. He's pro-choice. Wants to fight the housing crisis and regulate AI. Support unions and the working class. End the foreign wars. Gun reform. Equality for all. Read more if you're in Washington's third. But a couple more clips from... why did I just call him... I wanted to call him Justin just now. A couple more clips from Brent here a couple months ago. I think some sort of rally? Maybe like a No Kings protest? I would guess.
As a community, we cannot turn a blind eye to this crisis. We must work together to expand shelter options, invest in support services, and advocate for policies that address the root cause of homelessness. Criminalization is not the solution. These individuals are already facing difficulties, and imposing fines and threatening jail only worsens their situation, which is unhelpful and inhumane. Destroying their tents, throwing away their belongings does nothing to solve the problem. We cannot fall into cruelty just because it makes us feel like we're doing something.
Yeah. You see what I mean about Brent? He's a sleeper, you know? He's like a sleeper. Like, just like on optics, like he doesn't appear to be all that woke, and then he starts talking and you're like, "Oh yeah, I'm into that." I'm into that. Let's absolutely treat homeless people like human beings and not criminalize them and not destroy their only housing in the world, and then be like, "Hey, good luck out there. Hope you get a bed at a fucking shelter." But Brent's not done.
ICE is a disease that is driving through with reckless abandon. The agents have demonstrated again and again they do not know how to restrain themselves or even act with an ounce of dignity. This behavior is deeply embedded within the system itself. From what I've witnessed, it's clear that ICE agents act with little regard for oversight or accountability, doing what they want, when they want, regardless of the impact on our community.
Okay, perfect. You just tried to donate to a bunch of candidates, but all roads led to Act Blue. Did you just get scammed? No. Act Blue is a legitimate... is a legitimate, what do you call it? There's a word for this, and I can't think of what it is. But it's like an organization that helps political candidates, specifically Democratic candidates running in Democratic elections, to facilitate transactions and funds, stuff like that. They're legit. That's not a scam. I can see how you would be perhaps reticent or concerned, but no, you should be good. Fairly certain they just facilitate it. Yeah, a lot of people use Act Blue. Okay. Now on to Washington's 4th District. Whoops, I was already on the TV. I just realized we were on. Oh my god. That's my bad, everybody. I was just sitting here like a dick. Center. Sort of central Washington here. It's like the middle strip. It's like the, what flavor's in the middle? There's like the strawberry in a Neapolitan ice cream. You know? the middle strip of Washington here. Very large Hispanic population, apparently. 40% Hispanic, 50% white. Currently represented by Republican Dan Newhouse. Tons of people running here. Another like 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you see the work that I have to go through? At least, I mean, I don't research like the Republicans. I don't research too many of the independent candidates. But still, like, you go through some of these races. Oh, God. So much effort. Anyways, John Doreski is the galactically recommended candidate. Here is a clip from his channel 9 months ago at a No Kings rally in Kennewick, Washington.
I'm just going to provide a couple of quick videos and some pictures from the No Kings protest on Saturday. It was really great meeting all of you, and I hope to meet all of you and hear from all of you again soon. Thank you.
John Doreski, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Let's send Dan Newhouse home, shall we?
Boy, I tell you what, that guy has abdicated his responsibility so badly.
He really has.
He showed us that he has some kind of moral center when he voted, to indict. But geez, he's just like drunk the Kool-Aid. I mean, I don't care what he is in private. It's how he behaves. He's being painted with the same brushstrokes as everybody else when he goes along with it.
Yes, he is.
So, yeah, I'll support you. Let me sign it. Well, I'm following you on Facebook.
Now, he's basically the only Democratic candidate, so I'm not going to spend too much time on John here. He doesn't have any, like, huge endorsements, nor does he have anything too radical on his website. It's actually very middle of the road. It's what I would describe as fairly status quo Democratic politics. But I figure we talk about him really quickly since it's a different sort of situation, because it's still a primary, even though he's the only Democrat running in the race. You see what I'm saying? So he's got the recommend. He's not a full endorse. Like, it's fine. But really, anything like a status quo Democratic politics, which continues to be dragged to the left, would be great in replacement of fucking Dan Newhouse. That'd be nice. Okay. Moving it along to Washington's 5th district. Kevin Fagan. He's the galactically recommended candidate. It's also lacking a full endorsement, but it's honestly, it's complicated. We'll get to that. Here's Kevin 2 weeks ago. By a creek.
We need a national moratorium on data center development. Around the country, data centers are being built with malicious disregard for the people and the environment. Here in Eastern Washington, we have to protect our limited water and energy resources. We should be investing in clean energy that brings our energy bills down, not subsidizing data centers so Microsoft and Meta can profit even more. We need a representative that puts communities before corporations. My name is Kevin Fagan, and I'm running for Congress in Washington's 5th Congressional District.
Okay, there's Kevin. There's a bunch of people running in this race. Only one Republican, and that is a Republican incumbent, Michael Baumgartner. You got like 10 people running? Hold on. This is getting in my way. Stop this. There we go. Oh my God, there's so many people running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people. You got a dozen people running in Washington's 5th district here. 5 independents, 5 Democrats. Wait, 6 Democrats and 1 incumbent Republican. You see what I mean? You see what I mean about trying to go through all of these candidates? It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. This is Washington's 5th district. Oh, shit. I forgot to click it. Eastern Washington. The chocolate in the Neapolitan, if you will. As far east as you can go. And this is the wrong fucking website. This is totally John Doreski's website. Please hold. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my very best. That clip was too quick, okay? Got a quick clip, and it's making my life difficult. Anyway, here's Kevin. Healthcare for us, not for profit.
Zuckerbucks.
Affordability at scale, housing, transportation, and energy. We need to deploy and build shovel-ready, clean, affordable energy, as well as invest in next-gen energy technologies to power our future. Restore trust in Congress and insider trading. End insider trading. Why can't I say the word trading? End insider trading. Closing the revolving door. Enacting term limits. Overturning Citizens United. Prioritizing the Palouse. Israel's committing a genocide, plain and simple. Climate crisis is here. I mean, he's got great policies. The only thing I worry about here with Kevin is he does seem really, really young. Like, super duper young. I want to think that he can do this. He's got a great website. He hasn't taken any corporate PAC money. And honestly, I hope he wins. I don't know how old he is, but he looks like he's in his like early 20s. And I don't know. I've seen another clip of him where he got asked a fairly simple question and kind of struggled with I don't know. Like, I don't think that he has any like bad intentions. I just think he's green. I think he's green, and that is all that I have concern on. But of course, Washington, you get multiple votes, so chuck him in there at least. And it is Eastern Washington after all, so he's going to be an improvement over whatever his name is, Baumgartner, whoever's in charge there. I can't remember which fucking Republican's in there. But as you all know, Space Fams, I got to give you a recommendation every primary. Otherwise, I'm going to feel like I haven't done my job. It's my job to ensure that you know who to vote for, or at least who I think you should vote for in your respective districts and such. Now, to Washington's 6th. Where shock of shocks, a galactically approved. Wait, what happened to my fucking window? What is going on here? What? Did I close it? What? This is Chrome. I don't want this one. What have I done? No, that's not it. What am I doing? Okay, chat, I fucked up somehow. Somehow, like, I closed out a window I've been using this whole time. I have no idea why I would do that. Shit. What was I saying? Alright, I'm just gonna redo whatever I was just doing. We're going to Washington 6th District, where we have a galactically approved, recommended, endorsed candidate, an incumbent, a galactic incumbent candidate who's having to defend in a primary. Shock of shocks. Sorry, I fucked up. So, I'm trying to pull up a window here. Wait. 5th? Did I say 5th or 6th? 6th. 6th. If I said 5th, it was 6th. 6th District. Emily Randall. Here's Team Emily 2 years ago in her original run for Congress back in 2024.
I'm Emily Randall, and I used to work at Planned Parenthood until he was elected. I had to do more to defend our rights. So I ran for state senate against a MAGA Republican that no one thought we could beat, and won. We passed some of the strongest abortion protections in the country.
Emily Randall for Congress, the only Democrat endorsed by Planned Parenthood and all these Democrats.
Oh.
I approve this message because he's back, and
He is back. Emily's right. She's a woman who's proven that she can beat a Republican in a red district. Fairly rural part of Washington here. On the other side of Puget Sound. On the Olympic Peninsula. The Kitsap Peninsula. And most of the city of Tacoma. Here, Emily Randall is the incumbent. She's the only Democrat running, but she's got at least 4 other people up against her. Independent, a no-party preference, a Republican, and a Trump Republican Party guy who looks like he's literally doing a crime in his Ballotpedia profile picture. Yeah, I think that she's the obvious candidate, obvious choice here. We have to go through her policy prescriptions, but if you're in Washington 6, I definitely recommend Emily. One more clip. Right? Yeah. One more clip from 7 months ago. Emily in Congress speaking here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Randall.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here listening to the remarks on the floor, and I, have to admit that I find myself torn between heartbroken tears and the urge to, throw something, which I will not do because I am a professional human being. But I have to wonder how many actual trans people and the families of trans kids anyone on the other side of the aisle knows. How many conversations anyone has had with parents who are staying up late, worried about whether that night is the night that their child is going to take their life because they feel so unsupported and so unloved and are taking in the hatred from the floor of the House of Representatives. The kids and the parents in my community live their lives in terror, and they have it the best because Washington State is a place where we have fought to protect healthcare access for LGBTQ kids and trans kids. We have fought to ensure that every young person has the ability to make healthcare decisions that are right for them in consultation with their parents and their doctors. And it is true medically directed care in consultation with a doctor. The American people have told us over and over and over that they don't want politicians in the doctor's office. They don't want politicians making decisions about what kind of medical care that they can access, but that is what is happening right now.
There you go, a quick glimpse into Emily's time as a congresswoman. Making an impassioned speech about access to gender-affirming care. Am I close to you in Washington? No. Well, I'm in low Earth orbit right now, but back down on Earth, I'm on the East Coast, so... near. No, I'm not. Okay. Moving on. India's races, making some serious progress here. Almost 4 hours into the stream.
So hot right now.
Good God. Almost 4 hours into the stream. We're only 4 states in. I'm doing a terrible job. Wait, how many actuals? Wait, I just realized I don't actually have to do Massachusetts or New Hampshire or Rhode Island or Delaware. Okay, that means that after this I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God. How? How do I have 10 more states to do? We've done 4, right? It's been 1 state, 1 hour per state. We're almost done with Washington. And I've got 9 states left. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Oh God, I've set myself up for some serious failure. I guess I'm just going to be streaming until the majority report tomorrow. I know I haven't completed Washington yet. I'm not saying it's completed. I'm saying it's nearly completed. Almost complete. We still got a few more races left to do. Thanks for reminding me. All right, Washington's 7th district. Up next. This one is in the Seattle area. Most of Seattle, Burien. Lake Forest Park, Shoreline, and Normandy Park. Currently represented by someone you're probably familiar with. Pramila Jayapal, who was speaking here 13 days ago at Pete Hegseth's House testimony. I think it's Ways and Means Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this bill. It is remarkable to me that as gas and grocery prices go up because of this continued illegal war in Iran, as Americans pay tens of thousands of dollars for health care because Republicans destroyed any semblance of health care with their big bad betrayal bill and cuts to the ACA subsidies, as Donald Trump enriched himself last year to the tune of $2.2 billion while fleecing Americans of their hard-earned money, what are we spending time on? Once again, on targeting young trans people who make up less than 0.5% of the population. I would ask the majority, why are you spending so much time manufacturing a culture war targeting a group of young people who make up less than 0.5% of the population? Is it perhaps because you want to fear-monger about them so that you distract people from the daily troubles that they have of keeping a roof over their head and paying for their health care and groceries? Is it because you literally have no productive proposals to make life better for the American people? Is it because you want to distract attention away once again from the fact that ICE just killed 2 people in Texas and in Maine because Republicans refuse to hold them accountable and are spending $170 billion on these agencies instead of Americans' health care? Or maybe you're trying to distract from Donald Trump refusing to sign into law the most significant bipartisan bill in a generation to invest in housing. Yes, you heard me right. It was passed into law by big bipartisan majorities in both the House and the Senate, but Donald Trump refused to sign the bill because he says affordability is a, quote, hoax. Tell that to the American people who are struggling to afford rent or buy a home. Let me be very clear. Trans people have always and will always exist. Republicans will try to negate the urgency of gender-affirming care by cherry-picking extreme examples of people who regret care. A review of gender-affirming care for transgender youth conducted by the Utah legislature found that, quote, there is virtually no regret associated with receiving treatments. And that is why nearly every major medical association recognizes the importance of gender-affirming care for young trans people and have standards in place to ensure that this care can be provided responsibly. What is true is that for most trans youth, care simply comes in the form of puberty-pausing medications after close consultation with youth, their parents, and their medical providers. These medications have been prescribed safely for both non-transgender and transgender children for decades. Trans patients use them at exactly the same doses and for exactly the same outcomes as their non-transgender counterparts. Now, just an hour ago, the Secretary of Forever Wars, Pete Hegseth, said that they are going to provide hormone therapy for male service members who don't have enough testosterone. This, by the way, is gender-affirming care. And by the way, male...
This is gender-affirming care. Yes, Familia Jayapal is correct. Now, Camilla's not perfect. She's not terrible. And she's certainly better than all 3 other candidates in this race. It's a 4-way race. 2 Democrats, her and a woman by the name of Gwen Kirkland. I didn't really find her campaign all that compelling. But yeah, here's the district. Here's the race. Gonna move it on. Vote Pramila if you're in Washington's 7th. That's my recommendation to you. All right, now to Washington's 8th district. We're just going down the list, people. Continuing to go down the list. We got a 6-way race. 4 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And 1 incumbent by the name of Kim Schreier, who is not my favorite person. I was really kind of hoping Kim would have a good primary opponent. She does not. She does not. And we're not going to spend too much time on Kim. She's not my favorite representative. She could be better. That's what I'm saying. And see, she's sort of east of Seattle, not really Seattle. Eastern King County, Pierce, and Snohomish counties, East Wenatchee, and Douglas counties. Sammamish and Issaquah. Sort of a purple district going back and forth. Obama. But then a bunch of Republicans in there too. Kamala Harris. They're doing some weird shit over here in Washington's 8th. So I'm afraid Kim is kind of the best you're gonna do in a place like this for now. Till we pull the good old Overton window further to the left. That is.
That is one empty chair. It's where our congressman should be, explaining how it is that he's voted with Donald Trump nearly 90% of the time, or how he voted for Trump's first health care bill, the one that would have threatened coverage for up to 70,000 people across our district.
Oh, right. I forgot. This was, I should have said, this was Kim Schreier's congressional announcement run 8 years ago. So she's been in Congress for 8 years now, since 2018, I think. 2019? Something like that. No. 2017? I can't do the math.
It would have allowed insurers to discriminate against people with a pre-existing condition, like my own. I was 16 when I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. I remember thinking that night, how's this going to affect my life? I spent so much time in doctors' offices, I knew them inside out.
Oh, it's very sad, Kim. I'm sad. Okay. There you have it. Kim Schreier. Dr. Kim Schreier. Running to be reelected. She will almost certainly win this thing, from what I can tell. I think she's got it in the bag. She's an incumbent. She's been there for nearly a decade. I don't think this place is going to change. I don't think this place is going to suddenly change and go voting for someone else. Could be wrong. It's just my sense of things. All right, now on to Washington's 9th Congressional District, where one woman with a galactic endorsement is up against 4 others. Oh my god, Kashama Sawant is running in this? Jesus Christ. Haven't heard that name for a minute. I'm just realizing that she's in this. How did I not notice that? How did I not notice that she's in this? You might as well chuck her on the ballot too. It's wow. How did I not notice this? I looked past her because she was running as an independent. I was like, I just completely looked over this. You know what? Wow. I don't know how many votes you get on your ballot in Washington, but there's like 3 decent candidates here. At least ideologically speaking. On the ballot, all trying to knock out Democratic incumbent Adam Smith, who has been in this seat for 30 freaking years. Assumed office January 3rd, 1997. If he wins again, he will be his 30th freaking year. Or 31st year. Am I doing that right? I think it's the 31st year. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Gotta get somebody in here. Now I'm second guessing what I've been thinking this whole time. But honestly, it's fine because it's up to you, Space Fams. You got multiple slots on your ballot, ranked choice, open primary. But the Democrat running in this race, who I'm recommending people vote for, the only Democratic challenger to Adam Smith, Melissa Chowdhury. This is her husband speaking, a disabled immigrant veteran. Please wait. Actually, I take it back. Is this her husband? I think it is. Hold on. Am I wrong about this? Let me make sure I have this right. I could have sworn this is her husband. Now I'm like second guessing it. I watched these videos. Like in my mind, this is her husband. I'm just realizing I could have been totally wrong. I haven't read her. I was just looking at policies. Yeah, I'm fairly certain this is her husband. Because she is married to a disabled immigrant army veteran. Here he was speaking 3 weeks ago.
My name is Muhammad Zahid Chaudhry. I'm a member of One America.
Is that true? Kshama Swant is destroying the local DSA? You know what? I feel like I heard that too. You know what? Yeah, I need to look into that.
As an American soldier, I would like you to know the great respect I have for our American flag and what it stands for. Justice, fairness, and more importantly, respect for all people. My father saw this love of the United States in me and told me that I should serve the country that I love.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for pointing that out. I just looked this up. Fuck Kshama Swant, apparently.
While
Doesn't look like, yeah. It seems like the local DSA is fairly upset with Kshama Swant. And considering what we've seen out of local and national DSA in this primary, there's no way I'm backing her. Fuck that. Fuck that. If they don't think she's right, then I don't think she's right. She's out here running as a democratic socialist, but she doesn't have the backing of the party. There's no reason to follow her. She doesn't even have, she probably doesn't have the infrastructure or anything behind her. Screw that. That's just gonna fucking muddy this situation. Good look out.
in service for the American people, I have received injuries that make me use a wheelchair today. As you can see for yourself, I truly have given my heart and my body for America. I met my wife Ann, a U.S. citizen, a widow of 13 years at that time, and our dream was simple, to live together happily as a family and to achieve the American dream. We have 2 stepchildren and 4 grandchildren who love to see us and spend time with us. It is one of my favorite things to see their eyes light up and asking me curious questions. In fact, instead of stepping closer to citizenship, I am now fighting deportation. Because my name is South Asian Muhammad, background name checks have been interminable. The suspicion around a South Asian man living in a primarily agricultural region of eastern Washington has been overwhelming. We need relief, reform, and most importantly, respect for our immigrant communities who, like me, love this country and have and continue to contribute everything that they have. America, let's not lose our soul today. We The people are God's children. Let's work together so that we help America today. That the country we love so much, it doesn't lose its soul. Thank you.
Yeah, and that woman right there, who just snuck in there for a kiss at the end, that is Melissa Chowdhury. And apparently this is from 16 years ago. I'm just noticing this little title up here at the very top of this video. I was too busy listening to the words that he was saying to notice the things around here. But before we go to the last clip I have, it's actually of Melissa speaking. This is the right district, right? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, okay. Right. So this is 5-person race. Now I'm endorsing or recommending 2 different people because I know that it's a like in some cases, like I said, I may have more than one endorsement or a recommendation because I know you have the ranked choice. But it's going to be rare. But in this case, it's going to be Melissa Chowdhury and Jacob Parasso, who's running as a Socialist Workers Party. But here is Melissa's website. She's taken 3 pledges: Green New Deal, Patience Over Profits, and Reject APAC, endorsed by a number of different people, including the Transit Riders Union, Sunrise Movement, and a number of different other groups. Where? I can't remember. Where's her? Fuck. I can't remember where her policy platform is. Is it this one? Fuck. I can't remember. Hold on. It just suffice to say she does have a very good policy platform. She's not taking PAC money. Like I said, she took the anti-APAC pledge, Green New Deal pledge. What was the other one? Oh, right. People Over Profits, healthcare pledge. I mean, for us, those are like the top 3 type of deal stuff that we're looking for to begin with. I can't remember where her website isn't the best. Okay. But I do think she has one of the better policy platforms. One more video from her. Final video from her. 7 days ago. These are all coming off of her like her YouTube channel.
In authoritarian regimes throughout history, they have all relied on an enforcer class, which is a minority of the population, but they are economically dependent on the survival of that authoritarian regime. In order for them to have their nice house and their kids to have their good future and all of that, for that paycheck, they will do the dirty work of empire. That's consistent. That's always been there. And the other factor for this is the folks who become that enforcer class are the ones who, as historians have said, don't thrive in merit-based systems. You look around. Minimum wage doesn't cover rent in any place in this country. Even working 2 jobs often won't get you just a 2-bedroom apartment in a lot of places. That's structurally untenable, but it is fertile breeding ground for these authoritarian regimes, because they look at that and they see desperate people and they dangle a $50K signing bonus for ICE, and they get a lot of folks who wind up stuck because that $50K is like actually paid out over many years, and it isn't like You can't decide that, oh, this is terrible, I don't want to do this anymore, and just quit, because now you're economically invested and your family is dependent on it. So people get trapped in that as well. And that's the problem that we're in. And this is why, going back to what I was talking about before, creating economic alternatives is such an important piece of the puzzle. Folks have to be able to sustain themselves and take care of their families and build the future and have some form of honest living. It doesn't even all have to be like primarily financial. If we've got enough robust systems for food and housing and community coming from other places, you can reduce that actual financial need. But you have to be able to economically, oikonomos, as the whole complex of what it means to have a home, support yourself without becoming prey, because the people who sign up for these ICE jobs, in a lot of ways, some of them are in it because they're racists, fine. But many are just prey. They are just prey for the predatory system that is trying to take this country over and use them against everybody.
Wow. Yeah, when I heard this one, I was like, holy shit. I was like, damn, she's speaking very clearly on these things. I was genuinely impressed. Honestly, I think, I mean, she's my number one. Jacob Parraso's number two. Because he doesn't even have, like, a full website. Running as a workers' party, fine. But I like her a lot. I think she's very smart. I think she's very smart, and from what I can tell, I think we align ideologically, certainly enough for me to just, you know, in this race, certainly to give her the thumbs up, certainly against Adam Smith, of all people, who's taken a fuck ton of PAC money. Fuck ton of PAC money. Including APAC, and I think J Street, if I recall correctly. I don't have everybody's shit in front of me right now. I can't be looking at everybody's open secrets profiles, too. That's one step too far. I mean, I have been, like, doing the research, but, like, right now. I can't possibly. It's too many tabs, my computer will literally explode, okay? Yeah, I liked her. Melissa Chowdhury, everybody. For Washington's 9th. Final race happening on Tuesday here in Washington is in Washington's 10th district. That is the state capital of Olympia. Currently represented by one Marilyn Strickland, incumbent Dem, fighting for her seat, being challenged by, I think, at least a half a dozen people, including one guy who's getting the galactic recommendation, Alex Scheel. Here's Alex at a No Kings Tacoma rally from last year.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to hear me speak. My name's Alex Scheel. I'm a disabled combat veteran. My job in the Army was human intelligence collection. I interrogated for special forces, ran confidential informants, and debriefed foreign military officers. In Iraq and Afghanistan, we also used signals equipment, a piece of signals equipment called a Stingray, to find and target individuals on our kill and capture list. The list was created by intelligence analysts using software developed by companies like Palantir. We tracked down people with their cell phones, killed them, took their electronic devices for further exploitation to find the next targets. These same technologies and tactics have been brought home to be used on Americans, to be used on you. The Tacoma Police Department has stingrays and uses them to collect your electronic metadata right now. Through Doge, unelected billionaire Elon Musk has given all your personal data to another unelected billionaire, Peter Thiel. Thiel owns Palantir. They are using this information to track, target, and eliminate any opposition to their capitalist rule, including immigrants, black people, other people of color, and anyone who speaks out against the genocide in Palestine. They see that
Different shield. You only see Tomas shield? Alright, so that must mean you're in Washington's second. The galactically recommended candidate there is Devin Hermanson. Not Tomas. Different shield. Two different shields. Don't get them confused. One shield is better than the other.
they see themselves conducting a counterinsurgency on the American people. Washington State is at the heart of American empire. The planes that bring bombs to drop on Palestinian men, women, and children are flown right there outside of Joint Base Lewis McChord. And they're built by Boeing. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon all have contracts with the Department of Defense. The fourth largest amount of nuclear weapons is right up the road in Bremerton, aimed at China. China! For decades, you've watched the death and destruction American weapons have wrought upon the rest of the world. It comes from our own backyard. We are inches away from a horrific war with Iran, and our empire continues to pivot its military towards China. If you are in the military, if you have friends, family, sons, daughters in the military, they don't have to go fight a rich man's war.
Okay. That is Alex Scheel, not to be confused with Tomas Scheel. This is Washington's 10th district, the final district on our list here in Washington. Alex is a self-described proud democratic socialist. Wants to end the genocide in Palestine, the war in Iran. Believes housing is a human right and healthcare, too. Medicare for all. And, racial justice. Believes that immigrants strengthen our communities that have built the country. That every person deserves the freedom to make their decisions about their own body without government interference. Especially transgender people who've become the target of political attacks. Wants to end corruption and help build up education. And a bunch of other shit too, including good climate change policy here. Although, I will say this, it's not clear to me that Alex Scheel, I've been trying to figure it out if he has endorsement. There's a couple of people tonight that we're going to talk about, like Alex, where I haven't been able to figure out yet whether or not he is personally endorsed by the Democratic Socialist Party, like the DSA of, like the local DSA chapter of the region, right? Like it's not on his website. He has none of his endorsements, if he has any, on the website. So I was unable to figure that out. But he's definitely better than Marilyn Strickland. Maryland. Oh, Maryland is not They're not good. She's been taking all sorts of corporate money. Why isn't this working? It won't even let me look at open secrets. Okay, that's wild. Fact is she's taking like APAC money. I think J Street too, and also a bunch of a bunch of like insurance company money or something like that. Like practically every incumbent Dem has some sort of vice for some kind of dirty, dark corporate or otherwise like APAC money. I've been pouring through open secrets recently, even though the website's not working right now. Yeah, she's no good. Anyway, Alex Shield, he's got the Galactic Recommend. He'd have the full endorse if he had the backing of the Democratic Socialists of Tacoma or wherever this is again. Okay. Good God, we've made it through. Made it through a lot. We made it through 4 whole states. We still got Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, and Florida. Not to forget Wyoming, although there's not much to talk about there. There's a few states that are very unexciting. We still got a hell of a lot left to talk about. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, like button too. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. Got a lot of beautiful ways for you to show your support. Even though we continue to be demonetized on YouTube for the time being, as I work on my appeal, you can donate on Twitch. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. But since we've completed the Galactic Deficit finally, which was a couple of days ago, really helped me out if somebody bought some drinks or some snacks. Things that I could be munching on and or sipping on during these streams. Kind of low on food, generally speaking. No snacks to speak of. You can do that on Throne, as well as buy any number of things, like candles to make my tiny Earth apartment smell nice. Stuff like that. To improve my way of life and or the stream stuff. There's stream stuff on there. Stuff to help me take care of my e-bike. And I continue to add stuff on there whenever I get a chance. It's kind of like shopping on Amazon. You go over there, you buy it. Throne takes like 3 or 5% or something like that on top of it. And then it gets sent directly to my Earth apartment down there on the East Coast. Then I can use it in my real life. Oh God, I'm running out of tea over here. I'm running out of tea. This is a disaster. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back. Maybe grab yourselves a drink, snack. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Why can't I? There we go. All right, everybody. The break is over. And second half of the stream is about to begin. It's not clear how long it's going to take me to get through all these, but we're going to do our very best. Anyways, get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Okay, we're back. We're back, a second half in full gear. Hopefully your seatbelts are already buckled up, Space Fams. Oh, yeah. All right. Where do we leave off? We finished Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. Next up, Virginia. First on that list is Virginia's 1st District. And the galactically preferred candidate here is a man by the name of Salam Bati. Wait. Where is this? Where did I put this? Here we go. Okay, perfect. All right, Salam.
I'm Salam Bati, and I'm running for Congress right here in Virginia's 1st District. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I've got so many of these, and I've been an advocate for the working class my whole life. In Virginia, I led the fight to expand SNAP food assistance for over 25,000 working families, and I did this by uniting Republicans and Democrats with a unanimous vote. I led the expansion for free school meals for thousands of students across the Commonwealth, and I've also created a tool that over 1 million people have used nationwide that has unlocked tens of millions of dollars of benefits for them. As a child of immigrants, we grew up low income, and we relied on programs like WIC and free school meals to get by. Through law school and for years afterwards, I suffered and struggled through poverty. And I promised myself that I would not let other people go through this, not in the wealthiest and most technologically advanced country in the world. And while Congress is gutting these programs right now, I have fought my entire life to serve the public. So we need fighters in Congress now more than ever. With my experience and with your support, we can flip the first on our way to flipping the House. This is a people power campaign. So come visit us at salamforva.com and donate whatever you can, because we are rejecting all corporate donations. As a lawyer who has been serving the public, I'm not here to make dollars. I'm here to make change. And as your friendly neighborhood congressional candidate, I can't wait to see you around the neighborhood.
Yes, indeed. This is Salam Bati, running in Virginia's 1st congressional district. It's a fairly red district, other than voting for Mark Warner in 2008, Abigail Spanberger in the recent governor's race. Fairly red district. Although, I will point this out, and this plays out across Virginia big time. So especially on like the East Coast. No, like, I mean, I'm not even. I take it back. It's not just the East Coast. But there is something afoot here in Virginia. Is a region. What is that, you might be asking? Oh, that's right. Decision of Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., right next door, to slash government jobs in the tens and tens of actually in the six figures of government jobs. I'm not saying they were all in Virginia. There's a bunch of people here who probably feeling all sorts of ways about that. I mean, that was the suggestion. That was the claim for why Abigail Spanberger won, is that there were so many angry government employees that they went against like 2 decades of voting and went, you know what? Putting a Democrat in the governor's office. I can't trust a Republican. Robert J. Whitman is the Republican in this race. He's going unchallenged straight to the general. Meanwhile, very hotly contested Democratic primary. 7 different candidates. I went through all of them. I think Salam here is the best of them. He is endorsed by a number of local leaders here, including Citizens Against AIPAC. Progressive victory and impeachment is patriotic. Now the issues. He wants Medicare for all. Tax billionaires. And for there to be campaign finance reform. Yeah. You see why? Anyways, that last clip was from a year ago. This clip, last one I have for you on Salam, 4 months ago. Talking a little bit about where Salam came from.
My great aunt Hafiza disappeared and was never seen again. Hi everybody, it's Salam Bhatti, your friendly neighborhood congressional candidate with some news you can use. Today is International Women's Day, and this is the day that I like to think about my great aunt Hafiza. During the 1947 partition of India, her whole family was found murdered in their home, but her body wasn't found. When my grandfather told me this, and he only ever spoke about Hafiza twice in my life, to us, it ignited something in me that I realized what happened then was still happening today. So what can we do to fight back against that? And that's what propelled me to get into international women's rights law. However, as I went through law school and graduated, I learned that the things that were happening back then and around the world were also happening right here at home. I learned that women here are more disproportionately impacted by poverty, especially single moms of color. And so the work I was able to do at VPLC was essentially in honor of Hafiza, where we expanded SNAP for 25,000 families, expanded free school meals for tens of thousands of children, increased TANF cash assistance by historic amounts, not once but twice. This is the type of energy I seek to take into Congress, which is why my policy priorities are root busters, which is why we need Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and getting big money and foreign interests out of our politics.
There you go, Salam Bhatti. The guy who's already with proven results, an international women's rights lawyer, running for Congress here in Virginia's 1st congressional district against like 6 other people. Hopefully he can take it down. It's going to be rough going. I can't remember if I had a poll for this one. I don't have a poll for this seat. Unfortunately, not every single seat has publicly available polls. I assumed the candidates have polls, but I could not find one. But in my opinion, I went through the whole list. All 7 candidates. And Salam is the best. Vote for him if you're in Virginia's first. Which is, oh, fuck. Yeah, like I said, it's, weirdly shaped district. Did I say this? I can't remember if I said it. Is this weirdly shaped district on the Chesapeake Bay, I guess? What do you call this region? Is this Chesapeake Bay? Is this technically Chesapeake Bay? Whatever it is. Historic triangle of Jamestown, Williamsburg, and Yorktown. Slightly north of Richmond. Just kind of like hugging Richmond, doing a little hug. Giving Richmond a little hug. Let Salam give you a hug. Seems like a nice guy. Yeah, that story about his aunt is horrifying. British partition of India, 1947. It's weird. It's weird how in the late 40s, Britain did a bunch of shit regarding drawing lines in land. And it led to utterly horrifying results across the planet.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, it's not the only example I can think of. The late 40s. Where Britain was like, here is a country now. Where there wasn't one before.
What you talking about?
Okie dokie. Let's move on to Virginia's 2nd District. Another galactically endorsed candidate. Wait, did we look at Salam's? Yeah, we did, right? We looked at his page. Dr. Naila Devanath. Here is Nyla's, here's a clip from Nyla's YouTube page 3 months ago. Why Virginia's 2nd needs Dr. Nyla. Oh. Tell us, YouTube, why does Virginia need Dr. Nyla?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
My parents came to this country as immigrants looking for a better life. They found it here in Hampton Roads, and for more than 40 years, this community has been my family's home. It's where I grew up, where I learned the meaning of service, and where I built my life as both a doctor and a lawyer. As a doctor, I've sat across from patients who waited too long to get care because it cost too much. I've seen families stretch prescriptions just to make them last. And as a lawyer, I've helped people navigate a healthcare system that feels complicated, expensive, and disconnected from real life.
Healthcare should not be this hard, and it should not be this expensive. No one should have to choose between seeing a doctor or paying their bills.
That's why lowering everyday costs and healthcare costs is personal to me. In Congress, I'll work to bring down rent, utilities, prescription drug prices, and stop insurance premiums from rising year after year, so families can actually afford to not only survive, but thrive. Our veterans answered the call to serve. We have a sacred duty to make sure they get timely, high-quality care, including mental health support, without delays, denials, or endless red tape.
And here's something else I believed. Washington needs a new perspective. For too long, the same voices have been making the same decisions, and families end up paying the price.
I'm not a career politician. I'm a doctor and a lawyer who spent my career listening, solving problems, and helping people through some of the hardest moments of their lives. I bring new ideas, real-world experience, and a deep belief that government should work for people, not special interests. When healthcare costs come down, when premiums stop rising, families can breathe easier. Small businesses can grow. Workers can change jobs without the fear of losing their health care. That's the kind of change that strengthens our entire community. I'm Dr. Neela Devnath. A new voice, a new perspective.
There you go. Neela? Maybe it's Neela. Neela Devanath. Dr. Neela Devanath. Doctor and a lawyer? I mean, if you're not impressed already, are you ever going to be? I mean, come on.
Come on!
Doctor and lawyer. Two. Most people are lucky to do one of those things. She did them both. You're like, nah, why not? I'll also be a lawyer. Okay, now Nyla's running here. Virginia's second congressional district, which is this weird strip of land in the sort of southeast corner of Virginia, which includes this weird little strip over here on the other side of the Chesapeake, as well as this thing down here, Virginia Beach, basically. Virginia Beach and everything to the left of it. To the west. Jesus, I need hydration. See, Space Hams, this is why we have the throne. You can buy me hydration, so I don't have to deal with this. Thankfully, I have some drinks left, I think. Hold on. Okay, now. Anyway, yeah, second district, located here, represented by Republican Jennifer Kiggins. Neela, one of 4 people running in the Democratic primary. This is her website, her platform: universal health care, reproductive freedom, paid family leave, tax cuts for working families. Protect the workers, fully fund schools, support the veterans, invest in clean energy and rural communities, tax the rich, support term limits, no APAC money, and no corporate money. Don't forget free Palestine and abolishing ICE. That's why this woman's got the full galactic endorsement. I mean, I would have to be a psychopath. I'd have to be some sort of sick human being to look at this woman and be like, nah, what? I'm still skeptical. Doctor, lawyer, no PAC money, free Palestine, abolish ICE, and all that other shit. You gotta be kidding me. You shut up. You shut up, and you shut up right now. What was I saying? I'm trying to remember. What, shut up. Ah, yes, that's right. What? Shut up. Vote Dr. Neela. Okay, moving it on from Washington's 2nd to Washington's 3rd district. Actually, I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Washington. Moving from Virginia's 2nd to Virginia's 5th district, we are skipping the 3rd and the 4th district. 3rd and 4th are 2 incumbent Democrats with no primary challengers. Robert Scott in the 3rd, Jennifer McClellan in the 4th. In the 5th district, we got a galactic recommendation for you. I recommend that you vote for Suzanne Krzyzanowski. I think that's how you say it. Dr. Krzyzanowski. Who docked us? Do I have a clip for her? Ah, yes. A quick one here from WSET ABC 13 local from yesterday. On the race, Virginia's 5th district. Democrats making final pitches as the primary election nears.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Virginia's congressional primary elections are now just 1 week away. 3 Democrats are vying for the party's nomination in the 5th congressional district. And ABC 13's Allison Mullett is live in studio with why each candidate believes they deserve your vote.
Dana, the 3 candidates running for the Democratic nomination are Tom Perriello, Susan Krasinski, and Rob Trzynski. Now, I spoke with all 3 of the candidates today to hear why they believe they're the right person to represent the party in November. Krasinski, who goes as Dr. K, says making healthcare more affordable is at the top of her agenda. Trzynski hopes to push back against the president's agenda, and Perriello says he wants to provide the leadership he believes the district has been missing.
Yes, everybody's got their own pitches. Everybody wants your vote. Sorry, I had to do some weird shit with the volume there to try and get that local news clip up to snuff. Here's Virginia's 5th. Whoopsies. How did I do that? Here's Virginia's 5th. This is in the central region of the state, currently represented by Republican John McGuire. And as you can see, 3 candidates in the race. Susan, I don't know if it's Krasinski or Krasinski. There's 2 Z's. Am I the asshole for thinking it's Krasinski? That's just what I see when I look at that. Is Krasinski, but maybe that's just me. Shit, this is not... Fuck. There's more Krasinskis? How is there more Krasinskis? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I can barely pronounce it. You're telling me there's more? Anyway, here's her website. Healthcare crisis. We need a universal healthcare system that covers all of our citizens, whether we end up having a system that is a type of healthcare savings account for each person or a baseline of government coverage supplemented by small private plans. I know we can create a system that is better than what we have now and where nobody needs to fear going bankrupt if their appendix bursts. And I am sure we can design a system where everyone has some skin in the game, such as a modest copay, to deter abuse of the system. Not only would a universal system be good for each person, but it would be good for the economy. Anyways, she wants universal health care. However that happens. And on the other issues, economy. She wants to change our tax system so the wealthiest members of society are contributing a bigger proportion of out of their excess. If we want to continue to have a functioning country and not to have our children and grandchildren saddled by debt. Some people have proposed a wealth tax, whatever else. Energy and environment. Changing climate will affect our lives in many ways. Besides the environmental problems, our economy needs to change to adapt our new reality. Yep. You see what I'm saying? She's hitting a lot of good stuff here. However, she's not an abolish ICE. She's an ICE reformist. Yeah, sad to say, no candidate is made perfect. She also has a very lackluster take on Gaza. Does not refer to what is happening as a genocide. Instead, a humanitarian catastrophe. He's kind of hit and miss. I think it's obvious she's pro-abortion. She needs more to get the full galactic endorse, but she's got the recommend out of these three weirdos running in Virginia's third, right? It's out of these three. I went through them. She's the best. I'm just going based on what I saw. If I'm wrong, if you think I'm wrong, hit back. But I did do a little bit of research over here. Okay, Virginia, write that down for later. Write it down for later, just in case it comes up. It's gonna be helpful, I promise. All right. Now Virginia's 6th and 7th districts, no democracy. Well, not any left, at least. There was a primary, technically, in the 6th, but there's going to be no voting because there's now only one individual left. That is Beth Macy going to the general to face the Republican in that race. And I think an independent candidate as well. In the 7th, it's incumbent Democrat Eugene Vindman. Also no challenger in the primary going to the general. And in Virginia's 8th, we do have a little bit of democracy. Little primary happening here. How many people are running in this race again? Trying to remember. Republican, there's no primary, but there are 5 Democrats running to, 4 Democrats running to unseat incumbent Democrat Donald Sternoff Bayer Jr. And the one with the galactic recommendation. Actually, is this a full endorse? I can't remember now. I think this might be a full galactic endorse. Mo Sepaldine. Here's a clip. Oh, wait. This is in the wrong order. This is totally in the wrong order. How did I do this? It's a terrible job. Did a really, really bad job. Son of a bitch. Son of a... Why? I've been foisted by my own bedard. You know, this is what happens when you're just a slave to democracy and you refuse to give up. Insist on doing electoralism. Yeah, look, Space Hams, they can't all be winners, okay? I see some of you... Yeah, look. Once again, like I said, they can't all be winners. It's just a fact of life. I've said it so many times now. You'd think you would have realized this. That democracy is a process. This is like a slow, kind of annoying sometimes, but ultimately rewarding if you win process. Hopefully. And it's not just, you know, House races, right? It's Senate races, it's governor's races, it's state Senate races. It's city council races. It's AG's races. I mean, and we just got to be there for it over and over again at every opportunity. And it is by doing that we get the best result. You know, you don't win one race and then just say, that's it. You can't do that. You literally can't do that. That is how you get incumbent Democrats sitting around for 30 years, slowly doing less and less and taking more and more money from people who don't have any of your interests in mind. Right? That's why I'm now doing the slow trudge of going through all of these people. Some of them trash, some of them great. Here's one guy with the full galactic endorsement. Mo Safieldine, running for Virginia's 8th district. Here's Mo 7 months ago on his YouTube channel.
Quick question. Does your member of Congress take money from AIPAC? Because I don't. Whoever funds you usually runs you. Your member of Congress should be answering to you, not AIPAC or any other corporate PAC. My campaign is fully funded by you, not any special interests, especially the ones that fund genocide. Since October 2023, Congress has sent $22 billion of your tax money to fund Israel war on Gaza. That's roughly 70% of how much Israel spent on its war. You deserve a representative who will use your tax money to pay for Medicare for all, more affordable housing, cheaper and healthier groceries, not killing innocent children abroad. If you agree with me, check out my platform at moforcongress.com.
Mo for Congress.com, you say? Okay, don't tempt me with a good time. But first, here's a look at Virginia's 8th district. Blue District, represented by Don Beyer, located in the top northeast corner of the state. 5 people running in this race. 4 looking to unseat Donald, Lorena Bruner, Michael Duffin, Adam Dunnigan, and Mo. Oh boy, and Mo's got quite the platform here. That's why he's got the full endorse. Medicare for all. Check. Housing affordability. Check. Universal child care. Check. Protecting workers and living wages. A check. Fighting for the environment and the stop to the climate crisis. Oh, and Virginia hosts more data centers than any other state. Mo wants to shut it down. Moratorium. Check. Green New Deal. Democracy. Jesus Christ. I made a huge, tiny mistake. This is what I get for reading a bunch of shit that I haven't necessarily memorized at a time. Just like ad nauseum for hours on end. Democracy and civil liberties. Health and affordable food. But the foreign policy. Israel-Palestine. Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Illegal.
Yep. The war in Iran is unconstitutional.
Illegal.
The RSF is carrying out a massive atrocities in Sudan. Also true.
Illegal.
And the UAE is funding it. Oh, so many true things on this website. So many true things. Wait, there's another one. Ukraine. Russia's invasion is also illegal.
Illegal.
So much consistency, it's overwhelming. Illegal and brutal. Mo supports continued help that protects civilians and strengthens Ukraine's defense, along with a diplomatic plan to end the war. Wait, what?
Would you drum up?
Diplomacy? What in the hell is that? What in the hell is diplomacy? I was confusing. I had too many syllables. All right, two more clips on Mo and Virginia's 8th. This one's from 7 days ago.
My name is Mo Saifuddin. I'm the son of Sudanese refugees. I'm running for Congress for two reasons: the affordability crisis and the accountability crisis. Affordability means Medicare for all, universal child care, affordable housing. I know what it's like to go most of your life without health insurance. I've been there. I know the struggles. That is why I support Medicare for all. One single payer, and your job does not have to be tied to your health insurance. Early vote.
I mean, he's talking about healthcare. I need it more than ever. I'm literally dying over here. Jesus Christ.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But there's Mo Saifuddin. Great platform. Son of Sudanese immigrants looking to represent you, Virginia. Here's the latest on this congressional race. In an interview with Mo at WUSA 9 from earlier today. Wait, puppy treat. Who, what? What's happening? You can't wait until our next ribbon drop pact. Let's not and say we did it. Let's not and say, I was not paying attention over here to Twitch for just 2 seconds, and then just pandemonium. Tawaz Actual, thank you for feeding the space corgi like you know she loves those fake puppy donuts. She thinks they're real. She thinks she's people. It's really cute. Let's be real. It's very cute. Oh, what? I plugged my phone in. How does that not charge? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Don't you hate it? Like, does it ever happen, people, like, where you plug in the phone, you're sure it's charging, you set it back down, you start doing shit, you see a little flash out of the corner of your eye, and you realize you didn't plug in the phone. It's not charging, and now it's dead. Goddamn disaster, and it's literally what just happened to me. Oh, pray for me, Space Argentina. I don't know why I said Space Argentina. I was just thinking of that song. I don't know why I was thinking about that song. I don't know why it was in my head. Oh, I never left you. All right, here's WUSA 9 CBS local 6 hours ago. This is some super up-to-date.
Mr. Saifuddin served on the Alexandria City Council from 2019 to 2021. He is a former attorney at the U.S. Department of Labor, and he served on nonprofit boards working to expand healthcare access in Sudan. Welcome, Mr. Saifuddin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be with you.
This is a really good opportunity for our viewers to get to know you. And I wanted to talk about this because you previously worked on the Alexandria City Council, and you just resigned as a lawyer in the federal government in protest of the Trump administration. Why did you make that decision, and why now?
Yeah, well, for two reasons. It's the affordability crisis and the accountability crisis. I saw what the Trump administration did to our democracy and our civil servants, and then the memo started coming down as to what the department was going to be doing, and that's not why I became a lawyer. So I decided to take the fight to them, and that's why I decided to run for Congress.
Does it make your knees knock when you put in that resignation? I mean, surely, what was the moment you knew that you were?
Yeah, you know, making a decision like that is not easy. I am a caretaker of two elderly parents, so it's a financial burden. But, you know, I came to this country as a refugee fleeing a dictatorship, and what I saw this administration doing followed that sort of playbook, and I was not going to stand for it. I already fled one country. I was not going to flee another.
Sounds like Mo Saifuddin is saying the United States is turning into Sudan.
I feel like I'm taking trees!
And you know what? You know, things aren't great right now. And I really hope we don't come to that place. Maybe Mo can prevent it. I'm just going to skip towards the end of this. Seems like a very smart guy.
Points. So more body cameras, things like that, less road stops, less traffic stops.
Yeah.
Do you, or are you kind of to the point where you're like, no, forget all that. I want to just simply abolish.
Yeah. Well, you cannot reform this agency. It's killing people in broad daylight. We've already seen them kill people on cameras and nothing has been done about it. In fact, the president and his administration call those people terrorists. So you can't really reform that. You have the videos. You're not doing anything to prosecute them. I think we get rid of ICE. We come up with a new agency and then make sure that it's focused on humanely enforcing the laws that we have and get away from this bad brand. I will tell you that ICE, since its formation during the Bush era, has had a budget of over $400 billion and hasn't achieved its objective. From a fiscal point of view, it makes no sense. From a humane perspective, it makes no sense. From a legal perspective, it is awful. It has to be stopped.
Do you support deporting people who are in the country illegally and have been convicted of violent crimes?
So if you've been convicted of a violent crime and you go through due process and then the court determines that you must leave, then I support that as an attorney. But I do not support rounding up people randomly on the street and making up fake charges to send them off and not following court rules. This agency has been called out by judges all over the country that this should be a headline in every news station or paper that the presidency or the executive branch is not following judicial orders, which is a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, you see what I mean about Mo? Not only does his policy platform, just ring bells all over the place, he's brilliant. He can just sit here and explain these things up and down, no problems. That's why he gets the full galactic endorse here in Virginia's 8th against Donald Byer, incumbent Democrat who's been sitting around for a decade doing fuck all. Taking money from APAC and other corporate interests. All right. On to... Hold on, let me make sure I get this right. To Virginia's 9th? Wait. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. Let's go here to Virginia's 9th. Galactically approved candidate Adam Murphy, who launched his campaign 6 months ago with, I guess, this video right here. Oops.
Adam Murphy, a Democratic candidate for Congress in the 9th District, officially began his launch tour today at the South County Library in Roanoke. Murphy is currently running for the Democratic nomination to run against incumbent Morgan Griffith and officially filed his campaign last year. This is Murphy's first entrance into politics, and he plans to run on a platform that will put the people of Southwest Virginia first.
For me, it's about bringing down the cost of living and about bringing back common sense policies that serve people over corporations. So what I mean by that is things like Medicare for All, which will save this country trillions of dollars over the long run.
Murphy plans to tour across every county and independent city in the 9th District as part of his town hall tour. He will be facing Joy Powers in this year's Democratic primary.
Okay, now I got one more clip from Adam. Well, not from Adam, but on Adam of a different station. That was WSLS. This next one's going to be from WVT. But I just want to get a grasp, bit of a grasp on the campaign here. You know, you may have already heard Adam Murphy say Medicare for all in there. There's one of our keywords, key phrases we're looking for from Galactic candidates. Here's Virginia's district, was the southwest corner, sort of the wedge of Virginia, if you will. Stuck between, what is that? West Virginia and Tennessee, I think? And North Carolina, I think. So just wedged between like multiple states, currently represented by Republican Morgan Griffith, who is going unchallenged to the general, but 3 people left in the Democratic Party. One person's already dropped out. Adam Murphy is my preferred candidate here. Got a great platform, I think. Medicare for all, universal parental leave, direct community investment, a living wage, building a best future, whatever that means.
Be best.
Be best.
Be best. Be best.
Rural health care support, $10,000 first-time homeowner credit. Protecting constitutional rights. Look at all these. Limit and label AI, LGBTQ plus rights, stewarding our resources. Rural broadband access, strengthen unions. Now you'll notice, no foreign policy. And as a result, not a full endorsement, but damn, it's a good domestic policy. Damn, it's a good domestic policy from Adam here. And everybody else in this race, Douglas Crockett, Joy Powers, they're no better. They're no better. In fact, in my opinion, they're worse.
Holy Toledo.
All right, WUVT 90.7 FM. From 7 months ago, in an interview with Adam Murphy.
Good afternoon, New River Valley. I'm Mary Peyton Marble, News Director at WUVT FM 90.7 Blacksburg, here with congressional candidate Adam Murphy for the 2026 election. Hello, Mr. Murphy. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having us.
I'm doing well. I'm so glad you got to come to Virginia Tech campus, to Squire Student Center here at WUVT to speak with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I always love coming out to Blacksburg and Virginia Tech. It's a beautiful area, and it's so cool seeing people out and enjoying the day. It's really nice.
It's really nice. It's a pretty day, surprising. It's been pretty cold here, so I'm glad it's a nice day.
Yep.
You got to come. I want to first begin with election night 2025. This past 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Democrats swept in Virginia with former Democratic Republican Abigail Spanberger defeating Lieutenant Governor candidate Republican Winsome Earl Sears in the race for the Virginia governorship, and Senator Ghazala Hashmi topped conservative talk show host John Reed with the lieutenant governor's race, and former state delegate Jay Jones unseated incumbent Attorney General Jason Miyares in a close contest clouded by controversy. How did you spend election night?
Well, election night, I was actually poll greeting at my local precincts. I was trying to help out with my community in our area. It's always important to do those roles. They're kind of thankless in a lot of ways, but they're some of the most important, engaging with your community, getting people out to vote. So that was kind of what I did leading up to the actual election. And then the day of the election, I got, like most people, we got online, we were watching the results, and it was looking very positive. I mean, I was very happy with the end results. It was a huge sweep. And like you said, there were some races that seemed like they might be a little bit more close, but they ended up being, Jay Jones won by like 5 points.
Yeah.
Spanberger won by like 16. I mean, these were huge wins. And I think it's a sign that shows that the American people really want people to fight for their future, and that what they're seeing right now, they're not getting. And they saw that right now in the Democratic Party. And I think that they need to continue that energy if they want to continue to win.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we spent election night here at WUVT.
Yeah, and it seems like Adam's got a pretty good vision here at home. What people want. I guess I'll just skip to the very end of this. Damn, I'm crushing it. I think is that the last one? Is this the last one in Virginia? Oh, no. Yeah. Wait, no, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Because the rest of them are no challenge. Damn, okay, we'll let Adam finish it out here. Whoopsies, this is a little too far.
It's a pretty nice area.
Nicer area, yeah. Better schools.
And it's so nice and beautiful here. I think like some people I think don't understand coming from other perspectives, right? If you've maybe grown up it your whole life, you have a certain view on it. But if you haven't grown up here, it is very different than most places in the world. Not just the United States, in the world. Appalachia is very special. It's the oldest place on earth. Like it's super cool.
Yeah. We're coming to the end of my prepared questions.
Okay.
I do have one final.
Have you caught that? That's Adam Murphy talking about how much he loves Appalachia. He thinks it's great. He sounds like the opposite of J.D. Vance, who thinks that Appalachia is the pit of hell. The Mountain Dew drinking pit of hell.
Question I like to end these types of interviews on. If you were to be elected, what do you want to be remembered by from your time in office?
Ooh. That's a good question. I would probably just want it to be, I want to be measured by on how much good work I got done. And by good work, that means how many things did I do that directly benefited Americans' lives and their futures? Not necessarily corporations, not necessarily big companies or anything, but very specifically, how many Americans' lives did I directly help and improve? That's how I'd want to be judged, I think, if I got elected, is how much help have we actually done? And I'd want people to hold me accountable to that. I know what I'm promising. I understand what it might sound like. I want people to hold me accountable because I look at this and go, people deserve this better future. And if the least I can do is go fight for it, I'm going to go fight for it.
There you go. Adam Murphy running in Virginia's 9th, the last of the elections that we're covering in Virginia, because in the 10th and 11th, and for, what was that, Senate? Yeah, and in the Senate, you got no primaries happening. 10th is Suhas Subramaniam, no challenger incumbent. James Walkinshaw, no challenger incumbent in the 11th. And Mark Warner, no challenger incumbent for Senate. I could have gone for a Mark Warner. I could have gone for a Mark Warner primary. I'm not going to lie. But, c'est la vie, we can't have everything, Space Fams. As we say around here, it's a process. This is a race that is not won overnight. Over many days and weeks and months and potentially years. Almost certainly years. Almost definitely 100% many years we're going to have to just keep on doing this. You know, unless we want to switch over to authoritarianism. We're just going to have to keep on doing this democracy thing. Making sure nobody's screwing us over. Okay. Next up on our list of states, Tennessee. Honky Tonk. Nashville. Trying to think of what else is Tennessee known for. That weird skinny shaped state, shaped like a parallelogram. Right there on the Mason-Dixon line. We got 9 different house races here. His duck has appeared? I don't think I've seen Quaximus. I do not believe I've seen the ducks so far today. I haven't been paying full. I've been really focused on reading stuff, so I haven't been able to watch the chat as much as I'd like. Makes me worried that I haven't seen a mod for quite some time. But you all are behaving yourselves fairly well, that I can tell. Damn, I'm hungry. Do I have any fucking food right now that I could eat? Ugh. All right, let's start it off. Tennessee's 1st district. Okay. Who's up first? Yes, indeed. Christy Burke. Christy Burke. I think she's got the, if I recall correctly, she's got the full Galactic endorse. I could be wrong. Here's Christy for Congress. From yesterday. Wait, I got this in the wrong, this is one of those ones that I did bad. I did this in the wrong order. Actually, no, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Or actually, you know what, maybe this order is fine. We'll do it in reverse order. I'm fine with that. We're going to do reverse chronological order on Christy. This is from yesterday. Clip posted to her channel of Christy voting for herself.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey y'all, Christy Burke here, running for Congress in Tennessee's 1st District with Dave, and we are on our way right now to go early vote for me and our other favorite Democratic candidates that are running. So we're really excited. How are you feeling about checking off your wife's name on a ballot?
It's exciting. It's weird, but it's exciting.
It is kind of weird. So we are so excited about the turnout, the Democratic primary turnout, but we need more people to show up and pull a Democratic ballot. We have until the 1st for early voting, so you have a few more days left to go. It doesn't take very long. You're just in and out really, really quick. And then
turn left onto Gas Drive.
And then on the 6th is primary day. We're also having a primary watch party at Yeehaw Brewing from 7:30 to 11. And we're really excited about that. It's open to the public. So if you want to join us and celebrate on primary night with us, we would love to have you there. But please make sure you go vote. We need 20,000 Democratic ballots pulled in this election. We need
20,000 votes, Space Fams, here in Tennessee's 1st congressional district, represented by Republican Diana Harshbarger. You can see it's all the way up here, the northeast corner of the state, made up of like 4 counties or something, it looks like. 5 independents. All going straight to the general, apparently. Diana Harshbarger going unopposed in the Republican primary straight to the general. And Christy Burke up against 2 other Democratic candidates, David Kerr Jr. and Herman Garcia. No one having dropped out, aside from 1 independent. Here's Christie's page. Where's her policies? I'm trying to remember. Where? God damn it. Please hold. Oh, right. She has like a ton of videos. Where's her policy? This is privacy policy, isn't it? Yeah. Fucking hell. Where? Maybe she's just a recommend. She might just be a galactic recommend, because almost everyone who I recommended or endorsed had like a very very well laid out policy platform. Where is... I'll find it. Let's go here. This is... Let's just go to another clip while I try and figure out to fucking navigate this stupid website. Although I guess they might be updating the policy platform. I don't know. I could sworn that she had one. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. But this is a conversation between Christie and another candidate that we're gonna be talking about in a second. Michaela Barnett. That's right. Congressional collab on YouTube. Where is it?
They say, I cannot believe that my daughters and grandchildren have fewer rights than I had.
I don't negotiate healthcare as a human right. I believe every single person should have healthcare. Every child should have fully funded, high-quality education. Have a fair tax system where the billionaires and the trillionaires aren't just, siphoning everything away.
I'm like, if anyone wants to critique the DNC, I'm ready. Let's go.
Right. Hey, Michaela.
Christy.
How's it going?
It is going. Oh my gosh, what a couple of weeks it has been in Tennessee politics. But I am glad that we decided to do this crazy thing and throw our hats in the ring for two of the reddest districts in the country, just about.
Yeah.
So this is this woman here on your left. This is Michaela Bennett. Oh, I'm sorry, not Bennett. Michaela Barnett. She is running in Tennessee's 2nd district, in, as she just mentioned, a red district, unchallenged in a Democratic primary to unseat a Republican incumbent. So you got two very dangerous ladies right here.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
On a beautiful bench in a beautiful forest somewhere, I assume, in Tennessee. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
It is really a crazy thing. How's it feel running in, what is it, the reddest district in Tennessee?
So our district is the longest held Republican district in the country. I think your designation has the one of being the reddest in Tennessee, at least. But honestly, I know that people right now feel like we are more divided as a country than we ever have been. Yeah. And I definitely feel that way online. I don't know if that's how you feel too, when you put yourself out there as someone in the arena, and then everyone puts all of their everything, their hopes, their fears, their anger on you. But that's not how it feels when I'm at events, when I'm at people's doors, when I am calling voters. It actually feels like we are more unified and wanting change than all of the rhetoric would have us believe.
Yeah, I genuinely believe that they have intentionally fed us this kind of illusion on the internet through these algorithms and the media manipulation that leads us to believe the real world looks like it does on the internet. All of the bots and the trolls coming in and all of the negativity.
Or some of the folks that you're like, I wish you were a bot, but maybe you're real.
Yeah, you go to...
Yes, indeed. Okay, now I cannot find her policy platform. I think they took it down or something. Or amending that part of the platform, of the website. But this is about her. Christie for Congress. I was raised with a foundation in the church. Taught the highest command was to care for the vulnerable. Like so many of you in the 1st district, I rent my home. I don't own it. I don't have health insurance. Navigating the same pay-or-pray system that you do. I spent years working to climb out of debt in an economy designed to keep us underwater. I'm not a polished politician. I'm a neighbor who is tired of watching our representation be sold to the highest bidder. Well, we are told to wait our turn for dignity. I believe in the radical idea that no one should have to earn the right to survive. With liberty and justice for y'all. Not a politician, an artist, a partner, an animal lover, an adventurer, a community member, and a lady with a sign that says we can afford bombs but not health care. Okay. One last clip for a little bit of comedy. No, I just do that. Don't do that. Wait, reopen that. No, I've done it. Why did I do that? That was just out of reflex. For a little bit of comedic entertainment. A break, a respite from the trudgery going through all these elections.
A lot of you here know I am not a politician. Never wanted to be a politician, but that's what we need, right? We should send our pissed off neighbors into Congress. But also, I'm not a comedian, okay? But I decided tonight to make a little exception, and I wrote a few jokes, okay? So, welcome to the Harshbarger list. Here we go, you ready? All right. Diana Harshbarger is what happens when corporate lobbying and Facebook minion memes merge into a person. She once said that she gets confused about the difference between billions and trillions, which honestly explains a lot about how Congress budgets our money. Diana Harshbarger loves law and order, unless it's white-collar crime. She calls that family values. By the way, it's so weird to hear her talk about family values when her Christmas card looks like a federal indictment. If you don't know, her husband, Bob Harshbarger, served 4 years in federal prison for pharmaceutical fraud. At least one person in that family has lived with federal oversight. Speaking of Bob Harshbarger, what did he say to Trump when they first met? I beg your pardon?
Wow, wow, wow. Woman that can do it all. Woman that can do it all in Tennessee's first, Christy Burke. Over her if you're in that little northeast corner of the state. Hokey dokey. Now to this very oddly shaped district, which looks like... I'm trying to think. It looks... I feel like this district looks like a snowman who is on crack. Or... Call it crackhead. Maybe not crack. Maybe something newer than crack. Like, what's the hot thing? I forget again. Like some sort of opioid or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I am not an expert. Point is, here is Tennessee's 3rd congressional district. Looks like this. You tell me what that looks like to you. Looks like a snail lifting its shell like a hat. To like, yeah, that's what it is. It's a snail lifting its shell like a hat to like, what do you call it? You know, when, you know, like in the Old West, they would like tip the hat, like, oh, howdy, ma'am. And they would tip the hat at the ladies. That's what, it's like a snail trying to get laid. Howdy, ma'am. Give me 1 second. Give me a couple days. I'm going to get right over to you. I'm going to slowly and surely slug my way across the state. Nope, I'm coming to you. Don't you move. Oh, actually, wait a second. That's the old district. I take it back. It is now shaped like this. Just want to go back and forth between these two. Is this go from the hat now? Is he getting laid? Now it's, oh my god, this is obscene. Snail porn.
Illegal. Illegal.
I think that's one snail on top of another snail. Doing it snail style. Anyways, yeah, at least 5 independents going straight to the general here. Charles Fleischman, the Republican incumbent in this race. Anna Goladay, the galactically recommended candidate in a 2-candidate primary. It's mostly independents. There's more independents running than Republicans and Democrats. But here you go. This was Anna's. This is WDEF News 12 from 5 months ago on Anna's announcement for her run in Tennessee's 3rd.
Over the weekend, Democrat Anna Goladay announced her campaign as part of the Tennessee's 3rd Congressional District. This evening, she attended a local event in Chattanooga where she spoke with voters and shared her message and goals for running. Goladay is seeking her party's nomination to challenge Representative Chuck Fleischman in the general election.
The seat to Chuck Fleischman, and it's up to the people to decide who represents them. I want the people of Tennessee to know that there are alternatives out there, and that simply kind of maintaining the status quo is going to get them a status quo.
Yes, Anna Goladay claiming she's here to upend the status quo. Here's her webpage. Counting down days since Representative Chuck Fleischman has held a public town hall. 5,430. That's more than 10 years. Telling me he's like never held a town hall? Is that what you're telling me? Ma'am, is that what you're telling me? He's never held a town hall? Is it? It doesn't seem very responsive to the people. Now, here's some of Anna's policies. Healthcare as a human right. Affordable, accessible care for all. Ending medical bankruptcy. Lowering prescription and medical costs. Although I don't think she actually says Medicare for all anywhere in here. It's kind of implied, although I would prefer it be explicit. Immigration built on a shared humanity, human rights first, clear path to citizenship. Once again, she's only a recommend, not a full endorse. No abolish ICE anywhere in here. Economy built on care, not corporate greed. Protections for Tennessee workers, social freedoms, environmental protection. She's like a maybe slightly better than status quo Dem, but would be better than a status quo Republican, which is the status quo in Tennessee's 3rd, because Tennessee's 3rd has voted Republican on everything for the last 20 years. And she is better than any other candidate in the race that I'm aware of. Although I will be having to go through all of these again, which is annoying to me. But to some degree, I'm going to have to go through a bunch of these. I'll probably have to just go through each and every one of these races at some point in the near future for the midterms and look at the independents. Because I think there are some cases where the Democrat is bad enough that I might endorse an independent. I'm still on the fence on that. Depends on how good we do in the primary. And how I feel when the midterms come around. Okay. God, I shouldn't be yawning yet. We're only 6 hours into the stream. We got a bunch more states and races left to go through. Oh, by the way, I totally skipped over her. I put that clip of Michaela Barnett and Christy Burke talking to each other to kind of hit two birds, one stone it. But just we skipped over Tennessee second for anybody who didn't notice because Michaela is running unchallenged. Probably talk about her once we start doing midterm coverage, because we will be repeating all of this stuff to some degree, but just covering the candidates that we're supporting in the midterms. Once all these primaries are over, once September is done, then the next 2 months we'll be focusing on that. Rinse and repeat. But we got to win these races first. That's the thing. It's the fucking thing. All right. Up next. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Up next, Tennessee's 4th district. Got a pretty good candidate here. Oh God. I have the hiccups. I still haven't gotten myself a drink yet. Fuck me. It's because I have nowhere good to pause. Oh, God, I'm killing myself. Give me 1 second, please. I am back. Sorry for the delays. Let's go here. Tennessee's 4th district. All right, things are about to get weird in a second. Oh, pretty soon. Victoria Broderick, galactically recommended candidate in a 5-person race here. Isn't it 5? I think it's 5, right? Oh, wait, no. No, wait.
Do you want to fight redistricting? Vote. Yeah. Do you want to throw a wrench in their plans? Vote. Do you want to show Black, Brown, and Indigenous people and every marginalized person that you understand what's at stake? Vote. You want to be a part of the change? Vote. You want to prove that representation matters? Then vote. Every election matters. End of story. The only thing politicians can't control is voter turnout. So vote all the way down ballot. We're in a two-party system, and the only way we change it is by voting for candidates who represent the people, not the donor class, not politics as usual, not corporations, real working class people who understand what everyday folks are going through.
Whoopsies.
Victoria Broderick, and I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. Everyday folks are going through. I'm Victoria Broderick, and I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. I've been in...
Okay, yeah. This is Victoria. Victoria's website. Policy page. Universal health care. Paid family leave. And enhanced child credit. Protecting Social Security and eliminating tax subsidies for the wealthy. Increasing the minimum wage, lowering prescription drug costs, affordable housing, construction incentives, and anti-corruption laws and term limits. As you can see, very good domestic policy here from Victoria. I don't know what her foreign policy is. Couldn't figure it out. But she is running in a 5-person race. The best out of 5, in my opinion. Looking to unseat Scott Desjardins. Republican, also looking to hold on to his seat, fighting for others.
I'm Victoria Broderick, and I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. I've been in this race since May of 2024, and when I lost my first election, I didn't walk away. I organized, because you deserve better. Join me this August to show that just because it is hard doesn't mean it isn't worth fighting for. And as always, stay hydrated, vote blue.
Stay hydrated and vote blue. Okay, thank you, Victoria. Up next on our list, that is Tennessee's 5th District. She's so shiny. You're right. She's a little shiny. I don't vote on people based upon shininess, though. Really. It doesn't seem like a good metric. I'll vote for the literal goddamn sun. It'll give us Medicare for all. All right, let's go to this little podcast over here, Tennessee Holler. Streamed 4 weeks ago with candidate for Tennessee's 5th congressional district, which includes part of Nashville, Carrie Ann Giacomini.
Who was doing something that I did, which is running for Congress. I did it in the 7th district. She's doing it in the 5th district. Carrie Giacomini. Carrie, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me.
And it's going to be Carrie Ann Giacomini on the ballot, so people should be aware of that. And it's the 5th district, which is now, I was in the 5th district. I'm no longer in the 5th district. I'm now in the 9th somehow. And so people should make sure to check and see what district they're in, first of all. But on top of that, what made you decide to run for office?
Well, I haven't spent my life preparing for this moment.
A what now?
I really truly believed that I would be voting in the 9th district's primary in August, and that we would send,
Oh shit, how did I mute myself just now? I was trying to explain to everybody the district right here. This is a ridiculous district. The way that Tennessee Holler has managed to switch districts suddenly from the district that Carrie Ann is in to another one is because this is what it used to look like. You see it here? Little red portion down there. Now it's this. It's completely different. There's a it includes the entire left side, the west side of Tennessee's border with the other states over here, then part of the top, and then it goes all the way to the middle, and then just randomly treks into the center of the state. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense, is what it is.
Justin Pearson or Steve Cohen back to the House. And with the redistricting that was set off by Louisiana v. Calais, and then within days, the Tennessee legislature breaking up our district into 3, and now somehow finding myself in the 5th with Andy Ogles as the congressman. It was very important to me that when they broke up this legislature, it was done to dilute the Black votes in our city, in our Black district. And it is really disheartening and it's disgusting. And I said, I need to do something. I can't be angry. I care about my city. I care about the state. And I care about people. And so it's important for me to stop sitting on the couch and doing nothing about it and, just posting about it and do something.
And here we are. Sorry. I'm struggling over here today. All right, here's Carrie Ann Giacomini's platform. Medicare for all, affordability, environmental justice, rural priorities, accountability. Now, she doesn't have any foreign policy. I think a lot of people, honestly, are just lacking big time in foreign policy. In the United States, but also in all these races. She's not the only one. But out of the 5 candidates here in Tennessee's 5th, Carrie is the one. Vote for her. 2 people have already withdrawn from the Democratic primary so far. At this point, I don't think you can withdraw. Your name would still be on the ballot. But there you go. Another good candidate. She would certainly be an improvement over the Republican ghoul Andy Ogles. Currently represents the district. Get her in there, folks. Get her in there now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, now this is where things take a weird fucking turn. I'm doing my best to navigate this one. The next person on our list is in Tennessee's 6th and Tennessee's 7th district. You heard me right. However, I am only endorsing her for Tennessee's 6th district for multiple reasons. But here's Lori Bergman, who's somehow running for 2 different seats in Congress at the same time. I don't even know if you can do that legally. And so in the 7th, she's a write-in candidate. The reason for this may be fairly obvious to some of you, but it will be coming up. All right, here's Lori from last month.
Hi, I'm Lori Bergman, and I am running for U.S. House of Representatives in the Tennessee 6th Congressional District. I'm running on behalf of ordinary people like me. Too many in Congress don't pump their own gas, buy their own groceries, understand what it's like to miss a meal, have never needed help because of illness, or face the same day-to-day worries that the average Tennessean does. That's why I'm focused on issues that touch all of us: cracking down on price gouging and unneeded tariffs, protecting Social Security we've worked for and paid into, protecting and improving all programs for the disabled, elderly, and veterans, including ensuring affordable health care that doesn't bankrupt families, creating fair rent practices, and providing a clear constitutional path to citizenship. Families in Tennessee, especially in rural areas, are struggling and they deserve better. I want to make sure our tax dollars come back to support everyday Tennesseans, and I intend to introduce legislation to control price gouging, including the price of housing, the expansion of Medicaid so rural hospitals can stay open, and good paying jobs in all the counties of the 6th District.
I don't know how I did this again. I keep doing it. Cost of living and affordability, everybody. Here we go. Lori's website. Free childcare and pre-K. Rent controls and freezes. Universal health care. Tax the rich. Fix immigration. It's not just about compassion and empathy, it's also about economics. Labor shortages raise the cost of groceries and strain the very systems our tax dollars support. Stop firing workers. Fight for women's rights, LGBTQ rights, parental rights, gun reform, immigration, climate change, tax reform. You get the point, I think. But I don't think she has foreign policy. Oh, there it is. She does have foreign policy. I take it back. Unfortunately, it is kind of milquetoast. It's not as far as I would like. She doesn't call what's happening as a genocide, and she wants to punish Bibi and Hamas. Bibi spelled B-E-B-E. She's no foreign policy whiz. I'll just say that much. It was the least wowed I was of her policies. However, the reason why things are weird vis-a-vis Lori Bergman running in 2 separate races is Tennessee's ridiculous, should be illegal, mid-decade redistricting. This is what the 6th district used to look like. Weird blobby, sort of a blobby shape in the center of Tennessee, including part of West Nashville. Now it's this. Shaped like a weird submarine or something like that. Or Woody the Woodpecker. Yeah. It's shaped like the head of Woody the Woodpecker. Not a blob. Blob, pecker, still takes up a bunch of Nashville. In fact, more of Nashville, I think. Yeah. Anyways, she's up against. Well, probably John Rose in the general if she makes it there. But right now, 4 other people in the Democratic primary, and she is the best out of all of them. Unfortunately for her, she was redistricted during her race 2 months ago, and she had to post this to her channel.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to tell you what happened with redistricting when it comes to me. I posted something about a week ago that I thought I was going to be thrown out of the 6th district, and I was right. They did draw me out. I am now in the 7th, but I am still running in the 6th, okay? I know it's very confusing. I now live in the 7th. Because I've been running in the 6th for so long, I ultimately decided that was the better choice when I saw who was jumping into the race and different counties, and it was such a hard decision. Every day I changed my mind 10 times. I'm exhausted, emotionally exhausted from all this, but I will be campaigning tomorrow.
Yes, and so she will be appearing on the 6th congressional district ballot. However, she did put out a message saying to the people like her in her neighborhood who got redistricted along with her to vote her, to write her in the 7th, which totally up to people. I don't think that's a viable strategy. It's clear that she's, completely fairly, a little bit unsure about what to do in this completely unfair circumstance that Tennessee Republicans are putting everyone in the state in to be doing a redistricting in the middle of a fucking primary is fucking insane. It is deeply insane. And anti-democratic, in my opinion. You're confused? Imagine being a voter in Tennessee. If you're confused, imagine being a voter in Tennessee. Not knowing what district you're even in. Can imagine that be very, very annoying. Anyways, as a result of the fact that I don't give any credence to the concept of a write-in candidate, I'm endorsing a different candidate for Tennessee's 7th, and that is Joshua Sales. Seen here on this podcast called Left Out Loud. This is from 4 weeks ago.
Hey, Seth.
Hey, Allie.
Another great candidate today. We've got Joshua Sales out of Tennessee. He
Right.
is running for Tennessee's 7th district for Congress. Joshua is a veteran and a teacher and an all-around great guy. So let's not waste any time. Let's bring him in. Hey, Joshua, how are
I am doing well, guys. How about yourself?
you? Good,
I'm good.
thanks.
Thank you for coming on with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here. Okay, I like to start at the beginning. So outside of the political arena and the political talk, and there's plenty of time for that and lots to talk about. So you're a teacher. What grade do you teach?
So I teach juniors and seniors. I have a junior AP English language class, which is the study of rhetoric, which is super fun. And then I have a senior level journalism class that I teach as well.
Oh, very nice. Okay. So first question is like a two-part question. So first is, what do you love about being a teacher? And then second part of that is, how would your students describe you?
Yeah, so the thing I love most about teaching truly is the fact that, at least with my teaching style, it truly becomes like a conversation in the classroom. Like when the class is going like perfect, it becomes this thing where it's like, okay, we just got done reading MLK's letter from Birmingham jail. Like, what do you guys think about it? Okay, well, let's dive in. Why do you think that? Why did this come across to you this way? And like really diving into like the rhetoric of it and helping the kids understand at an academic level, like, oh, this is why he makes this allusion to St. Paul.
Yeah, the guy seems really smart. Honestly, he's got an interesting website. I'm sorry. This is the 7th district, right? Yeah. Okay. So, just bring us back over here. Here's what 7th district looks like now after the redistricting. Used to look like this. Represented currently by Republican Matt Van Epps. Van Epps is running unopposed in the Republican primary. 5 people still running here in this race. 2 have been withdrawn or disqualified. Joshua is still in the race. Here is his website. Now, I found this fascinating. No corporate PAC money taken. This is the sales plan, he says. Billionaires versus working class. 0 town halls versus 50. Their side versus yours. Joshua Sales, Democratic challenger. 12 fully funded self-financing bills, 1 for every month of his first term. Entered Congress ready to govern, not just campaign. Army veteran, AP English teacher. Lives in Cheatham County. 0 corporate PAC money. 50 town halls across 8 different counties. No invite required. Everyone welcome. Republican and Democrat. But is this that made me decide this guy is ready to govern? Is this first thing? Because you go from the sales plan to the 12 to the actual the what's it called, the 12 bills 12 months, the 12 bills 12 months situation. And this guy has thought through some stuff in a way I was genuinely impressed by. I honestly did not see fully formed bills. But he's got them. Like if you click these, if you go back here, I should do this actually. I should go back here. If you look here, see, if you go here, these are the 12 bills. The Mustard Seed Act, the No One Left Behind Act, the Birthright Act, the Open Door Act, the Built on Stone Act, the David Bill Act, the Paul Bunyan Bill, the Battle of Athens Bill, the Lend Expecting Nothing Act, the Debt of Honor Act, the Welcoming the Stranger Act, and the United States Act. If you go through these are very well thought through policy proposals. These are not platitudes. These are not talking points. These are bills. This is like Project 2025 or something. Guy came up with his own Project 2025. He's like, you put me in office, Project 2027, baby. Let's do it. You know, I wonder, what is the Mustard Seed Act? Oh, it only removes the $184,000 wage ceiling on Social Security contributions so that every executive pays the same rate on every dollar as the worker earning $55,000. This is something we talk about so much, and this dude's like, look, here it is. Let's do it. Day one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
He gets the galactic recommendation. Big time. We could go through all of this. We don't have time. But it's well thought through. If you're in Tennessee 7th, vote for this guy. Do you see why I'm like, dude, do not write in Lori. She's a lovely woman. She has a good policy set. But why waste your vote on a write-in that is almost certainly not going to win? Because how many people are going to remember or even know to write in? Or you get a guy on the ballot who's ready to govern, right? And vote for Lori in the 6th and hope that she can still win even though she's in a completely different district, right? That's just the gamble, whatever, the calculus that I've made here. Hold on, we can't listen to this whole podcast over here at Left Out Loud. Listen a little more. You already heard about his Social Security plan. See what he thinks about corporate power.
There is this like accountability. It's just no longer from the voters. And I think that goes back to like Seth talking about Citizens United, right? That 2010 Court Act where now companies and entities can put in money as much as they want. And we've literally seen like there are graphs readily available online that show that like from 2010 to now, like each year more and more money gets pumped into elections. Elon Musk famously talked about how he spent like $380 million to get Trump elected.
some of the things that I say will be
Did we
incorrect.
see? He came in with Doge, which allowed him to gut regulations on his companies. He's now with SpaceX about to like be publicly evaluated, and they're literally looking at manipulating the stock market so that
Yes.
all of our index funds, which are tied into our retirement funds, buy into SpaceX, even though SpaceX in the last 6 months have lost like $8 billion.
It's not profitable.
Bleeding
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. And so when we talk about accountability, I think it becomes a thing of who is holding them accountable, right?
Yeah.
And not to just continuously go back to my bills, but like I have a bill. It is called the Battle of Athens Act. The Battle of Athens was a historical moment in Tennessee that a lot of people, even here in Tennessee, don't know. We're talking 1946, World War II veterans coming home to Athens, Tennessee, out in East Tennessee. And at the time, the sheriff and his deputies, specifically the deputies, their salaries were paid as a percentage of the fines that they collected. So they were incentivized to go and arrest people, whether that person had done anything or not. So
Right.
these veterans are coming home on buses and they're getting pulled off of the buses and literally being told, well, you're drunk, so we're going to put you in jail. And they're like, we're not drunk. Like, yeah, we're veterans coming home, but like, we're
It's
not
like
drunk.
ice quotas is what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so these veterans then went to like run against the sheriff. Well, one of them shows up at the polling place and goes to vote, and it's told you're not allowed to vote. Is escorted out of the building, is beat with brass knuckles, and then as he's trying to run away, gets shot in the back. This gets out to the other veterans. They start amassing. The sheriff comes in with his cronies, grabs the ballot boxes, and runs to the jail. The veterans go, we're not having any of this. They actually go to the National Guard armory nearby, get a bunch of rifles, get dynamite, go back to the jail, blow a hole in the wall, and at gunpoint, do a citizen's arrest and like take these guys in. And it turns out like, yeah, they were stuffing the ballot boxes in order to stay in power. And so my Battle of Athens Act is a campaign finance reform act. Because again, when we have to talk about like, what does it mean to be accountable as a lawmaker today? And the people that you're accountable to are now corporations and these high value donors.
Zuckerbucks.
You're not accountable to the people. And that is not what a democracy is. By definition, that's a kleptocracy, right?
Yep. It's a democracy. It's ruled by a theft. Battle of Athens bill proposes a constitutional amendment establishing that constitutional rights belong to natural persons, not corporations. Money is not speech. Creates the American Elections Fund, a 6-to-1 small dollar matching program for candidates who accept no corporate PAC money and no dark money. Requires real-time donor disclosure within 48 hours for all contributions over $200. Yeah. You see what I mean about this guy? Like, he's got a bill for everything, and I'm about it. You know? I'm about it. I'm here for it.
Looking to play nice with them. I'm looking to set things right. And so what this wealth tax does is within the next 30 years, it is designed to pay off the national debt. And then once that happens, it becomes a universal basic income to guarantee that this level of wealth inequality.
Hold on, I gotta go back slightly. Yeah, slightly here.
%. And the things we got to track when that happens is productivity went through the roof. Wages did not. What we got to track is government spending went up. The debt went up. And the thing that I remind people of constantly, because so many Americans don't recognize this, it's like 20 to 25% of the national debt is held by the top 1% in the form of bonds. And so as we continue to get to the point where we are only going to be paying the interest on this debt, that's literally taxpayer money further being funneled to the top 1%.
Right.
And so let's talk about two of the bills that I am most
And just so everybody understands what he's saying here, right? In order to fund the economy, the government sells government debt, U.S. Treasury bonds. Billionaires and rich people buy up U.S. Treasuries as investments, right? So do businesses sometimes, right? You buy up all these government bonds. They're a safe, easy way to make a return over time, 5, 10, 30 years, whatever it is. Annualized return of however many percent. And the taxpayers are paying that off. But if some huge portion of that is held by the billionaires, they are literally taking in taxpayer dollars because the taxpayers are paying off the interest on those loans, right? the loans that they hold, like bankers, basically, to the government. Like billionaires are playing bankers to the government. And they're coming and collecting interest from all of us.
Passionate about. Okay. The last one, which is entitled the United States Act. And this is a wealth tax. It's actually a more fierce wealth tax than what Elizabeth Warren has proposed, because frankly, I'm not for playing fair with these billionaires. I'm not. They have cheated the system. They have abused American workers. And I'm not looking to play nice with them. I'm looking to set things right. And so what this wealth tax does is within the next 30 years, it is designed to pay off the national debt. And then once that happens, it becomes a universal basic income to guarantee that this level of wealth inequality, which right now is higher than at any other point in Americans' history, never happens again.
Oh. Brilliant. He's got a policy for everything, I swear to God. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. But he gets the Galactic recommend big time here in Tennessee's 7th. Couldn't recommend this guy more. Really. I mean, really, really good policy platform from him. The only thing that I didn't see enough of was foreign policy stuff. Once again, maybe a huge change from Matt Van Epps, current Republican incumbent dickbag, representing the 7th Congressional District in Tennessee. You never smile? I never smile? I don't smile enough? I should smile more? I should smile more like, what are you, the president? Like Caitlin Collins now? Okay, I don't appreciate the tone and tenor of these smiling comments from all of you. Need y'all to step it back. All right, let's go here to a year ago. To a woman running for mayor. Heidi Kuhn. Mayor of something. I don't know what. But I don't believe she won this race. But this is our introduction to the candidate for Tennessee's 8th Congressional District.
Wait, you don't write anything down after conversations?
This is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of a button, it
What is
records and
this?
creates organized
Whoa.
notes based on your conversation.
What the shit?
I use it at work, at the doctor.
Why am I getting ads? What is happening? This is chaos. Have I been signed out of my premium account? This is unacceptable. Yes, I have been signed out. This is very rude.
How rude.
I did not ask for this. What would make you think that I had asked for this? Travesty of justice. Signing me out of my premium account. Most offensive things you could possibly do to me in the middle of my goddamn broadcast. You know, really rubs me the wrong way. Oh, that's very frustrating.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Informed Sources Extra. I'm Greg Hurst. Thanks so much for tuning in. This week we are continuing.
Greg, I need you to shut your stupid face. There we go, pal. Sorry, it's taking a second for me to reload my shit here. my god, stop playing the fucking... You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. Okay, full screen. Oh, actually, fuck. Can I fix this if I... Okay, yeah, okay.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Inform.
All right, to Tennessee's 8th Congressional District. Heidi Kuhn is the galactically recommended pick if you live here. Greg Hurst at WREG News Channel 3 doing a little interview with Heidi. Wait a second. Actually, no. Wait. No, Greg, you're screwing me. I just realized we have to do this one first. This was the whole thing that got screwed up. God damn it. How did I forget about this?
I'm Heidi Kuhn, your criminal court clerk, and I believe Shelby County is at a pivotal point. Shelby Countyans have lost their sense of hope. And as clerk, I often say, just because you have a past doesn't mean you can't have a future. And Shelby County is no different. We have a past, and we are currently dealing with issues. But I believe we have a brighter future, and that we can change. And I want to lead that change. So I will be filing to run for Shelby County Mayor. My reason for running is simple. Shelby County is in crisis, and it's going to take someone with strong leadership skills and experience in government.
Okay, now here is Heidi's webpage before we go to an interview about her congressional race. Actually, wait. That's not even from her congressional race either, I'm just realizing. Whatever. How? When did she get into this race? Here's Heidi for Congress. I'm sorry, Kuhn for Congress.com. Heidi is endorsed by a bunch of people. Nobody that's too impressive to me. But decent set of issues here. She's fairly status quo-ish. But out of these 4 individuals, I really wish there was a better candidate here. She really is the best. This is the new look for Tennessee's 8th Congressional. It used to look like this. But of course they've cracked Memphis, one of the only black majority districts in the state, into like 4 different districts in an effort to suppress the black vote, something that's supposed to be illegal according to the Constitution.
Illegal?
But they say it's just Democrats, even though in the state of Tennessee, Democrats happen to be majority black. Or at least majority of black people happen to be Democrats. That's actually, I think, the better way to frame that. Anyway, quick clip from 3 months ago while Heidi was still running for mayor. With WREG News Channel 3. There we go. Now we're doing it.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Informed Sources Extra. I'm Greg Hurst. Thanks so much for tuning in. This week we are continuing our series of interviews with candidates for Shelby County Mayor. We're trying to do these alphabetically, and so far we've gotten down to K, and we're on Heidi Kuhn, who is your current Shelby County Criminal Court Clerk, who would like to be the next Shelby County Mayor.
Absolutely.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
thanks so much for joining us. It is so good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. You know, we're going to be talking a lot about the campaign. We'll talk about the issues. We'll talk about your vision for the future as well. But first, let's talk about the why. Why in the world would anyone want to subject themselves to this public scrutiny and run for office, in particular, Shelby County Mayor?
You know, it's funny. Everybody asks me that question, especially because of where the current Shelby County is. And, you know, it was about 2 years ago that I had lunch with the late Honorable Mayor.
Okay, I don't think this, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think this conversation is that necessary for us to listen to. But Heidi in my opinion, the best candidate for Tennessee's 8th Congressional District. I wish there was a better candidate, but everyone's actually worse. That may be shocking to you, but it is true. I've done the math. And her policy set is somehow better than everyone else's. It's not great. We're not going to spend much time looking at it. I wish we had, perfect candidates in every district. DSA, DSA in every congressional. We don't have one. Okay. We got what we got. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. This coverage would be impossible were it not for the donations of viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon, where for the low price of $3 Earth you can get access to a myriad space benefits. Have a blessed election day? It's not election day. We're just talking about the election month, starting one day from now. Right, August, big election month. We're on state 5. 1, 2, 3, actually state 6. Wow, I'm crushing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states so far. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. Actually 8. Damn, 14 states. Is that right? In August? Yeah, looks like it. 14 states with elections in August. And 4 more in September. In September. Okay, Tennessee's 9th district, rounded out on the House, if you will. Remaining in the southwest corner of the state, in Memphis, to a man you may be familiar with. Justin J. Pearson. Wait. Don't. Wait.
A new Republican gerrymandering.
This is in the wrong order. I screwed myself. Start here. 8 months ago. Now, Justin is the current representative of this district, but his district is the one that was broken up.
Us.
The
a word
majority
that
black district in Tennessee was gerrymandered away by Republicans. Justin J. 8 months ago.
us. A word that echoes across centuries and generations. You can't spell us without you. And you know the struggle that so many of us face every single day. You know the fight for justice and fairness. You know the fight to make one job be enough. Yeah! The fight for access to affordable health care that keeps us healthy. And today, too many have forgotten that you can't be united without us. I'm Justin J. Pearson, and I'm proud to be...
Damn, sorry everybody, I'm doing too many things at once. I didn't notice the freaking volume levels. I'm doing too much. I need like a producer. for these election streams, I need like a producer. I just have so much stuff I'm fielding. Every single time, I'm opening up 3 different windows: Wikipedia, Ballotpedia, and the website of the person in question. And it's a bit much. It's a bit much. I'm struggling. I'm doing my best. Hopefully the volume's better.
One of us, a Memphian born and raised who understands how to build bridges across race, identity, ethnicity, and generations in order to build the future that we want to live into. We stood together to fight against the billion-dollar corporations and crude oil pipelines that tried to divide our communities and fracture our future. When I went to serve in Nashville, we knew better when we stood up for democracy, even after I got expelled fighting for gun violence prevention. We always stand up against those who try to silence us, push us to the periphery, push us to the back, in the places that should represent us. For me and my family, this community has always raised us up, in the good times and the trying moments. Now I am ready to fight for us in the United States Congress. The U.S. House of Representatives must be centered on us. It's about understanding what it means to be one of us, Memphians, people in District 9 who care about opportunity, justice, and fairness.
Yeah, and I just realized I actually want to watch a different video than the one that I have queued up right now. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to find this fast enough. I'm gonna try. What is fast enough? I'm in charge of this stream. Fast enough for you, Space Fams. I should advertise for an intern. I have considered about advertising for like a co-host for some streams. But, intern? Okay, this is from 2 months ago. Off of Justin
These
J.
maps
Pearson's
are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest
YouTube
of the
channel.
most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party have refused to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Calais decision that you all are basing your decisions off of, that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. What is happening here is immoral and wrong. And I was reading my Bible early this morning, asking God why this is happening. Why, again, does it seem that white supremacy is seeming to gain? Why, again, does it seem like the pillars of pain that we have felt and experienced for over 400 years in this country continue to rise again? And whispered in the words of this Bible and in the words of those ancestors that have gone before us is just these simple words: we're still here. We are still here. This nation, this state has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one black woman said, your ancestors enslaved us, denied us of our rights, called us 3/5 of a person, and yet we are still here. You put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched black folks on poplar trees. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here. You've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Yeah! Lyric Camper, you're that's in the Bible.
Okay, yeah, that was the right clip. I was like, I have the wrong clip in here. I have the wrong fucking clip for this moment. Anyway, this is what Tennessee's 9th Congressional District used to look like. This is what it looks like now. Oh, the fuckery in Tennessee on the redistricting is wild. Steve Cohen is apparently the Democrat currently representing the 9th. Justin is looking to unseat him along with 3 other different people. I think he deserves it big time over everybody else, and so does Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ro Khanna, Summer Lee, Ayanna Pressley, Dalia Ramirez, Maxwell Frost, Chris Robb, the Sunrise Movement, Jane Fonda Climate PAC, Citizens Against APAC Corruption, and the Working Families Party, among others. I recommend you vote for him if you're in Memphis, in the 9th District, or any of the other surroundings, now the other rest of the region that now is included in your district. All right, now we got 2 more races to talk about in Tennessee. The Senate and gubernatorial races. For the Senate, my pick is Marquita Bradshaw, woman who has tried to win this seat in the past. Hopefully this time it'll stick. Here's Marquita Bradshaw's YouTube channel from 5 years ago. Wait, where is...
A new Republican gerrymandering effort could eliminate 10.
This was the one. This was the alternate Justin Peterson video. Hold on. Is it the next one? I think it's the next one. My bad. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I grew up next to a toxic landfill in South Memphis. Our air, our water, and our soil poisoned us. My great-grandmother and many other people in my neighborhood died from cancer. We were expendable. So my mother, my sisters, my community, and I organized. We demanded accountability to prevent what had been done to us from happening to others. When I decided to run for U.S. Senate, I had $2.18 in my bank account. I won my primary with a campaign budget of just $22,000. They call it an upset, but I wasn't upset. I knew what needed to be done, and I did it. And we're doing it again in this election. Because the way a single...
Whoa. What just happened? Hey. Don't be a dick.
They call it an upset, but I wasn't upset. I knew what needed to be done, and I did it. And we're doing it again in this election. Because the way a single mom spends $1 is not the same way a rich man spends $1. It's about time that working people have a working person in the United States Senate. I've faced job loss. I've gotten sick and had medical bills piling up. I've felt the weight of crushing student loan debt. I've battled foreclosure and bankruptcy. This has been my reality, and it's the reality of too many hardworking Tennesseans. There's so much hatred. There's so much division. It's coming from a small group of people who have hijacked the political process. They do not represent Tennessee because we have so much more in common than we think. We all want to make an honest wage. We all want to breathe clean air. We all want our children educated in good schools. We all want our families to have health care.
This election cannot be bought.
It's time for people to stop just surviving and start thriving. With just a few rocks, we can take down giants because we have justice and righteousness on our side. My name is Marquita Bradshaw, and I'm running to make sure you have a voice in the United States Senate.
There you go, Marquita Bradshaw, running here in a hotly contested Senate primary. 5 people: her, Maria Brewer, Kevin Lee McCants, Civil Miller Watkins, and Deanna Anyajaka. Bill Haggerty, the Republican incumbent, running unopposed in the Republican primary. And 17,000 independents running in the general. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 independents running in the general, apparently. So it will be one assumes a fairly busy general election as well. Hopefully Marquita can make it that far. Here's her web page. Whoops. Making Tennessee work for all Tennesseans. Healthcare for all. Green New Deal. Quality public education. Community policing and restorative justice. Universal background checks for guns. DACA. Living wage. She's the one, people. She'd be way better than the Republican dickbag in the Senate right now. It'd be great not just for Tennessee, but potentially for all of America. That's what's great about these Senate races. I mean, if we can, the House races, very piecemeal, like one at a time. We're making small change. Changing the Senate, that's outsized amounts of change. You know, you got 8-to-1 House seats to Senate seats. Every one of these that we can flip. Hugely important. Now, I don't know what I've done, whether I screwed up or If this was one of the people I couldn't find a video on, I honestly can't remember. But we're almost done with Tennessee. If you haven't figured that out, we got to do the governor's race. Sorry, I should have been working on this in the background. I was just too busy taking it all in over here with Marquita. Person we got recommended here galactically for Tennessee's gubernatorial race. It's a woman by the name of Jerry Green, who I could not find a video for. I don't know why. So I'm just going to pull up her endorsement page, pull up the Ballotpedia. Here we go. Okay, so you have 5 people running in the Democratic primary for the governor of Tennessee. One Democratic primary candidate has withdrawn already. Whoopsies, what in the hell just happened? Wait. Is there not a Republican running in this race? Oh, is it just a Democratic primary? Oh, I just clicked the Democratic primary by accident. Whoopsies. Oh, wait, I know. I can do it from here. Yes. There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, this is what I remember. This is more of what I remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's like 14 independent candidates for governor in Tennessee, 5 Democratic candidates for governor, and 3 candidates for Republican governor, including Marsha Blackburn, who is... What is her current title right now? Is she governor? Is she... Wait, no, she's senator already. She's senator switching to governor? What's she doing? I can't remember. Regardless, Marsha's a ghoul. And hopefully she can be defeated. She will almost certainly be the one to take it. That's my guess. I could be wrong. She is a woman and it's Tennessee. My guess is it's going to be, at least hopefully, Jerry Green, Marsha Blackburn. Facing down. Here's Jerry's platform. No, she's not perfect. She's got a galactic asterisk next to her name. But I think she has a good platform. You know, for a governor, right? Because she's not... It's not Congress. It's not the Senate. Right? It's not the House. It's not the Senate. This is a governor. It's a state race. She wants to support working families, strong public schools, healthcare access, expanding Medicaid, especially in rural Tennessee, and in respect to a woman's decisions regarding her own health, common sense background checks, a future worth fighting for, including clean air, safe water, and climate-smart policies to protect the land and our children, housing relief, child care for all, end medical debt, protect reproductive freedom, stop ICE cooperation. This one was one of the most important ones for me. As governor, for her to say no more ICE cooperation, that is what you need to end ICE cooperation, is for the governor to just say, actually, the state troopers, they're not coming to help. I'm sorry. Call somebody else. That's literally that's all you need. And here she is saying, it was one of my favorite sentences I've ever seen. All right. I'm getting too excited. My point is governor saying stop ICE cooperation. That is beautiful. People over profit. Keep TVA public. Tennessee Valley Authority. That's I think the energy, right? Energy provider. I think it was created by flooding a long time ago. If you want more on her policies, you can go through them here. Wasn't a ton on foreign policy, if any, if I recall, but doesn't really matter. She's the governor. She's not dictating foreign policy. That's not what state governors do. Did I link it? Can you put the link? You can't put links in chat. Links are only in Discord. You have to link to each other in Discord, I'm afraid. It's just to avoid people like spam linking stuff in here. The only people that can link are me and the mods. I'm sorry. Exactly. A very solid platform. I think a good use of your vote in Tennessee, vote Jerry Green, people. All right, that's it on Tennessee. That's it. Great, great job, Space Fams, for making it this far. Holy fuck. At some point, I'm going to have to end the stream. At 12 hours in, I'm going to have to end the stream. But hopefully it doesn't get that far. Good God. We've been covering elections. All these primaries that we got here upcoming in August. We've made it through 6 states. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, and Tennessee. That's 65 elections, give or take, already covered. But we still got 4 big ones, 3 tiny ones left. Tiny ones being Hawaii, Vermont, and Alaska. Only 4 representatives for all 3 of those states. But then we got 4 medium to big ones. Connecticut, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then, of course, Florida with 28 freaking representatives. I'm going to try and get through them all before the stream is over. That's what I said. That's what I'm going to try and do. Whew.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. If you appreciate what I do, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Of course, I really appreciate when people buy me gifts on Throne. It's like random Christmases and or birthdays, you know? Like gifts showing up in the mail down on Earth, my tiny Earth apartment, getting drinks and snacks and whatever else people buy me, like the bed, the e-bike. Someone bought me shirts recently, undershirts. Been wearing the shit out of those. Someone just joined the Galactic Discord server. Good call. Continues to grow. We're approaching 200 members in there now. Less than 10%, though, of our viewership. We gotta get it up to like 10%. We should try. Shouldn't we? It's community. Also, here's a fun fact. Inside of the Discord server, you can not only technically help me out with galactic coverage of the elections, although I think I'm going to close it. I'm actually going to close it up since I've already finished all my research at this point. But you and I can all give information to each other in the Discord server. It's got dozens and dozens of different channels, topic-specific channels to discuss all things from art to music, politics, and everything in between. I recently added new server categories for elections specifically for United States and Canada. For each U.S. state, each Canadian province, people to give me information on elections, and for me to give you information, and for you all to share information with each other. Great way to learn stuff about what's happening in your state. People running for... I've been learning stuff. I know that much. I see people using them, which is good. Excuse me. Mitty hiding in the vertical. Don't think I don't see you. Okay. On to state number 7. Only 2 races here. Race 1. Wait, is this in the right order? Oh, it is. Oh, right. This is another one of these, isn't it? We got a bunch of these in a row. Okay, so first off, we don't need this, so I'm just going to go and do this. Now, I assume most of you know Becca Bayland. She's been a representative of Vermont's at-large congressional district for the last 4 years. She is, she's pretty great, honestly. And I don't see any reason to primary her. And neither did Vermont. She's been working for the people, returning nearly $2 billion to Vermonters as a result of her legislating, taking 200,000 calls and emails, continuing to proudly represent the state. Here's her House website. She's running unopposed, so we're not going to talk about it. Meanwhile, we do have a race for Vermont's gubernatorial race here in Vermont, where I am endorsing one Amanda Janeau. Amanda Janeau. Do I have a clip for Amanda? No, I don't have a clip for Amanda. Hold on. Amanda. I could have sworn I had a clip for Amanda. Am I losing my friggin' mind? All right. I am losing my mind. I'm not losing it. I mean, definitely not losing it. Just misplaced it. Oh, thank God I noticed. That was close. We almost didn't get a full picture of Amanda. And that's rude. Amanda seems lovely. She deserves our full accounting of her campaign by me. The guy doing the accounting of all of these fucking campaigns. Totally easy, barely an inconvenience. And by barely an inconvenience, I'm losing sleep over it. Okay. Sorry, I have 2 clips. Don't I? I could swear. Yeah, see? My memory serves correctly. We have 2 Amanda clips. God damn it. God damn it. Why would we do this? It's very rude of me.
How rude. Your name, please?
Why would we, and by we I mean the royal we,
How rude.
rudely do this to Amanda, who deserves our full and undivided attention. In this next sweet video clip, Amanda Janeau for governor 4 months ago. That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Please hold. Okay, what are we doing here? Killing me. You are killing me. Oh.
An Upper Valley economist makes a bid to challenge Governor Phil Scott in November. Amanda Janoo is a Democrat from Stratford running for the state's top spot. She's worked for the United Nations and founded the Wellbeing Economy Alliance of Vermont. She says she'd focus on improving Vermonters' well-being, reject forced school consolidation, and improve access to primary health care. She envisions a Vermont where we are self-reliant.
So much of the logic is still this sort of like trickle-down economic logic. Like we need to look to the outside, for outside people, for outside investment in order to achieve our prosperity.
I believe it's called Follow the Rich White Man economics.
Follow the rich white man. Follow the rich white man.
So like really starting with what do we have here? Because I really think we have everything we need, but it really takes about like strategically protecting, promoting the things that we really value.
Janoo is the first Democrat to launch a bid to challenge Governor Phil Scott.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the race. Phil Scott is a Republican. He's the incumbent governor in Vermont. Amanda is up against a woman by the name of Allie Richards in the primary. I do think Amanda's better than Allie, which is why I'm recommending her for governor. In this race, here's her page. Amanda Janoo. Sorry, Janoo for VT. Platform. Rejecting forced school consolidation. Yes, please. More schools.
You're hurting the kids.
Free primary care for every Vermonter. Otherwise known as universal health care. Homes for Vermonters, not for Wall Street. Oh boy. Getting better and better. Keep Vermont's wealth in Vermont. Oh boy. Build the economy of the future right here in Vermont. Protect and revitalize democracy. Yeah. She's got a great policy platform. Got one more clip from her. Does she have endorsements on the? I don't think there's like a endorsements page, is there? No. But I got one more clip. Nope, this is not it. What are we doing? This is not it. This is very rude of you. Oh, I'm just realizing I have them in the wrong order. Okay. Cool, man. Yeah, no, it's lit. Yep. Nope, big into it.
We're gonna tell our grandchildren about this someday, about how we showed up when it mattered most, about how they told us to put our heads down and look away, but a brave little state stood up and chose a different path forward. When they profited off our illness and turned healthcare into a luxury few could afford, we brought back small-town doctors and ensured free healthcare for all. When they forced mergers and closures to consolidate power, we remembered that small is beautiful, and so we supported our small schools, farms, and businesses so our communities could not only survive, but thrive. When they turned housing into a playground for investors and rich out-of-staters, we changed the rules to ensure every Vermonter could afford a place to call home. When they abducted people off the street and deployed the military against their own citizens, we protected our neighbors and our state's rights. When they told us that we should accept our fate, dictated by corporations and corrupt politicians, we gathered in our town meeting halls, defined our vision for the future, and showed them what true democracy looks like. My name's Amanda Janoo, and I'm running for governor because I refuse to accept that collapse is inevitable or that the best a governor can do is manage decline. I was born and raised in rural Vermont, and I've spent my career helping governments here and around the world to build economies that actually work for people. Not the stock market, people. Our health, our dignity, our well-being. This is the work I know how to do, and this is the work that Vermont needs now. I'm running for governor because the choices we make now are going to determine the course of history. And I know that if we're willing to be bold and brave, we'll be able to tell our grandchildren that when it mattered most, we stood Vermont strong and inspired a different way forward.
Yes, indeed. Okay, well, that was Amanda Janu, galactically endorsed candidate for Vermont's governor's race. I just realized I jumped way ahead. I don't know how I did this. I think it's because I'm getting tired and delirious, and we're 7.5 hours into this election coverage stream. But that's the 11th of August. That one is a week. That's 2 weeks from now. That is next Tuesday. I meant to do Hawaii. I got the small states confused somehow, and like it's like spatial dyslexia or something. We're gonna go back in time. Now, just a reminder, Tennessee's election, I forgot to mention all these things, so I should do this. Tennessee's election's next Thursday, not next Tuesday. So you got 2 more days than you do for the other elections that we've talked about so far: Kansas, Missouri, Michigan, and Washington. There's one more in there I can't think of. Hawaii is 2 days later on Saturday, which is nice. Have the weekend to vote. In Hawaii's 1st congressional district, you got 5 different people running in a Democratic primary to potentially unseat. Technically, for Ed Case, he's looking to hold on to his seat. In Hawaii's 1st congressional, which, as you can see, quite small. It's basically just Honolulu, East Honolulu. Mililani, Waipahu, Kapolei, Iwa Beach, and this stuff. But like if you just zoom in here, it's just this. It's this tiny portion of one island, entirely on the island of Oahu. Now, the individual who I am endorsing to unseat, recommending people vote to unseat Ed Case here, out of the 4 people, I think it's Nicholas Caswanto, or Nick, I think, as he goes by. I could not find a YouTube page for him, so I'm going to go here to K-Han2 News from last month, talk about the Hawaii elections.
An Upper Valley economist makes a bid to challenge Governor Phil Scott in November.
Yep.
Aloha and welcome to Working for Hawaii Unscripted. I'm Gina Mangieri, and with me today is our political analyst, John Hart from Hawaii Pacific University. Thank you for joining us.
Aloha, always nice to see you, Gina.
Well, we're here after the candidate filing period ends in June, early June every year, every election year, I should say. And we've got some interesting races that are shaping up as people come on board to be contenders. In your analysis, what do you think are sort of the top 2 or 3 hot races that'll bring attention in an otherwise lackluster year?
Well, any time you have a federal primary contested in Hawaii, that's a big deal. So CD1 we need to talk about. Ed Case has 2, now 1 contender apparently. LG race now has gotten more draws, so it's no longer just 1 person. So is there going to be any shift?
Yes, indeed. Well, here's the guy I am endorsing to take out Ed Case. That's Nicholas Caswanto. About Nick. As a precocious 6-year-old, Nick moved to America with his family of 4. His mom and dad luckily found jobs quickly after moving, and they became a working-class family trying to achieve the American dream. Yep, an immigrant family living in Hawaii. Story is probably fairly familiar to a lot of people. Where is... here it is. Proposed policies. Hold on. His website's glitching the fuck out. I need to pull it up over here. It's an issue we run into sometimes. I don't know why. Here we go. Actually, hold on. Does this work better now? If I do this, there we go. Nick earned a National Merit Scholarship from the PSAT. He's able to attend the USC by 2014. Started remote working. And a whole bunch of stuff. He's lived quite a life so far. But, whoopsies, what am I doing? But, now he's looking to be representative of Hawaii in Congress. He wants local property taxes for military bases in Hawaii, which I found fascinating. I mean, sure. Sure. I mean, get it done. Get it done, Nick. He wants to tax political contributions, force political campaigns to pay taxes on their contributions. Love it. Do it, Nick. Make it happen. PONO Act, something he's come up with apparently. People Over Negative Occupations Act. Impose federal tax breaks on money earned and spent on things that are PONO, which is the context means things that have been scientifically shown to increase societal health and well-being. Oh. Things like education, healthcare, food security, clean environments, walkable neighborhoods, carbon-neutral energy, arts and culture, to name a few. Fuck, Pono me up, Nicholas. Let's get Ponoing. Matching allocations towards climate health actions. Matcha. End tax-free active duty housing allowance. 100% on-base housing for active duties. He's got a bunch of Hawaii local stuff relating to, because Hawaii's got a shit ton of bases, and in this specific region, it makes a ton of sense. But he also wants universal health care. Abolish the presidential pardon, the electoral college, and create congressional term limits. I think he's great. I honestly think he's great. Not enough foreign policy from Nick, but in comparison to the other four fucks in this race, big time recommend on old Nick. Although it's going to be tough. I looked at the polls here. He's doing better than at least two of the candidates, but first off, it was the only poll I could find, if I recall correctly, was a fairly old. He was not doing well at that point, but he wasn't doing the worst. And hopefully people can get the word out more between now and August 11th. Sorry, 8th. August 8th, next Saturday. More than a week. Get people out there for Nick. Meanwhile, in Hawaii's 2nd district, Representative Jill Tokuda is attempting to defend her seat in Congress. And I am galactically recommending that people help her do that. Here is Jill in Congress 5 months ago, talking about the Trump administration's whitewashing of U.S. history, something which apparently means something to her, personally.
What you talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a hilltop in Santa Fe, New Mexico, there is an interpretive plaque on a boulder. It stands where the government locked up thousands of Japanese as so-called enemy aliens. My great-grandfather, my Gigi, was one of them. Locked behind barbed wire while his son, my grandfather, joined the military intelligence service in service to a country that saw him as the enemy. That small stone marker is all that remains to tell their story. Today, the Trump administration is removing national park signage that tells the truth about slavery, the genocide of indigenous Americans, and the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. In Nazi Germany, it started with burning books. In the USSR, they erased people from photographs. In North Korea, they delete political leaders from online archives. And today in the United States, quite ironically, the Trump administration calls it removing negative information about past or living Americans.
I did everything.
What happens when they decide the story of my Gigi is too negative to remember? What happens when they want to whitewash history and remove the service and sacrifice of our communities of color? In March 2025, the U.S. Army removed its webpage honoring the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the all-Nisei unit that became one of the most decorated in American military history. That is not a simple edit. It is not an accident. It is not an oversight. It was an intentional action by this administration to push a revisionist history of American history, scrubbing away one plaque, one webpage, one sign, one sentence at a time. 5 incarceration sites are now part of the national park system. Manzanar in California, Minidoka in Idaho, Tule Lake in California, Amachi in Colorado, and Honouliuli in Hawaii. Across the country, a dozen federally recognized landmarks and museums preserve this history, our history, from Heart Mountain to Topaz to Santa Fe. Are they next? Will the truth be rewritten or worse?
Immediately, if not
completely
sooner.
erased? History is not just decor for a museum, exhibit, or national park. It's a warning label for the same injustices we are now seeing repeated today. We see it in the targeting of immigrants. We see it in the dismantling of civil rights protections. We see it in efforts to attack birthright citizenship. We see it when they invoke legal powers that once falsely justified locking up over 120,000 Japanese Americans. Looking back, what would have changed if someone had just stepped in? If the books had been saved, the pictures restored, the stories preserved, and the truth protected? That is the choice before us now. We are the truth tellers. We are the truth keepers. And it's on us to be the keepers truly of this history, to make sure the truth is known and cannot be forgotten. We have the chance to make this the moment where someone did step in, when someone did say, not again. The question isn't whether history will repeat itself. The question is, will we let it?
There you go. As I said, this is in Hawaii's 2nd District. Jill's defending her seat against 3 challengers. I looked at them. None of them were good enough for me to suggest endorsing any of them over Jill. So she's gotten the galactic endorsement for the rest of Hawaii. All of the other islands. That's who she represents. Will hopefully continue to represent until 2028. Or 2029, whatever. End of 2028. All right. Well, now we've gotten through wait, hold on. Do I have one more in Hawaii? Don't I? No, I don't. Okay, great. Damn. That was quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 states now done. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Vermont. Okay, people, we're making serious progress. Minnesota, Connecticut, Wisconsin, Alaska, and Florida still left. I think we can do it. It's only taken 8 hours. Why stop now? Plus, I got to do a weekend thing report tonight. I just got to do like the single election coverage streams and then try and clip this later for posterity. I'll probably clip by state, hopefully, if I can find the time to sit down and do it for the 14 different states that I got here. And hopefully that will be my way some contribution to all this. I might not sleep today. I might just, like, prepare for tonight's stream and just clip this stream. Not go to bed. Go buy energy drinks or something. I try not to drink energy drinks anymore. You know, too many stimulants, not good for you. Tea seems like enough caffeine for me. As a dude continuing to get to the later and later 30s. It's not called Friday Fun Day. That's true. Not Friday Fun Day. Alrighty. On to the next one. Another one. And another one. It's Minnesota time. Minnesota time. Minnesota time. You know what, just for fun, I'm doing this.
I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. 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 We got points to put on the board.
I know Michigan and Minnesota are different states, but goddamn do I love that fucking soundbite. It gets me excited every time. Gets me excited to put some points up on the board. Corey. Great job, buddy. Thanks for that. How Corey managed to get through this without a primary this year, I don't know. But we're going to have him for another 6 years. We're going to have to get used to that stupid guy. Like, you realize that, right? Corey's going unchallenged to the general in New Jersey. So, 6 more years, starting next year. So 6.5 more years of Cory Booker. Just a reminder. Just a horrible, terrible reminder. Although I hear Corey and Hakeem supposedly parlayed with Zoran Mamdani to prevent him from endorsing. So I don't know what that means for the future if Corey's made some sort of promise to Zoran.
Zoran Mamdani.
Like if Zoran's collecting chits over here and Cory Booker's gonna vote for Medicare for all and to end the weapons to Israel in 2027 or something. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Zoran is a very competent politician so far that we've seen, and mayor, right? Not just in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
But as mayor, he's been making shit happen over here. I wouldn't be shocked if he was collecting chits, favors, for bestowing his, you know, generosity to lowly individuals like Cory Booker. Oh, please, Mr. Zoran. You can't catch a break between Jersey and Texas. That's true. It is unfortunate that you find yourself in as a Jersey Texan. You had a couple of wins. You had a couple of wins in Jersey. Right? We had a couple of good ones in Jersey. Yeah. Anna Lilia Mahia, Adam Homowy. Are we forgetting Adam Homowy all of a sudden? It's weird. It's like you're forgetting Adam Homowy. So it's not all bad. Sure, do you still have Gottheimer and Booker? Yeah, that's not great. It could be better. But I've been saying it all year, ever since we started doing the election coverage, we must not allow perfection be the enemy of good. We've at least got good going on. We got a good thing happening. Let's not jinx it by poo-pooing it. I'm fine with it. I'm gonna keep pushing forward, trudging through the trenches, trying to get the big W's. The W's. All right, let's start here. Minnesota's first with Jake Johnson, who is running for Congress. Here's ABC piece from 4 months back featuring Jake and his congressional run.
Well, for a lot of high school students, math class is kind of a negative, but one Minnesota teacher is really trying to turn it into a big plus. After working his way through college, mowing lawns, Jake Johnson became a math teacher in Rochester, Minnesota, inspired to help students just like his teachers had helped him for so many years. Well, now Jake has decided to run for Congress in Minnesota, and his students, well, they're right there by his side.
Hey, I'm Jake Johnson, math teacher out here in southern Minnesota. We're out here raising funds for our campaign, and we're doing it the honest, clean way.
Yes, indeed. Here's Jake Johnson having a good time raising funds with his students. A teacher running here in Minnesota's first congressional district at the bottom of the state. Right on top of Iowa, sort of wedged between Iowa, Wisconsin, and the rest of Minnesota. Currently represented by Brad Finstat, Republican, who's fighting his own primary here against two candidates, Jake and one Alex Eaton, duking it out, mano a mano. Here's Jake's website. Priorities. Bring down costs, take on corruption, and invest in our small towns. Unfortunately, it's quite a lot of platitudes, but Jake's better than Alex. So he is getting the nod, the galactic nod. Got one more clip from this campaign. KEYC News Now Local 2 weeks ago for the latest.
Candidates are hitting the campaign trail with the primary election a month away. Earlier today, Kate Jones spoke with Jake Johnson, a Democratic candidate running for Congress.
What do farmers do besides struggle? That's what Democratic candidate Jake Johnson for Congress in District 1 said to a roundtable of farmers today outside of Medelia.
What I do is usually facilitate a conversation where I get to listen and I take notes and I'll ask follow-up questions.
There are around 20 people in attendance, most of which were St. James residents, and many were farmers, truck drivers, and were once working in ag finance. Most responses from constituents regarded tariffs, price of equipment, and specifically the national debt.
You can't keep a lot. We're going to bankrupt this country. And that is my number one biggest concern.
One was very concerned about the repercussions of Trump's big, beautiful bill.
The tariffs they are now in such a state of confusion. I doubt anybody here has a really good handle on, what tariff any one specific one of our trading partners is paying.
Another attendee was concerned about all of the jobs that were cut from DOGE, especially in the NRCS and FSA.
As you can see here, Jake taking notes like a good school teacher. Anyway, I think he's the candidate for Michigan's first. Not fully endorsed. Not full enough of a campaign for me to give him the full endorsement. But from what I can see, I think he's got the best shot. Got the best campaign of these two options. Just flipping the seat in itself would be good. All right, now on to Minnesota's 2nd District. Kayla Berg. Kayla for Congress. Let's start here. Wait, these are totally out of order, dude. Unacceptable. This is very unacceptable. Go here to 1 year ago. Kayla Berg. Wait. No. What have I done?
You're in the middle of a very heated Democratic primary in the 2nd Congressional
I need you to shut your face.
District.
You're screwing me right now. How did this how have I done this? I've worsened this. I thought I fixed it. Somehow I've worsened it. I don't know how that's okay, I moved this here and go here. Sorry, people. I have a plan. I'm just foiling my own plans. On my own petard. Look, I'm not the best petard handler, as it turns out. Sometimes I fumble the petard. It's not my bailiwick, petards. More of a lance thrower, or like a sword guy, you know? Trebuchet, perhaps. But petards? They're too oblong shaped. Alright, I'm sorry. This is unnecessary. This is an unnecessary conversation I'm just having with myself. Really, when you think about it, to distract you from the fact that I'm trying to get us to the right video. This one here. From Kayla Berg from Minnesota from a year ago. So yay, I did it.
I'm Kayla Berg. As your representative, I understand the strain of rising living costs on working families. I've fought for policies to ease this burden, including pushing for affordable housing initiatives, supporting tax relief for middle-class families, and advocating for increased funding for public transportation. But there is more to do. I'm committed to expanding child care assistant programs, working to reduce utility costs, and promoting job training initiatives to boost wages. I'm asking for your vote on or before November 5th.
Okay. That was Kayla's launch video. Before we go to the next clip.
Well, these are
I said before. Thank you very much.
How rude.
Eesh. Little getting ahead of yourself there, CBS Minnesota. First, you have to take a look at the district. Other details. Here's Minnesota's 2nd District, slightly north of the 1st District, including southern part of Minneapolis, as you can see here, currently represented by Angie Craig. Kind of purplish. Voting for Clinton, then Bush, then Obama, then Trump, and then Biden and Kamala Harris.
I'm staying in the race.
This district can't make up their fucking minds. For the love of God. Currently represented by a Democratic Representative Angie Craig, who is withdrawn from the race. Now have 6 people fighting it out, including this guy, whose hair I'm pretty sure was poured out of a frickin' cake mold. Look at that hair. Jesus Christ. My preferred candidate, Kayla Berg. Here's her website. Endorsements. Bunch of labor unions, steel workers, Amalgamated Transit Union, our Revolutionize Organized to Win. That's a progressive PAC. Unrig Washington. Carpenters Local 464, Association of Flight Attendants. IUPAT District Council 82. Women Winning.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
UAW and Citizens United. Millwright and Machine Erectors. And I think the DFL is still waiting to endorse on some of these races. Or did they? I can't remember. They may be endorsing somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the DFL. That's the Democratic Farmers Labor Union, specifically in Minnesota, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Just an important union to get here. What was I doing? Oh, right. CBS Minnesota. Kayla, 3 months ago. Here to tell us why she wants to represent Minnesota's 2nd.
Well, these are decisive days in Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. This is the only open district in the entire state because the incumbent, Angie Craig, is running for the U.S. Senate. On the Republican side, Senator Eric Pratt is running. Among the candidates on the DFL side are 3 well-known political figures: State Representative Kayla Berg, State Senator Matt Klein, and former State Senator Matt Little. Over the next few weeks, we will be talking to all the candidates.
All DFL.
And joining me right now
here.
is Minnesota State Representative Kayla Berg. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I want to ask you, you've gotten quite a bit of publicity as...
Yeah. Right. Okay. I think I have this right. And if anybody's from Minnesota in here right now, feel free to correct me. But the DFL, reigns supreme in Minnesota instead of the DNC? It's like... I don't know how it's been going on for a long time. I don't know the history of it, perhaps as much as I should, but it's an interesting distinction from the rest of all of these.
One of the few really, truly working class people running for Congress. You have been a flight attendant for more than 20 years with Endeavor, a subsidiary of Delta Airlines. What does that bring to the race?
Well, look, in an economy where so many hardworking families are struggling, they don't feel like they're heard, that politicians in Washington, as they enrich themselves, don't understand what the average family is struggling through right now. And to have somebody who has lived that alongside them, that's a really exciting opportunity to actually have a representative democracy.
Okay. Now, obviously, there's an August 11th primary, but there also is a May 9th endorsing convention, for the 2nd district in the DFL. You're very optimistic, you told me about that.
I am optimistic. We have picked up a lot of momentum. People hear my story, they relate to me, they see somebody who understands them, and they're coming in and they're joining our team. And it's just a really incredible testament of when you understand what people are going through and they can see themselves in you, what you can build.
Okay.
Okay. Now we saw the endorsements. Let's look at the issues. Kayla's key issues: reforming healthcare, fighting for universal healthcare by implementing Medicare for all, and ensuring Minnesotans don't suffer in the meantime. Smart thinking. Break up big pharma companies, kick Wall Street out of the hospitals, ban predatory medical debt collection practices. She also wants to fight corporations and corruption in Washington by ending congressional stock trading, corporate PAC contributions, dark money groups, data centers, big corporations using their power to squeeze customers. She'll be fighting for stronger enforcement on antitrust action and transparency rules. She is also rejecting APAC money, meanwhile working to make life more affordable, creating union jobs, keeping Minnesotans safe, and naming what is happening in Gaza as a genocide. I think you get the picture here, folks. She gets the full galactic endorsement, Kayla. Here in Minnesota 2nd. I think she's in it to win it. And prove me wrong. You heard me. You heard me pull a goddamn Charlie Kirk just now. Prove me wrong. She's already represented Minnesota for how long actually? Let me go back. Let me look at something really quickly. Because I should know this because I've been looking through this, but I can't remember. Right, so she's in Minnesota's state. She's been in Minnesota State House since 2021. And now she's looking to go to Congress, stepping it up. So she's been in there for about 5 years. Already with a proven track record of results.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Vote Kayla Berg, Minnesota 2nd. Now, on to the 3rd district. Right? 3rd district? Got a race here? Oh, no. Actually, we don't. Don't have a race in Minnesota. I almost called it Michigan. In Minnesota's 3rd congressional district, at least for Democrats. Kelly Morrison, incumbent Democrat looking to defend her seat against whoever wins in the Republican primary in November. But no challenger whatsoever. Not even one that pulled out. Minnesota seems perfectly fine with Kelly's job. We do have a race in Minnesota's 4th congressional district. Shaping up between two different individuals, incumbent Democrat Betty McCollum, who has taken a buttload of APAC money, if I recall correctly. Hold on, let me just pull this up, make sure I get this one right, because if I recall, she has been taking some stupid amount of APAC money. She might be right about the genocide thing. Yeah, you think? What do you figure? Damn, why are these not loading now? Open Secrets is just suddenly just not working. It's weird. It was working fine when I was doing research earlier today and all the other days I've been doing research. Why is it suddenly not working? It's weird. Oh, I'm sure there's no nefarious going on here. Anyway, I can tell you right now, Betty's taking a fuck ton of PAC money. I can't tell you specifically from where because I can't get Open Secrets to work right now. And I have no notes. But I am supporting her challenger. A dude who's been running a non-profit to relocate people from the Middle East back to the United States. A dude by the name of Ashwar Rahman.
Since the war in the Middle East broke out, a Minnesota man has been working tirelessly to bring Americans home. David Schumann spoke to him about how he secured a safe way out and the help that's still needed.
I know what it's like to have one flight canceled on you, so to have 4 and 5, and meanwhile there's missiles coming in towards the airport.
Aswar Rahman is back home in Minnesota after more than a week of working to get Americans out of Israel safely. He spent all his time in the main airport there.
It's a very chaotic situation when it comes to trying to get home from Israel.
Aswar sought out stranded Americans to give them information about an escape option he helped set up through his humanitarian organization, the American Service.
There's a safe border crossing that goes from northern Israel into Jordan, and then there's an international airport that can take you home very fast.
He says dozens of people rode shuttles he arranged into Jordan, and countless more he encountered crossed over on their own.
Yeah. So the American Service is an organization which helps to relocate people not just from Israel but from around the world in war zones back to the United States. Just to be clear, right? But this is Ashwar's website. ashwarforcongress.org. .org. I need your help. Oh shit, and this page is frozen. Please hold. Page is frozen. Here is Ashwar's website, ashwarforcongress.org. I need your help to break ice and stop Betty McCollum's inhumane attack on my refugees. I am Ashwar Rahman, the proud Minnesota immigrant, an entrepreneur, and a humanitarian who has resettled thousands of refugees, mostly in Minnesota. When the world plummeted into crisis, 2022, when the Russian invasion of Ukraine and societal collapse in Latin America, I sprung into action. I spent from my business earnings to rescue and resettle thousands of families from Ukraine and Latin America through legal pathways. Most of my families were resettled in Minnesota, where neighbors, employers, and landlords welcomed them with open arms. Since the second Trump election, my families have lived in constant fear. I made a promise to protect them and to ensure that they are safe and sustained. When I learned that my own representative is the one of the most powerful anti-immigrant voices in Congress, I knew my duty isn't over until she is voted out of office. Here's what Betty sponsored: 3 massive concentration camps for immigrants, $60 billion more for ICE and CBP, fully empower ICE to enter any protected space, and due process in asylum, and illegally build Trump's border wall.
Illegal.
We need a defender who will stop Betty's bill, persecute ICE, break ICE, pass the Good Pretty Act, launch a democratic immigration reform plan, and close the $1 billion federal contract gap in our district. Here's all of his positions. And boy, oh boy, does Ashwar have a very, well, I can't think of words, well-apportioned policy proposal section. It's not just ICE. He wants to do a lot of stuff. I strongly support raising the federal minimum wage, the national minimum wage, to $17 indexed to inflation to counter a decade of skyrocketing costs. I strongly support the full unredacted revelation of all parties who enabled and participated in the Epstein Files crimes. Gaza. I strongly support halting arms supplies to Israel, mandating war crimes investigations for the Netanyahu regime, and replacing the corrupt Board of Peace with a UN-led coalition to path the way for democratic elections and Palestinian statehood.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Are you starting to get the picture on Ashwar here? Do you need more? Let's see. Healthcare. I strongly support Medicare for all. Reproductive rights. I strongly enshrining the protections of Roe v. Wade into federal law. Are you just on? It's like a goddamn. It's like a. What do you call those things? People do Christmas time or whatever with the little chocolate advent calendar. It's like a little advent calendar. with little treats inside. You just click it and little treats appear. I strongly support the Green New Deal, treating the climate crisis with grave urgency. If you're in Minnesota's 4th, you can't not vote for this guy, okay? This is your guy. From what I can tell, especially when I factor in his work in relocating people from across the world, like, it's about consistency, right? He's immigrating people from Ukraine, from Israel, from the Middle East, from Latin America, whatever it might be. He's there. It doesn't matter who you are. If you need help, Ashwar is there. It would seem, at least. I don't know enough about his organization to say for sure, but CBS News Minnesota 2 years ago felt it necessary to do a story on the guy and what he was doing. It's that kind of consistency that I deeply respect, let alone all the sweet, sweet policies he's got in that website. And I forgot to do this. Or did we look at it? Oh, we did look at it. You're right. It's 1v1. Mano a mano. Betty McCollum. Ashwar Rahman. In Minnesota's 4th, the thing we didn't look at was where Minnesota's 4th is. I just clicked the wrong link again because I'm an idiot. He's a humanitarian. Exactly. How could I not support this guy? St. Paul. St. Paul. DFL St. Paul is the district here. Oakdale, Woodbury, Lake Elmo, Maplewood, White Bear Lake, Shoreview, Roseville. If you're in one of those places, consider voting for this guy. Don't even consider it. Do it. Do it now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Full endorse. Full galactic endorse on this guy. Oh, you know who else gets a full galactic endorse? The lady who represents Minnesota's 5th. You know who she is. Representative Ilhan Omar.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Here she is 5 months ago, discussing the Trump administration's immigration policy.
Penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure many remember that moment during the State of the Union. Ilhan Omar screaming at the president. She then went on to CNN to discuss her feelings about the president.
Any regrets at all about the interaction we played between you and President Trump just last night?
I do not. And I think many people look at that moment when the president says it is our responsibility to protect Americans. And he does not acknowledge the fact that 2 Americans, 2 of my constituents, 2 of our neighbors were killed. And it was important for me to just remind the American people that the president and his administration was responsible for killing 2 American citizens.
Yeah, I don't think we need much. Ilhan Omar will hopefully just, sail straight through to the general. Unfortunately, shock of fucking shocks. Good. And by shock of shocks, I mean no fucking kidding. Just like with many of our winged galactic candidates, and by winged, I mean those with parentheses around their name on my little spreadsheet. You know what I'm talking about, these little These old guys. All right, Ilhan Omar with little wings without an asterisk. Because she's an incumbent. Unfortunately, you'll notice a lack of two things. One, wait, I've lost my spot. Where am I? Where am I? Minnesota's 5th. Ilhan Omar. You'll notice lack of two things. An asterisk, which means she's great. She's an angel. She gets wings. However, no NC. Let's just reference the galactic legend. NC stands for no challenger. No challenger. That must mean Ilhan has a challenger. Yeah, she does. Hold on, let me bring up the old Battlepedia. Yeah. Shock of shocks. You got 4 different people looking to unseat Ilhan in the Democratic primary. So she needs your vote. Republican primary happening too for cabinet. I can't say words now. 4 candidates here in the Republican primary as well. But this is annoying to me. Why is it that all of the galactically endorsed incumbent candidates don't get the backing of the DFL or the DNC or DCCC? Oh no, they just get challengers instead. You noticing a pattern, anybody? Like, seriously, it's over and over again. Anybody who is good enough to deserve a galactic endorsement doesn't deserve, according to the Democratic Party, a single dollar of help. Any sort of, sway used to prevent challenges, whatever else. Because they're pulling strings, too, to prevent challenges from happening. Chuck Schumer, the fucking office accepting the DNC office accepting challenges over there, probably has, a security guard outside of it that, literally lifts people up off of their feet and then transports them to a room filled with cash. I was like, here, take what you need and leave. I guess not Chuck Schumer. I'm trying to think of who would it be in this case. Like Hakeem Jeffries or like Richie Torres or something like that, Like these guys got to have a room full of cash at the DNCs at their local chapter, whatever you want to call it, prevent any democracy from accidentally happening. I'm just looking through all these races, and that's what I'm picking up on. Is that, in the most, blue dog Democratic seats in the blue states, there's, a real lack of primary challengers. And it almost, in some cases, it almost feels, manufactured. It almost feels like they're doing something to prevent people from primarying them. And I know there's probably laws. I'm pretty sure there's laws against it, but it's 2026. What are laws, if not things for those in power to break and for us to worry about? All right, and Minnesota's 6th. Which I think is a red district. You got no primary. You got one Democrat running In the general, no challenge. In the primary, although I think it is a red district here in Minnesota's 6th. In Minnesota's 7th district, got a galactically recommended candidate by the name of Eric Osberg. This is Eric. 1 year ago.
Hello, my name is Eric Osberg, and I'm running for Congress. I intend to earn the DFL nomination for Minnesota's 7th Congressional District. Thanks for watching. I'm going to lay out a little bit about myself, share the vision of our campaign, and touch on some of the key issues that we'll be talking about. Get comfy, because this might take a while, and please bear with me. I'm learning as I go. So we're going to start with our why. And the simple answer is, if not me, who? If not now, when? I've come to the conclusion that the cost of doing nothing outweighs the cost of doing something, anything. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I gotta try. Here's a warning. I don't know how to state certain things without sounding a little combative or divisive. I don't do it all the time, but it happens. My pledge to you is to spend the next 600 days trying to meet you where you are at. I want to listen, but I want there to be a baseline for how we talk to each other. First rule is this is not a database of facts. I want to hear the real issues you face daily in your experiences.
Yes, indeed. Well, Eric is in a one-on-one race here in the 7th district between him, a guy by the name of Steve Carlson. Steve was very much unimpressive. I looked through both of their profiles. This is a red district, Michelle Fischbach. This is Fischbach's fucking district. She's running unopposed in the primary. Let's take a look at some of Eric's priorities. Defend the Constitution. Get money out of politics. Healthcare for all. Lowering healthcare costs. Strengthen public education. Support family farms and rural economies. Build a Congress that works. Yes, indeed. And I think Eric is definitely better than our boy fucking Steve Carlson. Steve Carlson looks like he's about to die. In this picture, I just look at Steve Carlson. I actually look through his policy set. Like I said, unimpressive. But I look at him, like, this guy's... this guy is exactly the sort of element we're trying to get out of the party. These really aged dudes. And his policy set's significantly worse than Eric's, in my opinion. We're not going to listen to this whole 15-minute video from Eric, though. We don't got time for that. We're 9 hours into this election coverage stream. We still got multiple states left to cover here, for the love of God. What do I look like? A man with unlimited energy and time?
Come on!
Oh. Okay, yeah, that was Eric Osborne. Eric Osberg in Minnesota's 7th district, looking to unseat Republican Michelle Fischbach. Not a perfect candidate. That's why I guess the recommend, not the endorse, but it'd be a severe improvement on Fischbach and an improvement on his primary challenger. Best of 3. Gotta pick one, Space Fams. You can't just look and say, I declare I'm not doing democracy today. No, democracy's happening with or without you. Your lack of participation is your decision to slough off responsibility to others. Considering you're on this channel right now, I assume you'll be complaining about that in the future. So best to just engage in the process now rather than regretting it later. Feel me? Dost thou feel me, space fams? All right, final House race in Minnesota. Minnesota's 8th congressional district. Three candidates running in the Democratic primary. My galactic recommendation to you, space fams, is to vote for one Trina Swanson. Here she is, speaking at the Metro CD8 DFL something or other. Town hall, I guess. 2 months ago. Oh, wait. I did this in the wrong order. Please hold. Son of a bitch. Well, you win and you lose some. That's the wrong one. Don't do that. Before we do that, a DFL event.
This is ridiculous.
Look, settle down. Okay. I can't be perfect. I had so many clips I was compiling. Multiple mistakes were made while compiling this list that I tried to fix halfway through making it. I clearly didn't bring perfection. Didn't bring my A game today. I think I'm passing at the very least. I should definitely cut this stream into individual streams. I say election. Well, you say that. It takes a long time to do each clip. Have to make a thumbnail for each one. I'm gonna try. I need to really stock up on snacks and drinks. Did you all know you could help me stock up on snacks and drinks? You could. You could buy snacks and drinks on Throne for a very small nominal fee on top of it. You'd be buying me snacks and drinks for less than I pay for snacks and drinks at the store. Literally. That's not an exaggeration. And just do it. Do it now. Keep me fed. Keep me hydrated. I think the smallest expenditure is like $7 or something. It's like $6 or something like that. That's the kind of thing I need to be able to cut these sorts of things, you know? It's just like not having to take the time out of my day to walk to the store to get drinks and snacks. You know, to do these kinds of things. If I could just like not have to leave my seat almost at all, it'd be much easier for me to do these jobs. You see what I'm saying? The more successful I am in life, financially, the more secure I am on some of these things, the easier it is for me to do the stuff we're talking about. The less I have to worry about how am I paying this bill? How am I getting the channel remonetized or whatever else? The easier it is for me, for my headspace to be clear. For me to be doing clips. And other sweet, sweet things on the YouTube channel. 14 clips is a lot of clips. That's all I'm saying. And honestly, like, there are some weird aspects to Throne, which I'm not going to explain today for multiple reasons, but it really is one of my newest favorite like platforms for people to donate on. Like, they really take very little. They take way less than Twitch does. less than PayPal, actually. Or at least, like, comparable to or less than PayPal. And the stuff just automatically comes to me. I don't have to do anything. In some cases, I'm actually somehow paying less for it than I would for it on my own volition, which that's the thing I'm not going to explain right now. Suffice to say, great way to donate, especially since we're in the interim between finishing the financing of the galactic deficits and the weird limbo period. Sorry, that's enough. That's enough for me. All right. Now to the clip from 5 months ago. Trina Swanson on MS Now. No, wait, what is this? This is the wrong clip. MS Now, 5 months ago. Trina Swanson talking about federal workers.
President Trump's attack.
Federal workers, such as her, who are now seeking office as a result of their lack of job and fury. Combination of lack of job and fury, causing people like Trina to run for offices like District 8 in Minnesota.
Citizenship and Immigration Services threw her hat in the ring for Minnesota's 8th congressional district seat. She told The Times that voters are increasingly asking questions about immigration policy at town halls and community events. All three of them join us now. Thank you three for joining us. I told you during the break, Zach, you're not here, so I would running for office is crazy. So congratulations to all of you for
I feel like I'm taking
Seems like a terrible
crazy
job
pills.
to be in Congress. Trina, I want to start with you because immigration is, and more importantly, the way that ICE is operating within the borders of this country is at the top of a lot of conversations, right? And it's been at the top of our conversations for a long time, but it feels like it's bleeding into the rest of the zeitgeist. One, I want to look at this Minnesota Star Tribune.
Wait, hold on, we don't need this whole thing.
In Minnesota, but when they're talking about the way that they're operating within the country writ large, what are they telling you?
So I was a government official for 2 decades in immigration. There's a right way to do immigration and a wrong way. I'm hearing that it's happening the wrong way. It's breeding chaos on our streets. They are using small children to lure out their parents. They're going after them.
Throne? Yes, Throne, Tracy. Throne. I think it's a pretty great little service. And it makes it people able to send me physical gifts. Because I feel like there's got to be some people who would prefer to send me physical items or whatever sometimes, right? And it's like little birthdays over and over again whenever I get presents from you, Space Fams. You know? My mailbox is nice. Very nice. All right, this is Minnesota's district. It's up here in the triangle portion, the northeastern triangle of the state. Currently represented by Republican Pete Stauber. Stauber? Whatever, however you say it. Trina is up against 2 other candidates, Luke Galbranson and John Munter.
American citizens for blowing whistles and honking horns and murdering people. So the people of the 8th District in Minnesota are concerned about that. They are hearing that 4,000 people were arrested, yet we have less than 14% that were actually violent criminals, spending tens of millions of dollars that instead could have gone towards education, healthcare, and our affordability crisis.
Exactly. Saying some very sensible things over here, Trina. Here's Trina's website, Trina for Congress. Minnesota 8, DFL endorsed. She's already got the DFL endorsement. Congresswoman Betty McCollum, DFL veterans and military families. Rural Caucus. Women winning. Minnesota DFL. Here, Trina's priorities. Care close to home. Protect clean water. And mining that works for Minnesota project. Real affordability. Manageable costs. Livable wages. Holding the system accountable. Protecting the environment and tribal nations and native communities. Reforming immigration. I wish she went further. Unfortunately, she's the one in this race going the furthest. It is a red district, I would remind you. And any flipping of this seat would be big. I think Trina's the best candidate to do the job. It actually has the best policy set of the three candidates, from what I can tell. Yes, I'm still on Dark Sparkle. We're on Minnesota right now. We're just wrapping up Minnesota. We got 5 states left. 3 of the big ones, 2 of the tiny ones. It's been a long trudge. We've already done 9 states. Nearly 9 states. Nearly 9 states. All right. Yeah, Trina's getting the Galactic recommend, not the full endorsement. Because of her lack of foreign policy, her lack of a number of things that I need from a candidate for a full endorsement, but wasn't a great list to go from. Okay. Wait. This is in the wrong order. No! Where is Peggy Flanagan? God damn it. I have so many. Oh, it's killing me. I think I left Peggy out. And Amy Klobuchar. Which is fine. They're fairly well known, and I think that they're gonna do okay. But I fucked up real bad here. Okay. We got 2 other races in Minnesota. The Senate election, the governor's election. For the Senate election, you got 6 candidates running in the Democratic primary. Angie Craig, who's a former representative, Minnesota's 6th or something like that. She's not running for Senate up against Penny Flanagan. Penny Flanagan is the one who's got the endorsement. Here, the recommendation from me. Let me just pull up her website since I didn't get one of her clips out. I don't know how I overlooked her. Honestly, I think I know how. Minnesota is where I realized I hadn't done the video clips for the Senate and congressional races. The Senate and the gubernatorial races. And immediately started trying to add them into the list in the appropriate places. Must have forgotten to grab clips and just moved on to the next states. Like I think I've got the rest of them for Connecticut. They're all set up right after this one, I think. So like I made it. It was an oversight. But you recall Peggy, I'm sorry, probably, and plus we got a clip right here.
A loud, clear voice. That's what my Ojibwe name means, and it's core to who I am. So I'm going to be loud and clear about what's at stake right now. Trump and his allies are ransacking our government to give more handouts to corporations and billionaires, taking money out of our pockets to line their own. They're starting mindless trade wars that make our prices skyrocket and devastate our farmers and small businesses. They're wrecking our savings, destroying Social Security, and gutting our health care. And I believe people are waking up. A lot of Americans are feeling like the bottom could fall out at any moment. I know what that's like. I was born and raised here in Minnesota by a hardworking single mom. Public schools, public housing, Medicaid, and our deep faith helped us to get by. Now I'm raising my own daughter, and I know that it's still too hard for too many Minnesotans to get ahead. It's why I've spent my entire career fighting for kids and families, from the Children's Defense Fund to Wellstone Action to serving in public office. And I'm running a different kind of campaign because the time for excuses is past. We need leaders who actually know how regular people live and have the political courage to actually help them. Congress lowering the price of 10 prescription drugs is great, but why not make Big Pharma lower the price for all of them? From affordable health care to reproductive freedom, we'll never get what we don't fight for. And I know about winning tough fights. That's how we raised the minimum wage in Minnesota and passed paid family leave for all Minnesotans. And it's how we won 2 hard-fought statewide campaigns. And in this fight, it's all of us versus the extremist billionaires. And I'm betting on us. Because when the people speak out with a loud, clear voice together, there's nothing and no one that can stop us.
Okay. All right, let's look at her endorsements. Elizabeth Warren, Senator Ed Markey, Bernie Sanders, Chris Murphy, Chris Van Hollen, Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar, Pramila Jayapal, Deb Haaland, Adelita Grijalva, Ro Khanna, Jeff Merkley, bunch of Minnesota office holders, including Keith Ellison, the Attorney General. I just noticed him out of the corner of my eye there as I was going through. I was like, well, is that Keith? He's also got DNC chair Jaime Harrison somehow. Former DNC chair, excuse me. That's probably how, because he's a former DNC chair. And then a slew of different labor unions and other sorts of important PACs, political movements, types of things. Minnesota Young DFL, Minnesota DFL. Those are some of the more important ones in Minnesota. Senior DFL, SEIU, UFCW, National Nurses United, Local 17, Native Political Leadership, Jane Fonda Climate PAC, Indivisible, and Citizens United, Patriotic Millionaires. Move on, which I think is a progressive PAC. Yeah, as you can see, she's got it. She's got this in the bag on the endorsements. It would seem. A lot of the big ones, a lot of the good ones. Healthcare. Peggy wants Medicare for all. Foreign policy. Fortunately, I don't think Peggy calls it a genocide in Palestine, but she's calling for a lasting ceasefire and a two-state solution. Honestly, her foreign policy is my least favorite, but in comparison to what's her name? Fuck, this is the wrong district. Why am I looking at the wrong district right now? Oh, my brain just broke. Who is she up against again? Why can't I think of it? Angie Craig. In terms of between her and Angie Craig, it's a no-brainer, in my opinion. It's not a full galactic endorsement because she doesn't go all the way on foreign policy. But on basically everything else, she's right on, as domestically speaking. And she's got all the important endorsements, which leads me to believe that she is going to win. Now, on the gubernatorial race, the final race in Minnesota, it's Amy Klobuchar, current governor, looking to hold on to her seat. And I looked through the candidates. I say you stay with Amy Klobuchar. That's just my opinion. Or wait, no, she's not the governor. She's not the current governor. What's her former job? Fuck, wait, hold on. What's her deal? Oh, right. She's the former U.S. Senator from Minnesota. The senior senator who's not running for governor. Huh. It's a really weird shift. But okay. In my brain, she's the governor, but she's not. Who's the former governor? Why am I... It was Tim Walz. Oh, right. Because Tim dropped out of the race. That's right. That's right. God. Jeez. Almost. Okay. There we have it. We did it. I got all the way there. The guy who was already supposed to be there finally got there. You should all be very impressed.
Aren't I a good guy?
All right. Moving on. From one state to the next. Continue to make progress here, Space Fam, from Minnesota to Connecticut. Here we got 5 different house races, but only one to talk about because there's no challengers in the Connecticut 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. All Democratic incumbents, nobody trying to primary them. Joe Courtney in the 2nd, Rosa DeLauro in the 3rd, Jim Hines in the 4th, and Johanna Hayes in the 5th. I'm sorry, yeah. Only one seemingly up for grabs this primary election, which is happening on the 11th of August. That's next Tuesday. Thank you for the follow, Lise Panner on Twitch. There's so many layers of this rotten onion. It's true. Yeah, well, that's what's so great about this moment. We are excising the rot as much as humanly possible. We're excising it. John Larson is the Democratic incumbent here who's facing 3 different primary challengers. In Connecticut's 1st district. Jillian Gilchrist getting the galactic recommendation here in this race. This is a clip. Wait, what in the heck?
Put your hands together.
Oh, I forgot about that. Nah, screw it. We're too far gone. We're way too far gone on that shit. Here's Jillian. From 2 weeks ago.
Can a millionaire really understand what it's like at the grocery right now? People should be able to work one job and afford their basic needs. But right now, one job doesn't cut it. People are paid poverty wages while costs keep rising. So folks are forced to work a second job, losing time with family, not being able to go to the doctor, if they even have health insurance or can afford the copay. Our country is backwards. Those in power accuse working people of taking advantage of the system when they need help for food and healthcare, when it's those in power who are taking advantage. Let's remind Congress what the voice of the people sounds like. Vote for Jillian Gilchrist for U.S. Congress.
Yes, indeed. Here's Jillian's website. Vote for Jillian. Now, Jillian is a current state assembly person in Connecticut, now running for Congress, endorsed by a number of different Connecticut women legislators. Progressive Victory, Sunrise Movement, and Citizens Impeachment PAC. With a list of priorities over here, including aging with dignity, building a greener country for future generations, freedom for the LGBTQ+ community, foreign policy rooted in human rights, rightfully identifying the Israeli actions in Gaza as a genocide. A new deal for public education, respect in the workplace, economic equality and a just economy, people first healthcare plan, where she endorses a system of universal healthcare. Jillian Gilchrist, she's the one for me, Space Fams. And she should be the one for you in Connecticut's first. One more clip.
I'm Jillian Gilchrist, progressive Democrat running against Luke Bronin and John Larson in the August 11th Democratic primary. You've probably gotten a lot of mailers and are seeing ad after ad from my opponents. That's because they've received an obscene amount of money from billionaires and corporations. I refuse to be bought. I'm running for Congress to represent you. Increased wages, access to health care, lower grocery, electricity, childcare, and housing costs. I'm a social worker turned state representative, skilled at building coalitions with a proven track record of pushing my party and passing legislation. Vote for Jillian Gilchrist for U.S. Congress on Tuesday, August 11th.
Yes, indeed. Couldn't agree more. All right, now moving to the last election in Connecticut. Right past 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts where there's no democracy happening in the primaries. Do I even have a freaking clip for this guy? I could have sworn I had a clip for him. Just screwed myself again. Do I? Or do I not have a clip for him? Well, I do and I don't. I do and I don't. I got a galactic recommendation for governor in Connecticut. Joshua Elliott. Oopsies. Sorry, I just want to make sure I get this up here. He is running in a two-way race against a guy by the name of Ned Lamont. Here's Josh. Josh's website, joshforct.com. Endorsed by Sunrise of New Haven, Connecticut. New Haven Teachers Local 933. So there's a number of different local, state leaders and officials. He wants to lower your energy costs, fair taxes. Rightfully recognizing that Connecticut's tax code is regressive, forcing working and middle-class families to pay more proportionally than the ultra-wealthy. Wants to lower energy costs. Fully fund schools. Stand with labor. Deliver universal health care. Create a healthy Connecticut. Stand with the LGBTQ plus community. As you can see, no foreign policy. A little disappointing for me, but cannot make good the enemy of perfect the enemy of the good. And it would be good for Joshua to unseat the wait, who is the... Is she running as an independent? What's going on here? Honestly, I'm confused. All I know is I'm endorsing Joshua Elliott. What in the shit? I'm just realizing, is she running as a Republican or something? What the fuck? I don't know what's going on with her. Weird, you can hear GSL talking. I'm talking. I am talking. People think I can't. I'm not talking? I'm talking. Everybody reload your web browser or app if you can't hear me. Oh, God. Let me see if I can find this really quickly. I think he might have a fucking YouTube page. I'm just... Just doing a terrible job, probably. This whole thing is quite taxing on me, both mentally and physically. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Okay, yeah, I found it. Here it is. 3 weeks ago. Josh for governor.
There's a lot to love about Connecticut. The coast, the people, the pizza, but we're also the most unequal state in America, where a good life is out of reach for too many. I'm Josh Elliott, Democrat running for governor, because it doesn't have to be this way. My mom raised me herself, built a little grocery store from nothing. I grew up behind that register, got an education, ran a small business, raised seeing eye dogs, took on the powerful to become a state legislator. I even played poker professionally, so I know when the game is rigged. Ned Lamont, worth nearly $1 billion from a family banking fortune, is standing in the way of democratic legislation, protecting a broken system that enriches him and his friends.
Billionaire banking inheritor versus regular human being. I think the choice is clear, Space Fams. It's Josh Elliott for governor in Connecticut. Okay, that does it on Connecticut. We're making huge progress, Space Fams, on these states that we are going through. My God, I'm starting to feel accomplished at this point. As the dude doing this show, I'm genuinely starting to feel accomplished. Feel like I've actually achieved perhaps something. What? I don't know, but something. I could swear something's been accomplished now. I can feel it. Oh my God. We did Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, and Vermont. We're now down to Wisconsin, Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. And suffice to say, Alaska and Wyoming, not tough states to cover. Like two, like two freaking House seats between the two of them. Not gonna be hard. That much I can say for certain. But now we're facing Wisconsin and Florida. Florida is really what I'm dreading right now. We got 28 seats, and at this point I'm begging for less democracy. So tired. Where is Duck? You need Duck lyrics? I don't know. I guess Duck doesn't care about America. I guess Duck doesn't care about America. I don't know what to tell you. Because British dogs don't care about American politics. Fuck, I'm tired. Nine hours in. I need like actual, like I need food or something to keep me to like finish this out. I don't know how I'm gonna do it at this point. Okay, little hydration. Wisconsin next. Let's get it started in Wisconsin's first. Galactically recommended candidate here is Lorenzo Salgado. No, sorry, Lorenzo Santos. Sorry. Lorenzo Santos for Congress 1 month ago. Here's the clip.
My dad was a career Navy officer, so my 5 siblings and I moved around a lot. It was sometimes hard to leave friends and school every few years, but those times taught me resilience, independence, and the importance of family. My entire life has been dedicated to service. I followed in my father's footsteps through naval service, graduated from the Naval Academy, and served on active duty. I'm proud to continue that service today in the reserves. Now I work as an emergency manager, using my skills to help respond to crises facing our community. You can feel that something's not right in our country. People are scared. Working families are struggling. Parents can't afford rent or food, and veterans can't get the mental health care they so desperately need. And our streets have become war zones full of chaos. That's not what you voted for. Politicians in Washington keep blaming each other, and nothing ever gets done. And when that happens, we all lose.
Yes, indeed. All right, Lorenzo facing up against 3 challengers in the Democratic primary to unseat Republican incumbent Brian Steele. Here's Wisconsin's first district down here in the bottom southeast corner of the state. Whoops, this is not Lorenzo's website. Did I just go past? Yeah, fuck it. Here it is. Okay. We deserve better leadership in Santos, according in Santos. Better leadership in DC, according to Santos. Everyday people power. A bunch of issues. Economy, healthcare, democracy, humane foreign policy. I can't remember. Does he do it or not? No. Unfortunately, Lorenzo does not name the genocide in Gaza as a genocide. One of his unfortunate worse policies, but on other policies he's fairly strong. Honestly, he's got so many of them. I'm just so tired. I can't do it. It's too much. I gotta keep this moving. I'm sorry, Space Bams. I'm trying my best. But out of the 3 candidates running in this Republican district in Wisconsin, I really do think Lorenzo's your best bet. Galactic recommend, not full endorse. It's a result of a number of factors. But best of a bad world. Now to a galactic endorsement of a candidate who's already in Congress, Mark Pocan, who's going to make it easy for me here with this clip. Speaking on his trip to Cuba earlier this year. This is from 9 days ago on his YouTube channel.
I just got back from a fact-finding trip to Cuba a week ago after having visited the country 30 years ago and 3.5 years ago as well. Let me tell you what I found on this trip. The United States blockade of Cuba is crushing the Cuban people. We are hurting the very people we profess to care about, and we are not doing so for national security reasons, but for political reasons. Here's what I saw. Our blockade is inhumane. Food, medicine, fuel for energy, literally everything you need to live and thrive is blocked by us. And it's not just us. We forced the world into an involuntary global blockade as well, as we'll punish anyone who does business with these sanctions. Our boot is on the throat of the Cuban people after over 65 years of blockading their government. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Our punishing of the people of Cuba has not brought the regime change that some politicians want, but we're pushing our boot harder on the necks of the people. Insanity. Now, we had a period of time where lifting the restrictions under Barack Obama, and guess what? Americans visited Cuba. The people of the country thrived and loved our country, and America was no less safe. But all that got taken away by Donald Trump. In fact, we didn't just go back to the same old repression, but instead we went to new levels of sadism against the Cuban people. Ships can't bring supplies due to our blockade. Goods can't be exchanged with the Cuban people because of our blockade. Medicine, even in war, we allow medicine through. Medicine and medical parts can't get to the Cuban people due to our blockade. Cuba is a nation that trains doctors who serve around the world, especially in Central and South America. But in Cuban hospitals, MRI and CAT scan machines sit idly because they can't get the parts they need to fix them. I've seen it with my own eyes. The infant mortality rate has doubled due to the tightening of the blockade. 14,000 kids are waiting for surgeries, 100,000 adults. When the power goes out, which it does quite often due to our oil ban, surgeons finish surgeries with the light from their cell phones because of our blockade. In fact, while I was there, the power went out across the country for the second time that week. 42 hours down, then an hour and a half of power, then a shutdown again. Garbage is lining the streets because garbage trucks can't pick up trash, causing an additional health hazard. We say we want to transform the country with a more robust private sector, yet we make it harder for small businesses to open and thrive. I've talked to small business owners there, one who went from 400 employees to 12 due to our blockade. The government in Cuba announced 176 reforms for helping private businesses, but our government refuses to acknowledge a single one. Bluntly, the U.S. government is lying to the American people about Cuba.
Yep, there's Representative Mark Pocan. Got the galactic endorsement. Nice to be able to give it a galactic endorsement to an incumbent establishment Democrat. I mean, he's not an established, but he's established, right? I mean, he's part of the establishment. He's a representative. He's been in office for over a decade, but he actually does stuff. Stuff that gets good enough for me to be like, yeah, screw this guy who's trying to unseat him. He's over here doing the good work. What are you doing? Fuck you. Fuck you. Mark deserves your vote. He's got one challenger here. This guy, Douglas Alexander. Right? Mark is good. I stay there, Mark. You keep it up, pal. You keep going to Cuba and telling people that it's not some fucking, like the only reason Cuba is fucked up is mostly because of America refusing to allow Cuba to have its own economy. Just a fact. It's just facts. It's just facts. It'd probably be a perfectly normal country. At least much more normal than it is now. If it were, if the United States has been hands off, like, you know what? That's not our country. Let's let them have their own economy. Now, before we go to the next race, I just want to say thank you so much to Tracy Eva for the dono on Throne, taking it upon themselves to send me a 12-pack of green tea, which is honestly $8 It's cheaper than what I buy it in stores for. You see what I'm saying here, Space Fams? Literally, if I were to buy these at the store, like I do literally every day, I'd spend more than $12 for it. So that's a huge reduction in price for me. Also, snackies. Oh, sweet, sweet snackies. 21 bags of snack-sized sun chips. Healthy option. Not fried, baked. Thank you very much. Keeping me fed. Tracy. Appreciate you. Sounds like we need to get you a mic stand next. It's on the throne list. But, I mean, one step at a time. One step at a time. And we're going to have a galactic deficit here in the near future. We are going to have a galactic deficit in the near future. No rush necessarily. All right, moving it along to our next galactic race. Wisconsin's third. And this one is weird. This one's real weird. Because I am endorsing two candidates simultaneously. It's complicated. Look, this is what I'm going to give people. What I'm doing is I want to give people not an option. What's the word? Wait, why is this not working? What the actual fuck? Oh, I know why. Because I did it from here. It's so stupid. Why is that even a thing? I don't understand how and or why you would make that a thing. Explain to me how that is good UI. Okay, in Wisconsin's third, you got a situation. You got two candidates running against one another in the Democratic primary, head-to-head, Emily Burge and Rebecca Cook.
This is ridiculous.
They're both looking to unseat a Republican incumbent, Derek Van Orden, who's been in the House since 2023. There it is. Couple of independents running in the general as well. But here's the thing that confuses me. Or actually, you know what? One at a time. Let's start here. Burge for Congress 1 year ago.
Everyone wants to know how we did it. How Wisconsin Democrats overcame Elon Musk's millions to win a major statewide race. I'm Emily Berge, and we did it just like this. Time, energy, sneaker tread. Hundreds of thousands of conversations. We didn't sit around powerless. We did something. But we have to keep building on our success. And that's why I'm running for Congress. The people of central and western Wisconsin don't need another top-down campaign. We need one that starts right here at our neighbors' doorsteps.
Yes, indeed. Now, Emily's a great candidate, in my opinion. I really think she's great. Here's her website, burgeforcongress.com. Endorsements. Citizen Action. Nurses for America. Endorsements from a bunch of leaders and people in the local governments. Wisconsin Third, Indivisible. Issues. This is where the rubber meets the road. Healthcare is a human right. Publicly funded, privately delivered, universal coverage including Medicare for all. Housing as a human right. I mean, wow. Union power. Transparency, accountability, and protections on AI data centers. Support the farmers. Affordability. Fighting for our environment. Like, she has great policies. Condition all aid on human rights. Enforce existing laws prohibiting military aid to foreign security units and suspend all aid to countries and/or militaries credibly found to be to be committing war crimes or genocide, right? And reinstate USAID. Now, this is how you say Israel's committing a genocide without saying they're committing a genocide, in my opinion. This was as close you could get to saying it without saying it, in my opinion. Reproductive freedom, civil rights, equal rights, big money out of politics, gun safety, and small business. However, I wish this is where the conversation ended. I'm not gonna lie, this one frustrated the hell out of me. We gotta go to another clip. It is not of Emily Burge. It's of Rebecca Cook. And it is gonna become clear fairly quickly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, once we get to her policy website, once we get to her campaign website, it'll become very clear very quickly.
The residents of Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District directed questions to an empty chair reserved for Congressman Van Orden.
Oh, God.
Our next guest is the Democrat Rebecca Cook. She lost to Congressman Van Orden by just 2 points in 2024. Last week, Rebecca Cook announced that she's running against Van Orden in 2026 in Wisconsin's 3rd District, and I hope he's going to show up for some meetings when you're running against him. This is quite something, Rebecca. The Republicans who are not doing things, they're not showing up. People want to talk to their elected representatives, and that is their right in America.
So here's Rebecca Cook. She's on here with Ali Velshi. We could watch this thing. I'm not going to do it, okay? Why is this happening? Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm not crying. I'm not being a baby. But this is very annoying to me. I like her too. She's got a fairly good policy prescription. But in my opinion, it doesn't go as far as Emily's does. Okay? We just looked at Emily's. These are the two women in this race. Right? And like, I think her policy prescription doesn't go as far. You know, she wants to expand Medicare. She doesn't say universal health care. She doesn't say Medicare for all. You know, she has an okay policy set, but it's not nearly as prescriptive as Emily's. I like Emily's better. That's just me. But I have to direct us now to the endorsement part of her website, and I think I know why this is the case. And we'll get to this in a second. But you see, she's got the endorsements out the fucking wazoo. AFSCME, APWU, Blue Dog Pack, Unify CWA District 4, Emily's List, and Citizens United. One Union, One Family, One Fight, IUPAT, International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Iron Workers, Local 512, Local 383, New Dems, Old Dems, fucking all the Dems, Wisconsin AFL-CIO, SEIU. And then we get to the list of Democrats endorsing her. Mark Kelly, Tammy Baldwin, Alyssa Slotkin, Bernie Sanders, Pete Buttigieg, Yasmin Ansari, Ted Lieu. I mean, we know all these people here. I mean, like, it's literally everybody. Blue Dog Dems and progressives alike. It's the most confusing thing I can imagine. The only reason I think everyone's endorsing her is because they've done the math. Follow me, Space Fams, through a world of elections. Wait. Yeah. Rebecca won her primary by 10 points against Katrina Shankland, Eric Wilson in 2024. That's the election we're looking at here. Then faced off against incumbent Republican Derek Van Orden, who's still an incumbent right now, who beat Rebecca by 2.5 points here, less than 12,000 votes. And right now, what are we looking at? We started this discussion off tonight with the numbers. What did Harry Emden say?
Holy Toledo.
Well, he said holy Toledo, but he also said
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
He said Republican numbers are awful. Weak. They're in the fucking tank. They're negative 15 against 2024 results. What does that mean? Rebecca has a proven track record of fighting this race against Derek. Lost by 2.5 points. And if she gets a plus 15 point boost, she wins. She wins and she goes straight to the House. And I think that's the calculus being made by both progressives and liberals. They're saying, fuck it. This one is too easy. This is too easy of a fucking win in a seat that we can flip to a blue. It bugs me a little bit. And the fact is if she loses, we get the person I like more. So it's like, to me, it's kind of like whatever. I don't really care. I don't really care what happens, but just like, I'm just, for the first time ever, I'm just giving you a choice. Go for it. Vote away, Space Fans, in Wisconsin's, what was I saying? Not Wisconsin. Where am I? It's Wisconsin, right? What just happened? Oh, right. Wisconsin's third. Vote away. The Democratic primary. Vote your heart. I honestly, in my opinion, I think they both win. I think it's the wrong calculus to make. I think they both win. They have more numbers than I do, though. Right? They have more numbers than I do. She has name recognition from the previous race. I think it just makes sense. But I just still have doubts because, I've been trying to maximize, trying to go max left in the primaries. Worry about electability in the general, but it seems like everybody's already done that worrying for me in this particular race. Do you see what's happened here? Is that is it clear what's happened here? At least I think I've made it clear. I actually don't know 100% what happened. It's just my best guess. I need sleep, but you think I'm just you think I'm just saying crazy things? You think I'm just thinking I got these conspiracy theorists or something like that? You don't think that that's what happened? I absolutely think that's what happened here. Prove me wrong, you know? Both are good, but one is better. Right. Yeah. No, absolutely. But here's the thing that I've been like, the only reason why I'm like, vote with your heart on this one is because the one thing that I have been trying not to do ever since the very early days of this, when I made this fatal flaw in a more contested race, was to fight against the Bernie endorsements, the DSA endorsements, or not look close enough for the DSA or Bernie endorsements and endorse another candidate that was running in this, you know, like in a race with a candidate like that running, feeling like the like vote had been split. In this case, it doesn't matter. You're splitting the vote between two candidates. And it seems like Rebecca's got all the gas behind her, if you will. Unfortunate, but just realism. I'm just doing some old-fashioned realism here, Space Fams. Probably going to be Rebecca, even though Emily's better. All right, let's go to the 4th District of Wisconsin, where we got a race on our hands between incumbent Democrat Gwen Moore and one Amy Donahue, looking to unseat her. That has a little galactic recommendation. Here's Amy, 4 months ago, with her congressional launch.
Thank y'all for being here with me today, whether you're on the live stream or here in person. I'm Amy, pronouns they, she, he. I'm here to tax the rich, get healthcare for all, protect public education, enact real public safety, save our planet, and free Palestine. I'm going to start with a little bit about my professional background. I was a medical librarian and am a genetic counselor. I have drawn from these, or the experience that I have drawn from these unique careers will shape my approach in Congress. As a medical librarian, I navigated a complex and ever-changing information environment. I helped patients, students, community workers, and doctors articulate the questions they wanted to answer. I then worked with them to find the resources that would do so.
Yes, indeed, Amy, a person who gets stuff done. Non-binary individual running for Congress here in District 4, whose policy priorities include codifying healthcare for all, which must include reproductive health, putting an end to the U.S. war machine, moving us away from institutionalized systems of punishment and towards public health infrastructure and truly safe communities, building equitable public educational systems at all levels, and protecting our planet. And I have been and will continue to be committed to being a part of the movement that is going to topple authoritarianism and the billionaire class. We, the people, all belong in that movement together, using our civic muscles to build a better world. Oh! Short, sweet update as of yesterday, in progress. More information can be found here. And if you're in the 4th District, I recommend you look at it and also vote for Amy. Because they seem much, much better than Gwen Moore. Gwen is taking a lot of PAC money. I think Gwen is taking a fuckload of like insurance money. Not a fan. Not a fan. Dino them. Tea party time, baby. We need a new name, though. We can't keep calling it the Blue Tea Party. It's too unoriginal. The coffee something. The Coffee Revolution? The Coffee Revolution. No. We'll get there. Somebody come up with something. We needed something drink-related. So people know we're riffing off of Tea Party. We do need a new name. We can't keep calling it the Democratic Tea Party. It's too lame. We can't. Must we derive this particular movement off of that carpet-bagged Republican movement? It feels in bad taste. The coffee takeover. We're getting there. We're getting there. I believe in us. Recommendations in the Discord. Recommendations in the Discord, people. All right, for a little bit more in-depth discussion with Amy, let's go here to a little podcast by the name of Midwest Productions Studio. 2 months ago. Oh, right. I gotta scoop ahead. Hold on. Sorry. Totally forgot. Here we go.
We're on. All right. Well, good evening, my people. Good evening, my people. We're having some technical difficulties here in studio, but it's okay. We're getting them together. But thank you all for this episode, coming on this episode of Facts Over Feelings. As you see, I do have a special guest this evening with me. My co-host is not here yet. I don't know if he's going to make it, Mr. Jordan Roman, who is running for District 11 State Assemblyman. He's out doing some campaign events at the moment. So what did I say? Oops, excuse me. District 12, not 11, 12. It's gonna kill me. He's out doing some campaign event things. So if he can make it before we wrap up, he'll stop by. If not, it's just gonna be me solo and our special guest this evening. Again, just thank you all for coming in. Please make sure you like, comment, and share this information out so folks can see it. That's our purpose. And make sure you engage with us too if you have some questions or comments about today's episode. So as promised, we have Miss Amy down here.
I actually like where you're headed with that, Tracy. The fair trade coffee party. You're almost there. I feel like you're so close on that one. Like I'm like now really racking my brain to make that slightly shorter. I love that. Like I want to make it like really easy, like the Tea Party, but that's super close. That's super close. I'm loving that. I'm loving that. That's hella like it's like right on the cusp of greatness. It's not quite there. It's pre-greatness, but it's damn good.
You here?
Hi.
Amy?
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
One quick correction. I am non-binary and use they pronouns, they, them. You can call me Mix, but generally just Amy. Yeah.
Oh, just Amy.
Just
okay.
Amy.
Correct me. Gotcha. I want to make sure we respect all folks' creeds and whatever you want to go by. That is perfect. So yes, Amy. So tell us about yourself, Amy. A little bit more about yourself. You're You're a candidate for Congress.
I am a candidate for
And
Congress.
what seat are you running for?
I am running for Wisconsin's Congressional District 4.
Okay.
Yep.
And then do they have an incumbent?
They do.
And
So
who is our incumbent?
Gwen Moore is the incumbent.
Ooh. Boy, okay. We're going to have a good discussion tonight.
Yep.
Okay. Now we're not gonna listen to this whole thing. It's like an hour long. Tried to listen to as much as I possibly could. Trying to think of where I want to pick it back up. I think here's probably good. It was a little tough finding clips for Amy that had like good audio and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what we got to work with. God, I'm already excited about my tea and chips. They'll be here probably early next week. Considering it'll be all Friday to order them. Oh, I could even maybe get them over the weekend because those are coming through Amazon, aren't they? Get those like as soon as like Sunday or something stupid. Oh boy, what a long ass stream, Space Jams. It's been almost 10 freaking hours we've been going at this.
Like,
by the way, if you haven't already and you're enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you: Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Pick your adventure. Every dollar counts.
Is not okay with you, then let's use our voices to say genocide is not okay. So yeah, that's where that work that I did was along those lines. Again, tying back to my values, not telling anyone who to vote for, who to not vote for, actively working against Trump, but still saying like to vote for somebody is still something.
I think as American citizens, I think we have that right to hold our elected officials or folks that aspire to be elected officials to that standard. There's no problem with earning, with saying folks, hey, you do have to earn our. So there's no issue with that. I wish that this would have went differently. I just don't like the brush that was painted with. With Vice President Harris, I think she would have been a much better diplomat with handling that whole situation than what we're in now. That's just my take. So
yeah, and honestly,
she even had a detailed plan on how she was going to deal with.
And the fact is, I agree with this guy. I don't even know his name. This is the only clip I've ever seen of the show. But I actually agree with him. I do believe that Kamala would have been better on the issue, even if she would have been worse than I would have liked. I can guarantee you she would have been both better than Trump and worse than we all would have liked. Right? Both can be true simultaneously. And I tried to convince people of this. Everybody, most of you who were around at the time during that election, I was trying. I was like, dude, like, I know people are feeling all sorts of ways about this, but you gotta see the light. Like, she is better than Donald fucking Trump. A dude who's talking about wanting to be a dictator out loud. And we literally were talking about how he was going to send Jared Kushner. That was just speculation at the time. And now he's literally been over there doing shit. Like, it all came true. All the shit that I was saying and that like a handful of other people were saying about Trump v. Kamala on this issue is like, it all came true and worse. He's been a fucking disaster for the Middle East. Worse than I could have ever imagined Kamala. Kamala would not have done Operation Epstein Fury. Shut up.
That whole thing and
For sure.
had it all written out, but we deal with concepts of a plan. So yeah,
Yeah.
here we are. So back to your campaign. You're running for Congress.
Yep.
Against an incumbent who's been in office for over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
What? So okay, so Gwen Moore's my congresswoman. What would you say to a voter like myself? She's been my congresswoman. I'm 40, so half my life.
Yeah.
What would you say to a person like myself who's saying, okay, I'm okay with her stewardship of her district. Why should I vote for Amy?
Yeah. Because I think Milwaukee deserves even more. That Milwaukee deserves that the Congressional District 4, which includes and has changed over the last few years. There have been the shifts with the maps being redistricted, and
That's a whole mess.
which is a whole other thing coming forward.
Goodness.
And Wisconsin has some protections. But yeah, that's a whole thing to talk about for sure.
Okay, anyways, I thought Amy had some very good takes on a lot of stuff that I agree with, stuff that I support, and or was relatively, fine with. I don't find myself agreeing with them very much. It'd be great to get a non-binary person in there to boot. So yeah, galactic recommendation for Wisconsin's 4th district, Amy Donahue over Gwen Moore. Hopefully they can take it all the way, since it is a blue district, one that Gwen has held for decades. Voters have been voting Democrat. I don't see why they would stop now. It'd be a weird time. It would be a really extra weird time when Democrats are plus 15 against Republicans in the House. It would be an extra weird time for Democrats who have voted over and over and over again for every Democrat put right in front of them in Wisconsin in this district. All of a sudden to be like, you know what? Let's try a Republican. What's she talking about?
Put your drum up.
That is not happening. So if Amy wins, they'd effectively be heading to Congress with the intention of, once again, codifying healthcare for all, including reproductive health, Roe v. Wade, ending the U.S. war machine, and the sending of U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund the genocide of Palestine, and protecting the planet. Like, just on those 3 things, I can give my galactic recommendation. It's not that hard. Unfortunately, they don't have very... They're still working on their policy website still, unfortunately. I'm just on those things alone. I'm down for it. Like, the fact is, what's-her-face has had plenty of time. Right? Are you following me on this? Hold on. Gwen Moore has had plenty of time. 20 years to do any of that stuff. End Israel's occupation, and the funding of any of that stuff, and she's voted for all of that stuff. I guarantee you. Look at her voting record. It is not great. And look at her open secrets profile, if you can get access to it, because it seems like the website's been having some problems. But I've looked at it. It's not good. It's filled with PAC money of all the people that we're trying to fight against. I just cannot support her in this race. I just can't, in good conscience, during the primary go, yeah, vote for the APAC Dem with insurance money backing her. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not doing it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. What can I say? I'm a stickler like that. God, it's gone from night to morning. It's gone from nighttime to morning time. We really are almost at 10 hours in already. Thankfully, we are making some severe progress. We're down to like 2 states, basically. It's basically just Florida. You know, Alaska and Wyoming have a couple of elections, but that's pretty easy. It's really just Florida left. And a few things left in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin's 5th, you got a Democrat running unopposed in the primary, going to the general by the name of Andy Beck. Going up against some Republican incumbent who I can't remember the name of. It's really unimportant. And we'll probably talk about him later, like all the other no challenger races, once the primaries are done. When the general comes around. I am feeling like I'm making progress, though. Okay, to Wisconsin's 6th. My preferred candidate, Amanda Bell. This is her YouTube channel from 8 months ago. To talk about how AI data centers are ruining the Great Lakes region. No! A glorious part of this country with basically the most fresh water on the continent. And the world. Now we're just going to use it for AI data centers? Oh, no. You go fuck yourself. You go right ahead and fuck yourself. All right, Amanda, tell us. Words.
Hi, I'm Amanda Bell. Today I want to talk a little bit about the water quality and water resources we have here in the 6th District. Our district stretches all the way from the Wisconsin River to the beautiful Lake Michigan. I've studied water resources for nearly 25 years. We have an incredible amount of fresh water in our district. These resources are vital to Wisconsin's economy. They provide hunting and fishing opportunities, boating and tourism. I understand the impacts that these AI data centers could have on the quality of our water. The reason they're coming to the 6th District, it's because of the incredible amount of water that we have. I don't want to have to tell my child that I didn't stand up and say no to these data centers, knowing that they would harm our natural resources. So let your town boards, your county boards know that you're not okay with this. I want to see a plan. How are they going to help the community? Are they going to be putting taxes into the local school systems? Or are they just going to use our land and take all the profit for themselves?
These are all very good questions that you would want your representative asking about these sorts of things. Wouldn't you say? Well, here's Amanda's website, but first, the Ballotpedia. Wait. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. God damn it. How did I do this? Son of a bitch. This is the 6th district, not the 5th district, you idiot. Here we go. Now we're doing it. Glenn Grothman. Oh, I fucking hate this guy. Wait. Oh, those are the independents. Oh my god, for a second I thought Amanda pulled out. I was like, no, Amanda. No. Okay, thank god. Okay, Glenn Grothman is a fucking Republican ghoul. Deserves no one's respect. Unlike Amanda, who's managed to fend off 6 other Democratic candidates that have now either withdrawn or been disqualified. And it's now just her and one Bradley Smith going head-to-head in Wisconsin's primary election taking place on August 11th, which is next Thursday, if I got my math correct. I'm sorry, next Tuesday. Didn't have my math right. Next Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and here's Amanda's website. Here's her platform. She wants to move towards a single-payer healthcare system and protect access to rural healthcare, something super important to Wisconsin, improve cost of living, increase wages, stop corporate monopolies from breaking the economy, and protect homeowners, you know, regular people, from investors. You know, those corporate ghouls that have been buying up all the properties in your neighborhood. She wants to limit the corporate ownership of housing, expand affordable housing programs, protect renters from unfair practices. The federal decriminalization of hemp and cannabis. LGBTQIA rights, civil rights, workers' rights, environmental protections, reproductive freedoms, responsible gun safety, immigration reform. Not enough foreign policy, but Amanda certainly gets the recommend here over Bradley, the other candidate left in the Democratic primary. There's one Republican running unopposed, Glenn Grothman, one Green candidate, Matthew Arndt, the only Green primary candidate I've seen in any race, and 2 independents running. So we'll have, like, I think, what was that, 4 candidates? 5 candidates, I think, running in the general, and Wisconsin's 6th congressional district, which, as you can see, has quite a lovely view and access to the Great Lakes. Not sure which one that is, but it looks utterly beautiful. I guess we want to take a little dip. All right. Just going to keep going through these candidates that I've got for you, Space Fams. No giving up until I'm done. This is a galactic marathon stream.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Covering every single election in August. Not every election, not every primary election for the rest of the year, of course. We still got some left in September, too. But I figured I could manage August. I think I'm doing okay. I think, I mean, it's going to be pushing it, but I think we'll be able to actually complete this tonight. It's going to take 12 hours. It literally is going to take 12 hours. That's no joke. Thankfully, we already completed the galactic content goal very early on. Don't got to worry about this thing ending unless I suddenly keel over from lack of hydration and or sustenance. I feel okay. Pinch myself. Yep, doing okay. All right, Wisconsin 7th. Chris Armstrong up next. One clip from Chris's YouTube channel from last month.
Hi.
Oh, wait.
I'm running for Congress in Wisconsin's 6th congressional district.
Screw it. Sorry, Amanda.
Starts in
I'm
Sheboygan
on a
County.
timeline. I'm on a timeline, Amanda. I can't be sitting around listening to all these clips that I told myself I was going to watch. I lied to myself, okay? I lied to myself that I was going to be able to watch 2 clips from every candidate. That was a joke. That was clearly a silly joke that I told myself. One, which I don't think I can back up in the real world. I just found my Amy Klobuchar and Peggy Flanagan clips in my 150 video clip list on YouTube. Only took me like 2 hours from when we were talking about that last. Amy Klobuchar. Seriously, that was like 2 hours ago, I swear to God. That reduces the number of clips I've got ahead of me, though. How many clips do I have left? I'm kind of crushing it. 20... 40? Like 40 clips? That's not bad. That's doable. That's super doable. I should stop saying it's doable and just do it. Do it. Just do it.
Howdy, folks. Chris Armstrong here from New Richmond, and I really wish I could be there in Madison for what I'm sure has been a fantastic event. However, there are a couple of local events happening here in Northwest Wisconsin this weekend that I need to support, including the Flag Day rally in Hudson, which last year drew over 1,000 people. I've got a 6-step plan for what it's going to take to get this country back on track. It's not going to be easy, but I know there's nothing we can't do when we work together to demand change. Step 1, we need to continue to resist the un-American and anti-constitutional actions of the illegitimate Trump regime. We need to continue to get out on the streets and exercise our First Amendment rights, as so many of you have been doing all over Wisconsin. Step 2, we need to retake the House and retake the Senate. I think we're within 5 to 10 points of flipping the 7th district, and that margin's only going to get thinner as this administration continues its assault on the American people. Step 3, first thing I'm going to do when I'm seated in the House of Representatives in 2027 is work with my fellow members and introduce articles of impeachment against Donald Trump and his cabinet.
Oh. Chris swinging for the fences over here in Wisconsin's 7th district. Planning to impeach Donald Trump immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Quickly take a look at the race and his page. I almost just called him Crimstrong. I need help. I need fucking help, Space Fams. I've been going too long. 10 hours of election coverage. Never giving up, never surrendering. I swear to God.
Never give up, never surrender.
Crimstrong, aka Chris Armstrong, going up against 2 other Democrats in this primary happening on August 11th. Republicans got a fairly hot primary happening over here too.
That's hot.
And the goal is to eventually replace Tom Tiffany, incumbent Republican. Actually, I take it back. I think Tom dropped out, didn't he? Yeah, he's not running. Tom's not running. He's given up. He has given up. He has surrendered. Now it's like 9 or 10 people looking to take over that seat. I think Chris is the best of all these people. He also apparently shares the name with a famous English soccer player. I don't know why I'm taking on the Wisconsin accent now. What was I doing? Stand policies. Don't be a dick. It's a good policy, for sure. Enforce the laws we already have. Wait, what?
What you drum up?
What are you talking about? You're saying we have laws, we just haven't been enforcing them? Oh my God, I think I remember now. We did have a set of laws a couple of years ago, and we stopped enforcing them. Now this would be a real shift. The country has plenty of laws. What we need is more elected officials with the spine to enforce them. The car is on fire. You don't sit down and plan the road trip while the car is on fire.
It's science.
This guy, I love this guy. I fucking love this guy. You grab the extinguisher and you deal with it. Oh my God, it's brilliant. This is what we call innovation right here. You grabbed it and then you say fire time. Impeach all of them. Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, you're fired. Pam Bondi, also fired. Pete Hegseth, RFK Jr., little Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Oh, Chris is coming for you, all fired. Although some of those people are already technically fired. That sentence is so cathartic.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Abolish ICE. Healthcare is not something that you have to earn. tax the ultra wealthy and large corporations, support working families. Do you need more? What I could take is foreign policy. We do not get that from Chris. It's the only reason he doesn't get the full endorsement. He just gets a very, very strong galactic recommendation. This guy, do it. Do it now. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Domestically speaking, he's got the things that we want from a dude in Congress. You know what I'm saying? Could it improve? Yes, but we cannot allow our desire for the perfection to be an enemy of the very good and or great. It would be silly of us in this moment in the fair trade coffee party revolution. Still not better than Tea Party. We'll get there. Something. The fair trade coffee party revolution. The leftist wave. We cannot go turning down candidates like that just because one thing isn't good enough. We say great on all this stuff, and then once in office we say, hey, also this, or else we look for a candidate willing to do what you're already doing and more. This has been my plan from the very beginning. I've thought it through, okay? It's like, look, that's the whole thing about democracy, right? The second we elect these people, we can go right back to criticizing them every time they fuck up. Like we do. Like we already fucking do. Right? And then threaten them with more primaries. Like, remember that time we supported you in the primary? We can do it again. Don't make us. Do you see what I'm saying here, Space Hams? We don't have to settle. You know, it's like incremental settling upwards, right? This is what I'm calling it. Incremental settling upwards. We were searching for the very best out of every race, and we settle for that, even if it's not perfect. We just keep settling upwards, you know, every 2 years, you know, and we could technically, I mean, we could speed that up. You know, there's special elections. Guys and or gals disappoint us enough, we just camp out outside their office until they quit, you know, until they resign. We force a special election. Seeing what I'm saying here, Space Fams? It's about radical engagement in democracy and demanding the very best from our leaders and not compromising when they're in office. Not being like, oh, we put all that work getting him into office. I don't care. I don't care how much work I've put into these guys. They're dead to me the second that they do something. Are you feeling me here? Like, I'm launching a primary campaign the second they disappoint me. Like, you know, like on a certain level. Once they cross like a red line, if you will. There's not going to be like a Biden, Gaza red line, Rafah bullshit situation. It's like, no, you cross the red line. We're gonna primary you. You're gonna get a galactic primary endorsement for a different candidate. Count on that. Now in Wisconsin's 8th district, I got a very interesting candidate here. The Fair Trade Coffee Takeover. Yes. The Fair Trade Coffee Takeover. Fairly interesting candidate here in Wisconsin's 8th district. In Katrina DeVille, the transgender woman, self-described democratic socialist, running to unseat. Who is she unseating here? I forget now. Suffice to say, that's who our next candidate is. I'll get more information on this in a second. I'll let Katrina get us started. This is a video from their channel from 2 days ago.
Hello, darlings. My name is Katrina DeVille, and I'm running for United States Congress in Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District. And I would like to take this moment to remind you that I'm the only candidate running in this race who calls for Medicare for all. I am the only candidate in this race who's calling for universal child care. I am the only candidate in this race who has studied the MIT Living Wage Calculator, realizes the amount that we need to make per hour to live in the areas that we do, and that's why I'm asking for $22 an hour minimum wage. I am the only candidate to be announcing that we should be ending Citizens United, and I am the only candidate who repeatedly calls for impeaching Donald Trump.
Yes, indeed. This is Katrina DeVille. Very outspoken woman here running in Wisconsin's 8th District to unseat Republican incumbent Tony Weed, who's been in office since 2024. He's running unopposed in the Republican primary. Mark Scheffler, Rick Crossan, the two other candidates running in this race, with one candidate having dropped out already. Now, here's Katrina's website, DeVilleforCongress.com. Medicare for all, tax the rich, $22 minimum wage, impeach Trump, human rights. Yeah, honestly, Katrina has got a great policy platform and is a self-described democratic socialist. And the one thing that I haven't been able to figure out yet, she doesn't have any endorsement page on her website. I don't know if she's endorsed by the local DSA. This is another one of those, right? This is number 2 of self-described democratic socialists that I haven't yet been able to verify whether or not they've been endorsed by their local chapter. If in fact there is one here in Wisconsin's 8th, I don't know. But you would assume there's one at least in the state of Wisconsin, I'm pretty sure. I haven't been able to figure that. Actually, I'm fairly certain there is. But I just don't know. I haven't been able to figure it out. I need to get on that one part of it. But suffice to say, she's got the best policy platform here. And is getting to Galactic recommend. Only reason they're not getting the full endorse on this one is because I worry that as a democratic socialist, without the democratic socialist apparatus, you could run into some real problems, right? Because you get the negative branding of democratic socialism and the lack of apparatus that comes along with being a democratic, like a democratically affiliated, DSA affiliated candidate, right? And so it's the only thing that worries me. But really, honestly, I wouldn't vote for, if I had to vote right now for any candidate in this race, it'd be her. Like, the other two candidates suck. Their platforms triangulate so hard, like they might as well just run as Republicans, in my opinion. All right, it's not quite that bad. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but I don't think I'm being that. I don't really think I'm going that far. I think I'm being pretty fair, honestly. I think they do well. And that, fucking, whatever you want to call it. Whoopsies. What did I just do? What did I just do? Don't do that. Son of a bitch. All right, moving on to I think the last race that we're really going to talk about here in Wisconsin. So I was able to put any effort into researching And that is the Wisconsin governor's race, where candidate Francesca Hong, woman we've talked about actually in the past already, because a Galactic viewer recommended her to me months ago now. I've been following her campaign for a while. Yes, it's going to be easier to do it this way. I don't know why it's in this order. All right, Francesca Hong for governor of Wisconsin. This is her, I think one of her first videos. I don't know if it counts as her campaign launch video. It was 8 months ago. What's Francesca got to say?
It's so stressful to get by these days, and I know a lot about stress. I work in restaurants. I started in this kitchen 15 years ago, and you might recognize what's across the street. A lot of people in that building don't get why it's so hard to get by right now. Working hard doesn't mean you can always keep up. One wrong step can lay you out flat. This is by design. I'm State Representative Francesca Hong. I'm a service worker, community organizer, and a mom. I work for a living. Always have, still do. 5 years ago, my community sent me to the Capitol. The system is rigged. I'm running for governor to fix it. For years, we've been told that doing better isn't possible. Well, let me tell you, that's bullshit. All we need to do is fight together. We can fully fund our public schools and have universal childcare. We can guarantee paid leave and have cheaper health care. We can fix a rigged system that puts oligarchs over workers and small businesses. We can do better.
Could you drum up?
Don't let anyone tell you we can't do this. We can build a Wisconsin where we share the table. I'm Francesca Hong, and I'm running for governor because I know that together we make better possible.
Yes, Francesca Hong, a fierce candidate here running for governor in Wisconsin. Yes, indeed, here's her website. Now, wait, shit. How did I do this? Why did I do this? I suck. I suck. All right, here we go. So you have like 7 candidates who've already dropped out of the race. Independent candidates. 4 Democratic candidates that have dropped out. 3 who've unofficially withdrawn. And then 4 who are still in it. As of now, David Crowley, Joel Brennan, Kelda Royce, and Francesca Hong, the one with the galactic endorsement. Please hold. Sorry, I have 3 Francesca Hong clips. She's one of the gubernatorial races that got a little lost in translation in my space list. My space news list, and I'm trying to relocate it as we speak. Francesca, where are you? Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, actually, that's the clip we have to go to next. So I gotta do this. Skip ahead, then go here to yesterday from Hassan Piker, a dude who gave Francesca his endorsement pretty early in the race, talking about the
a major shakeup in the
Wisconsin gubernatorial debate, which happened earlier in the week. Apparently, Francesca cooked. Get it? Because she's a chef? It's like she cooked.
The income level that you would raise taxes and how much?
Those who are making the $1,000,001. It is incredibly disappointing that some of our lowest income earners are paying a higher tax rate than some of our highest income earners. We need to return to a progressive income tax rate. I think that the legislation that I introduced that would tax the billionaire and add a millionaire tax bracket would lower property taxes by up to 44%, and we could put that funding into special education funding, which we have neglected to actually honor the budget amount, and we must bring that back up to 90% reimbursement.
And the percentage for those millionaires?
I would increase that by about 1%.
Well, let's be very clear. It's just not the income tax, but it's also the property taxes that are also extremely high in the state of Wisconsin.
Yep, and we'll talk about that.
I'll be honest, I hate American politics so much. I know this is my entire job, but especially when it comes to taxes, I just like, when it comes to taxes, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to policing, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to prisons, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to unlimited American bloodshed, most Americans are reactionaries. And it's so frustrating, especially when it comes to taxes. It's like, yes, of course we have to fucking increase taxes for people making over $1 million. Are you fucking insane? Like, not even by 1%. It should be far higher than that. It should be far higher. But I know that is electoral poison. The moment that you bring that shit up, and I say this as someone who is certainly in that income bracket, but as soon as you fucking bring that up, every American that makes $30,000 a year loses their dang mind and starts fucking freaking out. Like, oh my God, they're gonna garnish my wage. They're gonna take away my Honda Civic.
They're gonna take away my Honda Civic. No. Never. I won't allow it. I will not allow it. How dare you come for my Honda Civic? How dare you come for my used Toyota Prius? My Kia Sorento is my baby. This is my wealth. I won't let anybody tax it. Buddy, nobody's coming to tax. Nobody's coming to tax your fucking 2004 Jeep Wrangler, okay, pal? That shit's worth $1,000. Yeah. He's right. God damn it, he's right. When he's right, he's right. And Hassan is right. Here's Francesca's policies and endorsements. She's got Ilhan Omar, a person literally on our list. Nina Turner. Ro Khanna. Don't know that guy or that lady or any of these people. Or any of those guys. But suffice to say, they're probably super important. She's also getting endorsement from Milwaukee DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, Madison, Black Leaders Organizing for Communities, OPEIU Local 39, Democratic Socialists of America, Northeast Wisconsin. Basically, every chapter of the DSA in Wisconsin is endorsing Francesca Hong. Faculty and Academic Staff Union 223. Getting the picture here yet, Space Bams. She's got the endorsements one would like to see in arrays like this. Policy prescriptions. Fran has a vision. Look at her. Look at her looking. She does. I think she does have a vision. You go from this, Fran has a vision, to this photo. I'm like, you know what? You've convinced me. I think Fran, look at her looking. She's clearly got vision of something. A concept of a plan at the very least. That's what we've been operating on for like a year and a half. I'll take it. Universal childcare. I mean, she's incredible. Do we need to go through the policies? I think we know. Francesca's been vetted by all the most scrutinizing max left individuals like the DSA, Hassan, Ilhan Omar, and others, and everybody endorses her. Some degree, that's why she's got my endorsement, honestly. I think she's got this thing in the bag. Fact is, people keep dropping like flies. Francesca keeps sticking around. One last clip before we go to the next race. Son of a bitch. Did I do it again? Yes, I did. There's Jerry Green. Jerry, I was looking for you earlier for governor of Tennessee. There you are. Totally in the wrong spot. How conveniently located. The governor's races really suffered as a result of my haphazard compiling of this stream. I did the research. I spent a lot of time doing the research, but actually getting all the clip videos, like, pulled from the far reaches of the internet, that was slightly tougher. Even getting it in order by district and state. Narrative. I screwed up. Okay. You know, I accept that. I accept that. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, man. We've all made mistakes. We've all made mistakes, and yeah, and I've been looking for you, Jerry. Where have you been? I've been like, where is Jerry to give her Earth endorsement of Francesca Hong? Who's now apparently, as of earlier on Thursday, seeking the endorsement of a guy who just dropped out of the race. That being Mandela Barnes. Making that pitch here on NBC News from 15 hours ago. That's bold. I gotta say, that's bold move. That's a bold move from a dangerous woman.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
A major shakeup in the closely watched Democratic gubernatorial race in Wisconsin, where Mandela Barnes, the state's former lieutenant governor, just announced he is suspending his campaign ahead of the August 11th primary. The move comes as new polling shows 37-year-old state representative and Democratic Socialist candidate Francesca Hong surging to the top of a crowded primary field.
Yes, indeed, baby. Look at the polls. Here's 50 plus 1, the average. Showing you the same numbers. With Hong plus 18 against the guy who just dropped out. Leaving her, one would assume, without any recalculation of the 20% of voters moving from Barnes to other candidates, of whom I assume some number are going to be moving to Francesca, leaving her 26 points ahead of the next contender. She's got this thing in the bag, baby. I'm telling you, Francesca is taking it all the way. This thing's done. It's more done than Abdul El Sayed is. Okay, enough celebrating in Wisconsin. We still got more elections to talk about, Space Fams. We still got more things to talk about. You see? Still got more things, see? Oh, you dumb son of a bitch. How and why did I do this? Gah! I foiled myself so bad with the gubernatorial races. Alright, we're going to Alaska. To the one and only congressional district for One of America's largest states by land, but smallest states by one of the smallest states by population. A frozen and or soggy wasteland depending on season. The great state of Alaska. The at-large district. And the at-large candidate. I'm going to be supporting here. I lost his name. There it is. Matthew Schultz. Matthew, take it away. This is 9 months ago from Matt's YouTube channel. Oh, I forgot about this clusterfuck.
For more than 25 years as a pastor, I've prayed with Alaskans from every walk of life. I pray for an Alaska where families can afford a home, where kids can build a future, and where leaders remember that service means putting others first. But these days...
Whoopsies, what did I just do? Please don't be a dick. To me. Oh my God.
I'm Matt Schultz. For more than 25 years as a pastor, I've prayed with Alaskans from every walk of life. I pray for an Alaska where families can afford a home, where kids can build a future, and where leaders remember that service means putting others first. But these days, I find myself praying for the Alaskans who have been forgotten by those in power. Praying when Washington politicians send our jobs overseas and cut health care for tens of thousands of our Alaskan neighbors. But thoughts and prayers alone won't fix it. It won't put salmon back in our rivers, health care in our clinics, or jobs in Alaska. We have to stand up and fight for that. I've served my community as a pastor. My wife Elizabeth and I built our lives here, raised our family here, and worked hard every day to care for the people of Alaska. My calling has always been to feed the hungry, comfort the grieving, and stand up to bullies. That's why I'm running for Congress, to help build that future where integrity guides our politics.
Yes, indeed. This is Matt Schultz's webpage here. Now, this is Alaska's at-large congressional district, a clusterfuck of democracy. A cornucopia of crazy. One that's been causing me a significant amount of stress. You got a bunch of different fucking candidates running here. 4 Democrats. We'll get to that. Technically 3, maybe. Yeah, it's like maybe 3 Democrats running here. This guy does not count. We will talk about that in a second. He threw me off originally. And I don't know how Ballotpedia works. I think it works similarly to Wikipedia. I think he personally keeps updating it to change his name from Eric Hafner to like Diane Hafner or something like that. He's trying to, like, this dude right here, Eric Hafner, is in prison right now. And managing to get... Alaska changed some of his election rules recently. And it's allowed basically anyone to run, including this freak. We'll get to that. I'm getting ahead of myself. You got 4 Democrats, minus 1. Republican incumbent Nicholas Begich. 2 more Republicans. This is a nonpartisan primary, by the way, so it's a full-on clusterfuck. The jungle of Alaska's democracy being shown in full view here. 2 more Republicans, 2 Libertarians, an undeclared, and 5 nonpartisans, all running in the same frickin' race. This is the crazy that is the Alaska at-large congressional district race here, coming up in 3 weeks. Hold on. 18th, I think? Yeah, Alaska's August 18th. I put these out of order, so I gotta rearrange real quick and then go to this one. Talk about this situation. I think is this Alaska's news source?
I'm Mary
sure.
Peltola, and
Wait,
I'd like
hold
to
on,
share
Mary.
why I've made.
No, nope. Yep. Let's go here. Alaska's news source from a month ago.
Should non-residents of Alaska be on the ballot? That's the question we're asking, as the state has several candidates running for office with lower 48 addresses.
Political reporter Will Courtney asked some of you what you think.
Do you think that people out of state should be allowed to run in states they're not citizens of?
Well, first of all, it is possible to do that. This is nothing that is sneaky.
That's Carol Hafner. She's a South Dakota resident who, alongside her son, are running for Alaska's top
Oh, it's
seat in Congress.
wait,
But
it's
here's the
her
thing.
son.
She's never even stepped foot in the state.
Oh my god, so wait, it's not. It's Carol, not Diane. And actually, I missed that part of this when I was going through all this earlier. It's a daughter. It's a daughter. I mean, it's a son, mother, son. It's, what's it called? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Arrested Development. What's it fucking called? Mother Boy. It's Mother Boy. Oh. It's fucking Mother Boy.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
This shit is insane.
Have you ever been in Alaska?
I almost was.
Almost. One time.
Not quite. I've flown over it. But as far as boots on the ground, that's in my future.
It's not the first time the Hafners have ran for office in Alaska or other states they aren't residents of.
These two are fucking insane. Eric G. Hafner, born in 91 in New Jersey, has ran a Republican Party primary in Hawaii, Oregon, arrested in an airport in Saipan, in the Northern Mariana Islands, a U.S. territory in the Pacific Ocean, brought back to New Jersey for trying to extort $350,000 in 3 different court cases connected to him in 2007, 11, and 12. Making false bomb threats by phone. And the guy is a fucking lunatic. Oh, suffice to say, while Matt Schultz may not be a perfect candidate, certainly better than Eric and/or Carol Motherboy Hafner, who are running for the at-large congressional district here in Alaska. Oh, you'd certainly be better than Nicholas Begich as well. Here's his campaign website. Issues: ban stock trading and end corruption, affordability and cost of living. Healthcare is not a luxury, and that every Alaskan should have access to healthcare coverage. Fishing, energy, and environment. He's got good, for Alaska, honestly, I think he's got a good policy set. I think he could take it down. And that would be nice to see. No crazy endorsements, just a bunch of local Alaska leaders, it seems like. All right. Now to the other. Is it just one? I think it's just one. Actually, no. One of the other. There's a Senate and. There's a Senate and a gubernatorial race happening in Alaska. Senate race happening. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. The Senate race is the same thing. For 1 second, I almost forgot. Carol is running in this election. There's Carol. Look, here's Carol Hafner running in the election. Dude, these people are insane. Okay, so you got Carol Hafner and slash Eric, Mother Boy running in this election. 3 Republicans, 1 Green Party. Sorry, 4 Republicans, 1 Green Party, 1 undeclared. A dude who looks like he's wearing a boot on his head. A couple of nonpartisans, an Alaska party, a libertarian, a couple Democrats, few Democrats, although one of those Democrats includes fucking Carol Hafner, who's just a psycho. My preferred candidate is Mary Peralta. I'm sorry, Peltola. Sorry. Where did I get that from? Mary Peltola. Do I have a video? I do. Okay, hold on. Actually, I'll just play this. I'll let Mary talk.
I'm Mary Peltola, and I'd like to share why I've made the decision to run for U.S. Senate. I grew up on the Kuskokwim River, salmon fishing with my father. Buzzy and I raised our 7 kids in Alaska and spent long summer days at fish camp. Life is difficult here, and we know that we have to take care of each other. DC people were shocked that I prioritized going back to Alaska in July to help put up fish for our family, but Alaskans understand. Growing up, Alaska was a place of abundance. Now we have scarcity. The salmon, large game, and migratory birds that used to fill our freezers are harder to find. So we buy more groceries with crushing prices. It's not just that politicians in DC don't care that we're paying $17 a gallon for milk in rural Alaska. They don't even believe us. They're more focused on their stock portfolios than our bank accounts. When they actually work together on something, it's usually to help themselves. Our delegation used to stand up to their party and put Alaska first. Ted Stevens and Don Young ignored lower 48 partisanship to fight for things like public media and disaster relief because Alaska depends on them. My agenda for Alaska will always be fish, family, and freedom.
Fish, family, freedom. Look at those cuties. Oh, she's got a beautiful family. And a pretty sweet policy platform to go along with it. Here's Mary's website. Priorities, affordability. Fix the rig system and fight for Alaska fisheries. Take action. Lower taxes, higher wages. Expand child tax credit. Crack down on corrupt corporations. Did she say $17 milk? Or am I losing my fucking mind? Are people in Alaska paying $17 for milk? No wonder you have to have an Alaska dividend. Never be able to afford it. $17. It's going to lower housing prices. Trying to lower shipping costs, which is important for people in Alaska. Look. Could she do better? Yeah. 100%. There's more I would love. Like term limits, which she supports. Rooting out DC fraud, waste, and abuse. Things like that. But also Medicare for all, stuff like that, absent from here. I'll grant you that. But she's way better than Daniel Sullivan, current incumbent Republican senator, who's been here since 2010, 2010, I think. 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2000, 2001, 2002, 20 Oh, in 2013. 2013, I think. Wait, no. 2015? 2015. So 11 years. Dan's been there ruining Alaska and America. We can instead have this woman. Mary Peltola. A native Alaskan. Who wants to fight for you. Look at her. There's a giant fish. There's a big-ass fish right there. Okay. Once again, Space Hams, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Because Mary's good and would be good for Alaska. All right, people. One final Alaska race. I almost forgot that we had 3. The gubernatorial race. Where I've got on my voter card one Jonathan Christ Tompkins. The galactic recommendation for governor in another insane freaking race. Where Tom Begich, former senator, now running for governor as a Democrat, against 4 other Republicans, 5, 6 Republicans, 7 Republicans, 8 Republicans, nonpartisan, Jonathan Christ Tompkins, an undeclared, another Republican, nonpartisan. There's like 13 people at least in this race, maybe more. Let's see what we got here. Alaska's news source. 1 month ago.
Good morning. This is Josiah Pike with Alaska's news source with some.
Oh, I forgot how quiet this is.
2026 Alaska gubernatorial race.
Gotta jack this the fuck up. How's that?
Good morning. This is Josiah Pike with Alaska's news source with some new breaking news on the 2026 Alaska gubernatorial race. A Democratic candidate, former Alaska House of Representatives member Jonathan Christ Tompkins, announced Anchorage Assembly member independent Zach Johnson as his running mate. Now, Johnson has served as an Alaska State Trooper, a volunteer firefighter, and an infantryman in the United States Marine Corps, deploying to Iraq in 2003. He won elections to represent the South Anchorage and Hillside Assembly District in 2023 and 2026. Now, as an Assembly member, Johnson is focused on solutions to issues such as protecting vulnerable tenants, public safety, and improving wildfire resilience. Now, in a statement released by the Christ Tompkins campaign today, June 1st, Monday, June 1st, he said in part, quote, "I trust and respect Zach as a leader and a fellow Alaskan. He is thoughtful, pragmatic, and a great governing partner who's focused on solving problems and making Alaska a better place to live, work, and raise a family."
And Zach Johnson is the lieutenant governor running mate of, I've already forgotten this name, Jonathan Christ Tompkins here. He's got endorsements like crazy, SEIU, Local 775, Alaska Public Employees Association, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, ASEA, ASF, CME 52, and a bunch of local Canada leaders with a platform of supporting local schools, lowering energy costs, supporting the expansion of Medicaid and Medicare protecting local fisheries, regulating data centers, building more homes, balancing the budget. Which is not that important to me, but hey. And fixing infrastructure, something that Alaska sorely needs. Like, Alaska's got some serious infrastructure problems. Partly because it freezes and or thaws twice a year. So, you know, that's part, but not the whole problem. It's also mismanagement. For a look into Jonathan Christ Tompkins' extracurricular activities, here's a weird YouTube clip from some channel called Alaska Robotics from 12 years ago.
Welcome back. With us this evening is the Beast from Southeast, Representative Jonathan Christ Tompkins from Sitka.
Hello, Patrick. It is good to be here.
Let's get right to it, Representative. There's a lot happening this session. Education, Fukushima, the gas... Hello, Phoebe.
Hello. Pat, you didn't tell me we had an interview planned.
We always do interviews.
With this guy. Who's this amazing, commanding, worldly fellow?
This is Representative Jonathan Christ Tompkins.
Certainly is. You've grown up a lot since last session, Representative.
Well, now that you mention it, he does seem a little different than the last time I interviewed him. Somehow more confident, more mature.
As a matter of fact, Pat, I am more confident. Last session was a listen and learn kind of year. I had people mistake me for an intern, and you know who they got to play me in the legislative skits? A baby. But this session is different. I've really grown up. People are taking me seriously.
I'll say, I am.
Okay, Phoebe, do you want to take this interview? I can just go get a sandwich.
I'll just watch.
Okay, well, Representative, you've done some research on Fukushima. How is the radiation affecting Alaska's waters? Is that something we should be concerned with?
Right now, it's really not anything we need to worry about. In fact, you'd get more radiation from eating a banana.
Oh, I love bananas.
There's an old
saying. Totally inappropriate. We're just going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Phoebe, you can't be doing...
There you go, a man with a commanding beard and a command of loose internet comedy. Although I gotta say, I feel like she's really the one, the energy that's driving this whole thing. But the beard, the big beard energy coming off of Jonathan Christ Tompkins is something to at least be aware of. I'm not sure if he still has that beard. Like I said, that was an old clip 12 years ago. All right, Space Hams, that is it on Alaska. For fuck's sake. I'm now going to have to attempt to get through all of Florida in 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is what I get for trying to have fun. It's really my fault. For even trying to bring any small amount of enjoyment into this long trudge through democracy. It's very silly of me to do such a thing. I don't know why I would do such a thing. Everybody's saying it was very stupid decision. Everybody's saying it. It's very rude, actually. It's very rude that they're saying it. I just won't get off my back. Holy shit. Oh. Well, Space Hams, we did it. Florida time. It's Florida time. I'm gonna try and blast through these pretty quickly. God, I wish I didn't have to, but I really do. I got 28 different congressional seats to get through, as well as Senate and congressional race. That's one race for every 2 minutes. Thankfully, we got a few no challengers in here I can skip over. Florida's first. I'm going to skip right over that one. Democrat Gay Valamont going straight to the general unopposed. Florida's second congressional district, however, we got a candidate here with a GNN recommendation. Yen Bailey. I'll let them start us off. WMBB News 13, 2 months ago. Ahem. 2 months ago. Go Web Go. Go Web Go.
We have a guy on this remote.
Exploring the issues that matter to you. This is Panhandle Politics.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Panhandle Politics. I'm your host, Tom Lewis, and our guest today is another candidate for the congressional seat here in District 2. We're joined by...
Great, Tom. We have no time for this. Quickly. Yen.
Yeah, so I'm a mom of 2 teenage boys. Been married for 22 years to a veteran. He's a former Green Beret, and he's now a professor at FSU. And I'm the daughter of Vietnamese refugees. My parents came to this country right at the fall of Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War. And my dad was a pilot, and he basically took his plane and left. And my mom escaped on a fishing boat. And they ended up at a refugee camp at Eglin Air Force Base, just right down the road. So I was born in Fort Walton Beach and grew up in Destin. So, Panama City is kind of like home to me. I was here a lot. But, life was hard for my parents and our family growing up. My dad did maintenance at motels while taking classes at night, and my mom worked as a seamstress. But through a lot of hard work and really this country's investment in me and my family, I was able to go to law school. I went to FSU for law school and stayed, and I've been serving this community since. I fought for abused and neglected kids through the Guardian Ad Litem program, and I spent most of my career as an ethics lawyer. Now, I never in a million years thought I would be doing this. I have always been someone who has, been active behind the scenes. I always saw myself as like a worker bee. And in 2024, I had just started a nonprofit to do voter outreach to rural and working class communities. And I got this call really out of the blue 3 months before the election. The Democratic Party was looking for anyone to run because Neil Dinn was going to go unopposed otherwise. And, to be honest, no one wanted to do it. They had gone through a lot of people before they got to me. Even though I knew there was no chance of winning, we had 3 months. It's a huge red district. I decided to do it anyways because I thought that people needed a choice.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If I recall correctly, this is either the district or the district adjacent to the district we talked about earlier in the year that swung like 35 points. Still elected a Republican in a special election for Congress, but swung 35 points from the 2024 presidential election, where it went plus 40 for Trump and then plus 3 for this guy. I can't remember I don't think this is the one. I think it was a different one, but it's crazy. Now Neil Dunn has already dropped out of the race, and so it's a fucking bloodbath over here in the Republican primary. 8 candidates there 4 in the Democratic primary. Yen, Bryce, Amanda, Nicholas. Yen's the galactically preferred candidate here. Now this is in the panhandle, sort of like the girthy part of the handle. Probably the best part to grab if you want the most sort of leverage on the pan, if you will. I guess you'd say. Yes. Yen. Plan. Lower costs. Strong jobs. Housing families can afford. Healthcare for all. Medicare for all. That's what we're looking for. Not enough foreign policy on here, in my opinion. So she just gets the recommend, but it's a strong recommend. I think she deserves this vote in the 2nd district. All right. I gotta keep this moving. Just time's sake wise, I really can't tally it all. Florida's 3rd. Up next. Holy hell, he's still on. I know. 11 hours and counting. We're trying to finish this puppy out. Don't make me say more words than I have to. If you would be so kind. Okay. Here's Florida's 3rd district. You have 4 Democrats running in a primary here. Now, this is Gainesville, sort of the crook of the Florida L shape. Another Republican district represented by Kat Kamek, who's running unopposed, going straight to the general. Why is this freezing on me? The fuck? Oh my god. That is annoying. I don't know why it randomly does that. It's just like it just overloads. 4 Democrats here running in the Democratic primary. Troy Albers, Seth Harp, George Shuback, and Tom Wells. My preferred candidate here in Florida's 3rd is Troy Albers. Got a quick clip. Actually, a slightly longer than quick clip from the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce from 10 days ago. With a candidate interview with Troy Albers.
Hello, this is Vicki Jervicus at the Greater Gainesville Chamber, and I'm delighted today to welcome Troy Albers to our stage, such as it is. We are looking forward to getting to know him a little better. He is one of our candidates for the U.S. representative seat for District 3. Welcome so much, Troy. Happy to have you today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll jump right into our questions for you.
So I am a husband of 30 years of marriage. I am a father of 3 children, 2 sons, 1 daughter. They're all 20-somethings now. I am a veteran. I spent 6 years or so in the Navy and about another 14 or so in the Army. I own a small little hobby farm out in Columbia County. I just decided one day that I had had enough of the politics and decided to run.
Yes, indeed. Run he did. And here is Troy's platform. Hell of a Troy. Born in a naval hospital, raised on a farm, tested around the world, rooted in North Florida. Affordable care should be within reach for ordinary Americans, not a constant financial gamble. Doesn't go so far as to say Medicare for all. Unfortunately, nobody does in this race. But he does think that health insurance should be something that does not stand between families and their doctors. Honestly, I can't trudge through this whole thing. But just trust me. Out of these four candidates, Troy's better than Seth Harp, or George Cuback, or Tom Wells. It's a sea of white guys. Troy's the best one. Good Lord. All right, up next, Britt Robinson. And Britt, important, I mean, her name is technically Brittany Robinson, but due to Florida crime lore, important to search for Britt Robinson, not Brittany. That'll get you something very different. Brittany was not the victim of a crime. At least that I'm aware of. Certainly nothing serious, one would assume. Here's Britt 9 months ago. Announcing her run.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Britt Robinson, and I'm running for Congress for Florida 4 because we need younger voices from working class backgrounds who will fight to put people first over the greed of entrenched politicians, billionaires, and corporations. I was raised mostly by my single mom, and right as I was starting my freshman year of high school, she got sick. She couldn't afford health insurance, so we relied on food assistance, and we still lost our home. I had to move across the country to live with family and friends to graduate. I was able to make it through this time, though, and envision a future for myself due to a safety net of military health insurance and my dad's GI Bill for college. We have the ability to build better support systems, yet we continue to fail at delivering support that everyday Americans need to not only survive, but thrive. When millions of Americans are currently struggling to afford basic needs, living paycheck to paycheck, the American dream has now become a fantasy sold to us by billionaires and corporations. For decades, our country's resources have been drained by the ultra-wealthy or funneled off to fund unnecessary military conflicts, exploiting our workers and leaving our most vulnerable out to dry.
Yes, indeed. And Britt's got the full galactic endorsement here in Florida's 4th. You'll notice something quite quickly on her homepage at BritForCongress.com. Britt Robinson. Right? Britt. Why can't I do it? Britt Robinson, Democratic Socialist for U.S. House of Representatives. And she's not just saying it. She is endorsed by the Jacksonville Democratic Socialists of America. And honestly, I love their cute little logo with the Florida Gator and the orange rose. It's very Florida, Jacksonville. Also, 5051 next Florida PDA, Florida Progressive Democrats, Florida LGBTQ caucus, Think Green, Vote Blue, Jacksonville Clinic Defenders, Citizens Against APAC, Abolish ICE Pledge. And Brittany's got quite a vision to make a government of, for, and by the people. Our government, where we make the rules. And if you're in Florida's 4th, God damn it, why haven't you voted for this woman already? $30 an hour minimum wage. Medicare for all. I mean, do I have to? Do I have to? Did you see who she's endorsed by? Did it tell you she wants to tax the rich and reallocate federal funding to pay for social programs, pre-K, public college, trade programs, affordable housing, environmental justice, civil rights? I mean, come on.
Come on!
Another Democratic Socialists of America endorsed candidate. I'll let her finish.
Being done by this administration and the decades prior. We need a new mindset, and the Democratic Party must go beyond. We must evolve to be a people-centric party that actually delivers for the working class and vulnerable populations. We cannot be afraid of pushing back and utilizing our free speech to fiercely question the motives and actions of this administration. We don't have time. The world is ever-changing, and it is diversity of people and ideas that helps us future-proof for the issues we may face and make lasting change. When only 2% of Congress comes from working-class backgrounds, I believe we need new leadership who personally understands how a $100 loss in benefits or an increased bill can be not just devastating, but catastrophic. Growing up in diverse communities, it is my education and personal experiences that gives me the ability to connect with voters and the drive to not take us back to where we were, but forward to where we need to be. It's time that we had a system that benefits the majority of Americans, not just a select few. My name is Britt Robinson, and together we can decide what our society values most and make the changes that puts people first.
There you go. BritForCongress.com. Go find out how you can get involved before the August 18th election. 3 weeks, folks. Less than that at this point. Whew. All right, we're making progress here, Space Fams. Keep going through the candidates. Oh, just a reminder, I forgot to do this part of it. But Brittany is up against two others in a Democratic primary for Florida's 4th. So yeah, she definitely needs the votes. Sorry, I'm forgetting my jobs, okay? I'm sacrificing little bits and pieces here as we go. As we run out of time faster and faster. Fuck. All right, next up. I don't think we're going to be able to finish Florida. I don't think we're going to be able to. I'm just trying to think. How long did that take us just now? For 4 minutes? Ah. Damn it. All right, Space Fams. I just did the math in my head. I can't finish in time. I tried my very best to bring it all to you. But since I can't do the whole state right now, I think I'm just going to call it right here. Because I don't want, I don't want to pick up halfway through it. I'd rather just, end it here in the 4th of 28 districts. Governor and Senate race, as well as I got to do Wyoming still. I'm just gonna call it here. Hopefully nobody's offended by that decision. I'll just do it. I'll probably just finish this up tonight during the week ending report, or maybe Saturday. I overshot. My clip eyes are bigger than my clip stomach. I can't do it. I just physically can't do it. I'm moving at a pace of 3 or 4 minutes per district. That leaves us at 2 hours out from now. There's no way. Oh, yeah, there's no way. Oh, well, thank you, Space Fams, for sticking it out with me this long. We tried our very best.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Never give, never surrender, but sometimes you gotta know when to give up. And I know when I'm beat. That too is a good leader quality, supposedly. Knowing when you're defeated. And we did really good. We did 1, 2, 3. We did Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. Somebody count for me. Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, and Alaska. And a few races in Florida. I think that's 12. 12 races and a few, well, 12 states. Over 100 races, I think, maybe. At least close to it. Oh, God. That was a marathon. Alright, I will, I'll do an after stream, because I always do one. I'm just gonna not do one now. Holy shit, I'm tired. The second that I accept that I'm done, yawn immediately. So beat. Listen to MIDI. I'm not even looking at MIDI. MIDI is not even in my peripherals. I was not looking at chat. I was looking at the time and my lists. All of my stupid lists in running. I got so many windows open, you have no idea. So many freaking windows. Oh my God. It's actually quite cathartic to just go closing them. Oh, it's so nice. Well, that's most of your August primary election, Space Fams. 12 of 14. You did pretty good. But YouTube, they cut us off at 12 hours. So I don't want to lose any content at all. Because I'm planning to clip this up into 12 separate clips. Oh, God, I'm not even going to go to bed right now. I think I'm just going to go buy food and coffee. Oh, bacon, egg, and cheese and coffee. Just a tank of coffee. You need a nap. I need a nap. You need fine. You take a nap for me. You take a nap for me. Since I don't deserve naps. Can't have nice things like naps or sleep. Maybe food. I'm wealthy enough to purchase food today. If you appreciated the stream, don't forget, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. As streams like this are funded by viewers like you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon donations all greatly appreciated. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive, and vicariously me alive. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. I can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, DB, Midi, Roponics, Normal by Nature, Enter Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cantley Braining, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Paul James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Neurologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Prisla, Benihana 99, Brooke Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfex L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh my god. That was a long one.